Welcome, everybody, to the final day of the Great Push Global Finals. That's right, it all comes down to this. I'm your host, Doa. With me today are Nagura, Zyronic, Tettles, and Dratnos. And the question is, can anyone catch Echo? That's really what it kind of comes down to, right? I mean, they're a few points ahead of everybody else. We don't know what the new dungeon is going to be. We're going to find that out in 4 minutes. We're going to see the highest keys possibly pushed ever. I mean, we did see a 37 yesterday. Do you think we're going to see higher than that today? I don't know. That 37 Junkyard seemed pretty crazy. Dratnos, I'm going to send it to you first. What do you think we're going to see today?
Yeah, I think that 37 Junkyard is a really important keystone. For all the teams that aren't Echo, it's like vital that they can get that done. They can get it done quickly because they're all sitting on 35s on their scoreboard right now. So going up to 37, that's plus 2 points.
There you go.
They need to get 3 points to tie up with Echo, so they have to do that efficient, plus 2 in the Junkyard. That has to be something they get to. Echo, on the other hand, Junkyard 37 is probably something that they will want, but it is much less something that they need. You can see they're sitting on the best streets and the best lower Karazhan in the tournament so far, so they have a little bit of safety built up by those 164 points to 161 for the rest of the field.
That's right. We've got Echo from EU, Monka from EU, Jishu Gaming from China, and then Ambition from NA. EU coming out of this looking like the pretty dominant region in World of Warcraft this time around. And Nagura, why do you think that is?
I'm not surprised.
Tell me.
That's just how it is in every game.
Give me a reason, though. What's and that's not true. That is not the way it is in every game. That is incredibly false in esports. But why is it true in World of Warcraft?
I don't necessarily think it has much to do with EU as a whole. I think it's literally just Echo being such a dominant force in dungeon tournaments in the history of MDI and TGP as well. Now, TGP is actually something where they weren't as dominant before, but they decided to take it a lot more seriously now compared to MDI, it looks like. And yeah, it's just showing, right? If they really want something, then they put so much time and effort and dedication into it, and it just really shows, right? And then, of course, the EU region, we've seen in the regional weekend last weekend, we saw how many good teams EU has. And I think that really pushes the teams as well to do better, right? Because if you're a really dominant team and there's no other team that is going to be even close to you, then you don't have to try as hard. But the EU region being having so many good teams, I think it really pushes teams like Echo and Monka to do even better.
Fair point. Tettles, what's your take on it?
On the EU versus the world thing?
Yeah. What do you think it is that gives EU the edge right now?
Well, as somebody who doesn't play on the European server, is like, at least for me as an outsider just looking in, it seems like they just have always had higher quality teams just as a whole. And it's like, so NA and China have been relatively top heavy for a while. So what I mean whenever I say this, we have like 2 or 3 really world-class teams on NA. And they'll be able to push the absolute highest level keys and compete with other teams in the world. Echo has Europe has like 10 or 15 of them that are putting up close to world first keys, and it's kind of always been this way. Same with region, same with raid as well.
The dungeon. Tettles.
Oh yeah, sorry to cut you off there, Tettles, but we have the final dungeon for the Great Push. It's going to be Upper Karazhan. Can't wait to see what the affixes are for that, because that is going to determine a lot. Let's see if we can find it right now. It's going to be Fortified, Spiteful, Necrotic. Ooh, all right. Well, that Spiteful might get very exciting. There's a lot of narrow corridors there, and Necrotic's not going to make things easy. Fortified, I feel like. Do you think that's a Mercy's ironic, or is that even worse? Like, I feel like the bosses in Upper, before you get to the last one at least, can be extremely difficult on Tyrannical.
Okay. Yes, this is technically easier to live through, but this adds an extra 2 or 3 minutes to the dungeon, because chess event becomes an affair that you really have to deal with. You probably have to end up killing a 3rd chess piece on higher key levels. So I think this makes it easier to kill the bosses, but harder to time the key. Anyone?
Okay.
Is that fair to say?
I think it probably evens out with how much less time the
might even
bosses will
out.
take. But
Look at this. We got Echo in our first dungeon here, going to the Junkyard to start the day off. So is Jishu Gaming. A lot of people trying that 37, or
they're actually going back to Oribos. They're going back to Oribos.
Okay, never mind.
I actually wouldn't be surprised to see all 4 of our teams going Junkyard. I think it probably makes the most sense as the first key for everybody. So if nobody's interested in starting out in that Upper, I do think Junkyard would be the place to go. Shishu Gaming have also agreed with this. they're sitting on a 35 2 chest, so they would really like to get those +2 points out of here. This 37 dungeon, it's crazily hard. We've only seen one team do it, and that was Team Performance, who were actually eliminated yesterday.
I heard that Jishu Gaming believes that 38 could be possible in some situations. Wow. Now, I don't know how much time. Like, it also comes down to like how much time you can and are willing to spend in this junkyard. But if Jishu Gaming was in some way able to put up like a 37 straight into the 38 and do that in pretty short fashion, only end up spending an hour on that today, that would actually put them in a really good spot.
What do you think about Ambition going into this 32 lower Karazhan? I mean, it would vault them ahead of Monka and Jishu Gaming in that dungeon. You know, if you can just one-shot it, probably a pretty good way to start your day.
I would say so. It also comes down to the fact that Ambition accidentally depleted that dungeon at the end of yesterday, having some... I don't think it was a wipe on Moros. I think it was a wipe on the trash that was following Moros. I wonder if that's going to kind of haunt them. So Ambition and Monka, if you weren't watching the very end of the day yesterday, they both end up missing their final keys of the day. And that's how we are in the situation where both Ambition and Monka are at this 161 score mark, being effectively two full dungeons behind Echo. Not three. There are 3 points, but it's 2 full dungeons behind because of how that Junkyard 2 chest works out.
Monka going right for the upper Karazhan.
That's standard. It's actually interesting like because the other teams that we're seeing right here, they normally plan out their day in advance, and they'll end up like just going into that dungeon first, regardless of whatever dungeon they get. Whereas Monka, they really like to just jump straight into whatever the new dungeon is on the day and start to really push that up early on, and then backtrack later on in the day.
Yeah, the worry about starting in 28 Upper Karazhan is you worry you'll get into a situation like Echo did in their regional qualifiers where you do the dungeon and then you realize later, oh, hang on a second, this was 2 chestable, right? Oh, this was 3 chestable, right? If you realize that kind of thing by watching another team do it later, that is a really unfortunate turn of events. So that's sort of the incentive to delay the new dungeon and see what other teams prove as possible in there first. But depending on the keystone level and the dungeon, you may have quite a lot of familiarity already with the timer, and so you may already be very comfortable doing your run in there and just getting it on the board. The nice thing about getting that 28 upper on the board is, that's the easiest key that's currently available. Starting with easiest and working your way to hardest naturally, that's kind of the default way to play the tournament.
Well, it can be kind of a good warm-up maybe too, jump in the lowest key level, shake off a little bit of the rust, get ready,
Dredus, do you think it's necessary to 2-chest the 28? Because I think it's probably almost mandatory for these teams if they don't want to get eliminated today.
Yeah, I do think that 28 2-chest is the expectation for me. Looking at the upper, I'm not 100% sure how, Spiteful Necrotic, those affixes are somewhat nasty in general, but in this dungeon in particular, they shouldn't be too bad, right? So
Fortify's the big one, right? And in the Europe regionals last weekend, we saw teams 2-chested 29 upper. So I think for me, also, the expectation is, okay, it's fortified. Yeah, sure, Spiteful Necrotic is kind of obnoxious, but you should still be able to 2-chest that 28, just because at the same time, the timer is so lenient in this dungeon, assuming that you don't make any errors and have a wipe.
Hypothetically, if the 29 2-chest is possible and the 30 isn't, then there's not actually a huge difference, right? Because if you mess up your 28, you can try it again on the 29 and still get your time back, but obviously that would be slightly harder to do, so we'll see how it all works out for the teams. I'm curious to see what kind of pace Monka's setting here.
So is Fortified bolstering Quaking in the European Regional last weekend whenever they put... Basically, all of the top European teams end up putting up a 31 in that upper Karazhan. I kind of expect that to be the cap again this weekend because it seemed like the teams didn't want to jump back into the 32. While the 32 timer-wise would have been doable, it's one of these things that Curator, even on Fortified 32, is just so much of a handful. So I suspect this to be 28 2-chest, 31 chest, and then you do the 31 1 chest, and then you get out of here. That's kind of my expectation for Upper Kara today.
Yeah, I mean, there is push potential in every single dungeon as far as I can see. I think even if you look at Echo's scores across the board, +1 level on each of those dungeons is a reasonable goal for the teams. The question is just, you have 5 hours, what are you going to spend it on, right? You can't go to all of the dungeons in that time. You're going to have to pick a few of them to be the ones that you focus the push in. I think definitely getting that junkyard done on at least 37 is going to be a really high priority. But after that, yeah, I'm not sure how high you want to push that upper before you want to start thinking about streets again for these other teams that don't have that 33 in there. That could be something worth doing. Maybe thinking about the lower 32 like Ambition are working on right now. Yeah.
Activated.
A lot of good options.
Yeah, it's just one of these things that the decision is not super clear cut. Monka here already on to Curator. I like this Confluence pull straight into Curator. It actually allows your Warlock to be able to drop their Infernal on pull and then be able to have it back up for the second evocation. They're able to generate a lot of shards off of the additional targets and then just continue to spam Rain of Fire. It also allows them to kill volatile energies a lot better by having these additional targets that are into this pull. It makes a lot of sense and is a super smart strategy.
Yeah, this is definitely the kind of thing that it's an optimization that seems like it makes a sketchy boss sketchier, but it actually just makes the sketchy boss die quicker, which is
well,
is very important.
Except for whenever you have a Spiteful.
Yeah, that Spiteful is going to be a
Sketchy
problem.
aspects, yeah.
Look, the Confluence is about to die, and we're about to see the Spiteful. This is the first time I think we've seen Necrotic even during TGP at all.
Yeah, Necrotic is something that it's an affix that has a very different identity in different dungeons, right? There are some pulls that get really hard with Necrotic. Although,
yeah.
With the Kyrian Dwarf, 80% parry Death Knights, many pulls that are particularly harsh on Necrotic in seasons past have not been too bad this season with that combination of things.
Is it kind of fake in this dungeon, you think? So there's
Yeah,
the Mana Worm pull.
In this dungeon in particular, looking at bosses, right, you can see Skylark is sitting at 1, 2, 3 stacks of Necrotic, and then it's just natural falling off as a result of just running through
like,
parries
just fell
enough.
off.
Yeah, so it's fake on the bosses for sure. The pull that you mentioned, the pull of like 9 Mana Devourers after the Mana Devourer boss, yes, that one is already
Ambition's
a tank damage
wiping.
threat generally.
Oh, that's not good.
Indeed.
Oh no,
8-minute
Ambition
reset for
full
them.
wipe. Yeah, on the
Gonna have
plus
to go out and start
32.
this one again. So only an 8-minute loss for Ambition. Still not great though. That is a team that they were sitting on 161 points 2 hours before the end of our competition yesterday, and they haven't been able to convert on any of the keys they've attempted since then. That continues for more than a couple minutes here. They are going to start to be in serious trouble and in danger of getting 4th place in a tournament where they spent day 1 and most of day 2 fighting Echo for first.
There is a pretty reasonable world where they either end up in either tied for first place or in sole lead of first place coming into today if they were able to get that junkyard dealt with. They just ended up spending well over an hour in that junkyard 37, and then they bailed on it. They went to lower Kara and then didn't time the lower Kara, and so that put Ambition in a position where they're going to have a really good day today to be able to beat out Echo. I think that all of the teams, Monka, Jishu, and Ambition, if they want to beat Echo, they're going to have a great day. Because right now, Echo's not sitting around. They're sitting in this 37 junkyard already onto Gunker.
Yeah, so the question is, will Echo be able to put this 37 on the board quickly? Because one of the best ways for the other teams to catch up would be for Echo to lose an hour in this dungeon, like Ambition did yesterday. And that is something that whether or not that's likely is hard to say for sure. It's really hard for me to get a bead on just what the success rate is in this dungeon because so many good teams have wiped in this 37, but then Team Performance, who were our team that was eliminated yesterday, were able to get it in 2 tries. So where is
you
this
ran some
dungeon
numbers
difficulty at?
So they got it in 2 tries, and they were 2 minutes under the timer, and you ran some numbers on it, and they killed Gunker, like we're seeing on screen here, in 10 minutes and 44 seconds. And so it looks like Echo yesterday was having some problems in here. Ambition was like almost 12 minutes every single time they ended up killing Gunker on this 37. But it looks like Echo in the top left are going to be a lot closer to that 1044 mark.
Yeah, this is something where the Gunker split in particular isn't where Team Performance really accelerated compared to the other teams I've seen in here. It's like the Trixie split and the Gobamax split. Somehow Team Performance have just found like 3 or 4 minutes compared to Ambition's attempts in here. And so I'm curious to see what Echo's speed through the mid part of this dungeon is, because that might be the kind of sleeper vital part of this dungeon, is those middle 10 minutes between Gunker and Gobamac.
Every single time we saw Ambition in here, they would get to Gobamac, and then it would be 27 minutes on the timer, and then it felt like clockwork. Yeah, so Team Performance killed Gobamak in 2045, and then it's like, oh, Ambition's timer is doomed. Okay, yeah. It's like it's a tough spot, but Echo is starting off really strong. They're gonna get Gunker killed off in around that 10 minutes, 45 seconds, 10 minutes, 30 seconds mark here in just a few moments. Things are looking great for them.
Yeah, this is on pace at the start of the dungeon at least, and 0 deaths is always an objective that you can be pretty happy if you've gotten through. You've gotten through a plus 37 Grievous Gunker and kept everybody alive, kept all your bots active. That is big. Mira's dropping pretty low from each of those ticks.
It's fine.
Does end up getting cauterized, but...
Oh, they're going to beat Performance's timer here on this boss.
Yeah, they're 10 seconds ahead of Performance's run so far.
Yeah, so when Performance did that 37, again, it's really important to note that they were almost 2 minutes under the timer. So there is a decent amount of wiggle room in regards to how you were able to make this dungeon happen. Like, you don't have to be perfect in regards to, like, playing for the timer the whole entire time, but you need to be really, really good. Monka here on that Shada Medivh encounter in this upper Karazhan, I think that they're going to get one more phase.
It'll be a Flame Wreath, right? I think it is. I think so. On Tournament Realm, we have the
it's set.
It's
Yeah.
So we have a set rotation. It's Image Flame Wreath Winter, Image Flame Wreath Winter. That just will repeat over and over again because we don't want the order to determine which teams are going to be able to get through on this one. So is something worth noting. And that means after this Guardian's Image phase is over, they should be able to kill Medivh before the next Flame Wreath. Maybe they'll get a couple ticks of it. But yeah, this boss is, it's going to be one of the harder parts of the dungeon once the key level goes up. Although, I would actually say Curator is probably the harder one for teams at this level of coordination. The interrupts on this fight, they're really tough. In my pugs, they're really tough. But in the higher key levels, everybody has such good tools for dealing with the Inferno Bolt that you can let so many of those through and be just fine.
They also are doing a great job of keeping like Curse of Tongues applied to the boss as well. That like if you're playing with the Warlock, they should tongues this boss because it also allows you to have an easier time of just like making sure that all of your kicks are available. In addition to that, tongues the birds, the Guardian's Images. That's also very, very nice. All right, Monka getting Shada Medivh down in 11:32. That's actually incredibly fast. So when teams were doing time trials, whenever they were pressed up against the timer, like a 16:30 was going to be them like really tight against that timer.
Here is Time Warp number 2 for Echo. It is Zul'Gurmux, an Infiltrator, 2 blasters, but one of them is polyed out to the side.
I like that.
And then the rest of the pull here, very, very dangerous pull. Those blasters are very lethal, so keeping one of them CC'd means that somebody can't get shot by 2 people at the same time, which is how you die. They're doing a very good job here of just AoEing everything down. Once they can get most of these Mechanomes killed, that'll make them a lot safer. Ooh, that grenade under the water. Always got to look out for those.
So on live, more often than not, whenever you're doing this pull, you're just kind of focusing down the blasters, and you know Zul'Gurmux will die to shockbots. However, with shockbots not scaling past a 30, Zul'Gurmux needs a lot more priority damage. Now going into Purg there, this is getting very scary for Echo. They may wipe to this pull. Oh gosh.
Yeah, things are indeed getting very scary here. A lot of damage coming out on just the whole group. We see Gingy has used cheap Death Trinket as well. Miraz doesn't have Cauterize available or Pod Tender.
Okay,
one of those
the other blaster killed
has
off.
Been killed. The question is, are they going to pull the other one in now for time, or are they going to delay and just say, you know what, we will get that once Zul'Gurmux is dead?
They can pull it into. They can theoretically pull it into Trixie and Nano, because they actually grabbed that pack that was off to the side with the mechanic, and then they CC'd that blaster. It means that you only have to do one pull, which is the boss, after this Zul'Gurmux ends up going down. And so they do break that polymorph on the blaster. They're just using it as a havoc target. They need to make sure that they continue to like stun or grip or fear the running gun cast because you don't want that to channel full into a player. And now they finally get the raid boss of Zul'Gurmux killed off. Things are looking great for Echo in that junkyard.
One cool thing that they were doing is they were running, Now and Clix are both running Mechagon 2-set rings. But instead of going for haste proc, they were going for the AoE heal effect on their bit band.
Really?
Just to provide a little bit more throughput on the group. That is actually, it's a lot of HPS for doing that.
I was wondering
But-
what that was. Yeah, I
Yeah, that's
forgot
that little
about
Holy Nova you're seeing
Yeah.
around clicks. I went to look in at
Threw me for a second.
their gear. They're that little Holy Nova thing. Now doing it as
It's-
well.
It's so interesting that they're running that because, like, general wisdom would say to just run more haste from the bit bands, and you would just get the haste proc. It allows your shock bots to proc more since it's hasted RPPM. But I think that it kind of proves that they're still at a spot where damage is less relevant than making sure that you have survivability and you're able to do the pulls that are required to be able to get like the dungeon done at this level.
Yeah, in particular, just the amount of throughput that it provides compared to it's like 1.5k HPS versus an average of like 50 haste. So the trade-off is pretty favorable for the healing bit bands.
There's like an ICD on the heal, isn't there?
Yeah, and on the haste as well.
Okay.
All right, so we have Monka nearly done with Mana Devourer already up in the top left. Their 2-chest timer that we think they're aiming for is going to be 28 minutes flat, so they are hoping to get this dungeon done in the next 12 minutes. I think the chances are looking very good as they are already nearly finished. Skylark getting extremely low with all of these stacks of unstable energy on him. Every single global death striking back to full.
Just hypothetically, what's the 3-chest timer in here?
21 minutes, I believe.
I
21
mean,
minutes. I think that's probably not happening. I think it is the 2 chests that they are going to be aiming for here. That chess event is going to take at least a couple minutes.
Is it possible to 3-chest this, do you think?
it looks like it's it
don't
looks
think so.
possible. I don't think it's possible from this position, but it does look like it could be potentially something that somebody does. You'd have to play a little bit more aggressive.
I mean, like, their run has been fast and clean. I don't think it gets much quicker than what they're doing. I think the main thing is, like, in the plus 30, is the 2 chest still on the table? That, to me, that's the more close question than whether the 3 chest is available on the plus 28.
But I don't even know if the 32 is doable because nobody did it last weekend during the European regional. They all stopped at 31.
Yeah. However, to win this event, you're probably going to have to do some keys that nobody's done before, because Echo certainly are doing that.
That's true.
I mean, it's tough to say, too, because, like, for instance, with Lower Kara, that ended at plus 29 in the NA region, at least. And the Ambition already working on 32. So.
In our
that was
defense,
before
in
Saw.
our
There's some
events.
there are
It
massive
has
nerfs
been
to that
nerfed
dungeon.
a little bit since then, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's
a
true. Okay.
This
that's
guy
true.
says a little bit. I don't think a little bit is very generous
That's
to
a
how
fair
much that
point.
dungeon ended up getting nerfed.
It was way harder for us than every other region, you know, so.
Of course.
Yeah.
All right.
On
Yeah,
the-
never mind.
On a little bit of a revenge tour through the lower there.
This is definitely not doable as a 3 chest. So they're close, but like I think you would have to have Mana Devourer killed off by probably like, what 13 minutes to be able to even 3 chest this.
Yeah, something that I just don't see how you create all those extra minutes given that their run is already on 0 deaths.
Yeah, well they're taking a while on these Mana Devourer pulls because it's spiteful necrotic.
Yeah, maybe you could do a bigger pull there with kiting and binding and stuff, but even still, I'm not sure how feasible that is.
Yeah, I think that 2 chesting is probably the standard. Expectations of 3 chesting this dungeon seem pretty low. It's a 28.
I don't think that's very likely that we'll see that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because even with like a super clean run from a world class team like Monka is, they're going to be maybe 2 minutes off. It would just be so hard for another team to stomp them by that much.
All right, so we have Echo and Shishu Gaming both in their 37 junkyards. Looks like Shishu Gaming had a reset earlier because they are 10 minutes behind in their run. They are also working on
Apparently
Gunker
so.
here. Very scary fight. I am seeing some Holy Novas coming out of their players as well, so I think the rejuvenating Bitband tech is maybe out here. ZyBB certainly has that equipped as well. Yesterday he was running the haste proc one, but may have swapped over to that extra HPS. A little bit of anti-Grievous technology.
Did you see that Clicks just pre-soulstone somebody on the side of Echo?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he did. I don't know who he pressed it on. I didn't exactly see who he was casting it on. It looked like it went on to now, but that wouldn't even make sense.
Now this boss, look at those health bars. Getting very scary for everybody here. ZyBB playing typical Warlock activity, not going to run through and stay on the bot, right? Just going to play farther out and not move as much. The problem with this is it makes AoE healing much less likely to hit him. The upside is you're a Warlock, so you generally don't need it. But then it turns out, oh, it's a 37 Grievous. I actually do need a little bit of healing here. Ooh, here comes Coalesce as well.
Their
Luckily
timer's
they're-
looking good though.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is it's through the first boss, but their timer relative to where teams were yesterday is looking quite solid. They're on pace with count. They actually have a little bit more count than both Echo and Performance did coming out of this Gunker area. But there's going to be small differences in nuances in routing between these teams coming out of this Gunker area. Just a couple of mobs that you're going to pull differently here and there.
Checking in with Echo, they are also doing well keeping their pace up. Their Trixie and Nano split at 1646 is more than 10 seconds faster than Team Performance was yesterday, so Echo are looking good still in this run.
All right,
They've got a bit of a
damage can
scary
they do
pull
here?
ongoing right now.
Oh, maybe that's what the Soul Stone's for.
Yeah, they've pulled a Bone Nipper in this pull, so I think it makes a lot of sense to throw the Soul Stone on your tank anytime you're doing that.
Yo, they got the bonus Infiltrator.
Yep. Little freebie there. That Infiltrator patrols around in that Bone Nipper area. You will always have to pull one of them in order to get the Infiltrator, but just the one
That's
is
actually not
potentially survivable, yeah.
That's actually not even true. You don't even have to pull the Lizard. Do you see that hill that they're standing on? That's like back
All right,
behind them.
you can do some complicated geometry and spend 5 minutes setting up a turbo break
Okay.
pull to get the Infiltrator by itself, you right?
He's mad. You don't even have to do complicated geometry. You literally just walk up the hill and tag the mob, and it just
There's
walks
no way I
through.
have the brain cells for that.
All right.
So disappointing.
It's
Monka-
mathematically impossible.
Monka did one phase the chess event over on the other side there. They were able to get it down with just 2 wolves. So
Nice.
good start for the 28, but I suppose you probably expect them on the 28 at least.
Yeah, as the queue
Yeah.
starts going higher than 28, that starts to be less and less likely, and things get a lot slower very quickly as soon as you need to kill more than 2 chess pieces, because you can kill the 2 knights, those have very little health, but after that you're gonna have to start killing chess pieces with more and more health if you need more
Whoa!
time on the
Jishu
game.
Gaming are wiping.
Right.
Anuo died. Oh god! I can kind of see it in the picture-in-picture that Anuo died, and now it looks like they are evacuating the yard. Maybe not.
Yeah,
Anuo died again. All
I
right.
think that is probably the best bet here, so that's another 12 minutes down the drain for Jishu Gaming, because I don't think you really want to continue this dungeon with this degree of errors. I think your timer is likely to be a problem even if you get to the end of the dungeon at this rate. You can
Yep,
see
ZBB
ZBB running out of the dungeon
He's
in
out.
full agreement there. So that is
Oh,
an unfortunate
no.
time loss for Shishu Gaming. Zalia in a pod for Echo, while now is nearly dying, hits the Vamp Blood to stay alive. Zalia coming out of that pod, able to stabilize.
Dude,
Things
okay.
are getting very scary for Echo as well.
This throw trash on a even on like a 35 fortified is very, very dangerous. So it going up even more on the 37 fortified, it makes sense that Zalia podded. You hate to see him pod right before Gobamak though. They do have 3 battle reses, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah,
but at the same point,
actually-
you would prefer your cheat deaths to be up here.
Would you prefer your Holy Priest to have Pod Tender? Because if your Holy Priest goes into a Pod Tender, they're not healing. But if they go into Angel form, they are still healing, and you have battle reses for when it's over. So
This is true.
you can make an argument that it's actually better to, and that is the argument I'll be making, is Zalia tactically potted there to make sure that he didn't have it up for the boss. He would never
okay.
actually make a mistake.
I guess
So
it depends on how much you trust your team to stay alive while you're in the pod too.
Yeah.
whenever I was looking at performance earlier, they were actually running 3 Tufts on their team as well to
right.
allow for more cheat deaths if you wanted to use that. So it would be like the Warlock, the Mage, and the Healer. They were all running Tuft, and then now and Jinji in this case, like the 2 melee players would be running that other cheat death trinket, the Fate Scribe one.
Yeah, calling the Tough to cheat Death Trinket, it's like it's an on use, right? That puts it's basically like a Guardian Spirit that you put on somebody.
Yes.
So it is very powerful, but it is a little bit less, get out of jail free, right? You need to actually plan for the damage that's going to kill you. But on King Gobamak, you know when that damage is going to be, right? You press that Tuft during the Charge Smash or during the Rumble, and you know that is going to be what might kill you, right?
I personally like to run the Sun King Salvation cheat death trinket on all of my characters.
Ah, yes, the Splintered Heart of Alar. Well, Tuft,
Yeah.
I think Tuft is also from that fight. Yeah, there's 2
Oh yeah.
great trinkets from that boss.
I especially
Holy
love it when
Dagger
my
as well, I
tank
guess.
runs Splintered Heart of Alar as well, especially whenever they proc it and I die.
Yep. Taking you with me.
All right, Monka in the bottom left. They're pretty far over the 3 chests, which makes me believe that no team is going to be 3 chesting at 28.
Yeah, even once this key gets up to plus 30, I think that timer is probably going to be getting closer to the depletion range than the 2 chest range, although maybe it's possible on the plus 30 to 2 chest it with a perfect run.
I just don't know if you go 30 straight into 32 is the thing, right? Like, so 28,
Yeah.
Even if 32 chest is doable, being
RX
able
is dead for Monka right at the last boss here during their lust. Perhaps a cleave or the swirlies there. They do have a battle
Probably the
res.
swirlies.
Does eventually come out.
he couldn't see it underneath his resonating arrow that he hasn't pressed yet. Okay,
I see.
now he
Yeah,
pressed
makes
it.
sense. Been
It's
there.
like they're still okay.
Yeah, they are going to kill that boss before
Oh,
it
no.
does any mechanics out of
Oh,
that
here's
stabilized
Gummack,
rift.
though.
Oh my
It's a
god.
lot of damage.
Miraz has his cauterize. Gingy doesn't have his cheat death up. Zalia no pod. So I mean, they actually have a lot of cheat death effects available for them, and so I suspect that they're going to be fine here. I think that they have one more nasty combo here coming up.
Yeah.
And so assuming that they're able to survive not this charge smash, but the one that follows this, they should be okay. I suspect they're also going to have AMZ for that set.
Yeah, so I think where we're at in the fight is the next thing that's going to happen is going to be Rumble at like 80 energy and then Charge Smash immediately afterwards. So that is going to be a moment where I expect we'll see Turtle and or Ice Block committed to the Rumble to prevent that from being too many people taking too much damage. Let's see what happens here. Here comes the Rumble.
Oh,
That's Turtle and Ice Block, both
What
committed.
a wizard.
They're going to come out of those immunities and go right into this Charge Smash, and everybody's looking so healthy because Zalia didn't have to heal Gingy or Miraz through that Rumble.
Okay, they didn't even have anti-magic zone up, so they probably used it on the first charge smash, which makes sense. But if you look at the timer, it wouldn't have even been back up yet. So, but it should be coming up soon if they have another charge smash.
Yeah,
I mean,
if there is
Echo-
another Charge Smash, they don't even need to soak it at this point. The boss is so low.
So Echo's a little bit behind performance's time on Gabamac, but I mean they're well within the bound of being able to actually time this dungeon.
Yeah, 27 minutes is there, Gabamac. It's worth noting, as you said, Team Performance got Gabamac in 25:45 somehow. So Echo have mysteriously lost time to Team Performance in that Trixie to Gabamac area where every single team somehow is so much slower than Performance. I haven't
That is
heard
amazing.
how they went so fast through that section. But like you said, the good news for Echo is there was more than a minute of flexibility on Team Performance's overall dungeon timer. But there's
okay.
actually not that much more. At this pace, Echo are going to be maybe 30 seconds under the dungeon timer if everything goes well from here. That is a very scary place to be as they set up their next trash pull.
So they're only like 3 pulls away from being able to finish the dungeon here. They have the 2 chicken pulls, and then they have the coil bear pulls off to the right, and then that will be able to give them enough count to where they are able to pull the final boss. They also notably bring that renormalizer into the boss. Do you want to kind of explain what that renormalizer does and why teams so frequently will pull it in?
Yeah, so the Renormalizer has 2 casts. There's Shrink, that you want to interrupt, or you have to dispel off of whoever it hits in your group. That one is a downside. The upside is that it casts Enlarge, which is an 100% damage buff. The downside is that goes on one of the enemies, so that, in theory, sounds bad, but you have a powerful wizard in the group that can steal that spell and gain it for themselves. That's exactly what Miraz is doing on this pull, and they're going to keep a Renormalizer alive to do just that on the boss fight as well. A lot of extra damage on your mage that way.
Yeah, so they keep it like polymorphed off to the side, and then they end up pulling it in. Whenever the enlarge cast is basically off cooldown and is ready to be queued back up.
Yeah, it's a very easy mob to deal with if you handle the shrinks and the enlarge as well. If not, then you'll take a lot of extra damage, and in particular, if somebody's shrunk, they can get stunned by anybody else walking over them, and they take a bunch of damage. So
Yeah.
you do want to avoid that debuff persisting on anybody. Worst case, you can always dispel it, though.
Yeah, look at this
Oh,
Monka
Gingy
bottom
down.
right. Oh,
Gingy down,
no.
Clicks is in
that's
unending
rough.
resolve here. Gingy is going to take the res. Gingy needs to find new bots, though, ideally.
Now perked. Oh, God.
This is a very scary pull that Echo are working on here on this 35 fortified Grievous setting.
You hate to see Jinchi proccing his cheat death trinket and dying at this point of the dungeon. He would really like to have it for the fulminating zap on the final boss, because we know that boss needs to be 2-phased. It just seems so far like no team can potentially even 1-phase the final boss. So with the just the amount of fulminating zaps that you're going to have go out on players, Jinji would have loved to have had that cheat death. However, he does still have Turtle available. Teammates also do have that Tuft to kind of give him a little bit more support if he's going to be the one that's selected and could potentially die. So that would end up healing him up to full. So there is a lot of stuff to be able to go through. Zalia also, it looks like his Guardian Spirit got consumed by somebody. So that's on a pretty long CD right now.
Yeah, potentially on now during that pull. That was unbelievably dangerous. They are going to be able to get through, though, and you can see they're nearly done with count now. Gingy maybe going to go on a stealth mission here to go and grab another shock bot while the rest of the team works on this trash pull. That grip on the coil bearer to get it started.
What's the estimation for the final boss? Around 6 minutes?
I think something like that is a reasonable expectation, yeah. So they're going to be just on the timer. It's going to be a very, very photo finish here for Echo.
Yeah, they just need to make sure that they play it clean. It's not necessarily about... they don't have to like greed for damage or anything. They just need to be able to play their game plan, make sure they're playing it clean. Zalia, in the puddle, asleep. Please, God. Somebody save my...
He's been shot.
It's the opposite.
He got rapid fired. That's very unfortunate.
Definitely not what you were hoping to see there. Clix had an imp out. A dispel would have maybe been possible, but I think Clix is still playing Fell Hunter for interrupts right now.
He would have had to Feldom. He would have had to Feldom the imp and then like dispel Zalia.
Yeah, that would have been a big move. They are going to be able to get through this pull, but now Zalia potentially re-grabbing buffs, also losing a little bit of time.
They have time to. They have time to give.
Too much damage. They have a little bit of time to give. They don't have much.
They have time to get buffs and bots and stuff like that. They're not like that far off.
I mean, they don't really. 6-minute fight. 6.5 minutes left on the timer right now.
All right, hear me out. This is my tinfoil hat. I don't even think that you need full bots on everybody. I think that you're like assuming that you have bots on like 3 or 4 members of your group. You should be able to at least be able to 2-phase the boss because you're committed to 2-phasing the boss anyways. What is Gingy doing? Is Gingy DC'd?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he's up to there. Maybe he's waiting to get just teleported into the boss fight.
Oh, he could be. The boss has a teleport it's a 100-yard teleport, by the way.
Yeah, if you're close, you'll get teleported just into the boss ring itself. Looks like spam polymorphs coming out here.
Maybe he was waiting on the cat patrol.
The more that nothing happens, the more it does seem like a DC is the most likely explanation, which would be a really unfortunate way for this 37 to end for Echo. 5.5 minutes left on their clock.
He was either waiting on Cat Island Patrol or he's DC'd. I couldn't tell which one it was. Oh, he's gone offline. Look at that.
Oh no,
man! They just lost 35.
Tragic.
They just lost 35 minutes.
Heartbreaking.
Oh my God! They lost this key over that too.
No kidding.
Yeah, the question now is, what do they do? Like, at what point do you hearth out of this dungeon versus do you pull the last boss since it'll only cost you 5 minutes and you can see what the
he's back.
looks
He's back.
like
He's back.
Okay, so maybe there's still time. I don't know if there is. Maybe you go for the YOLO 1-phase attempt and you just save. You don't pull the boss for another 2 minutes and then you pull it with Bloodlust and the 1-phase attempt as the plan. But I don't know if the numbers work out on that. Meanwhile, Monka working on plus 30. Curator. This is the scariest boss in this dungeon, IMO. Especially this season because you have so many stacks of Shrouded for the Mana Devourer.
RX is he's swapped from Kyrian to Faye now for these higher level keys. It makes sense. Faye is actually very, very good in both this dungeon and in Workshop for Hunter, just because low mob pull count density, not really looking to do too much AoE damage just generally, and in addition to that, you actually gain a decent amount of survivability just playing Faye in here. On top of that too, like with how the tournament realm is set up with the Guardian Images phase on Medivh, you can specifically allocate things like that Coordinated Assault plus the Wild Spirits to like the Bird phase if you really want to. Whereas like Resonant Arrow is kind of fake.
Really strong cooldown on single target, on small target, on 4 target. It's really good because you're playing. You get that Unity legendary that makes your Wild Spirits do bonus damage if it's hitting 4 or less targets. Echo have pulled the HK8 aerial oppression unit, though. Their Bloodlust is coming off cooldown in about 15 seconds here. They have 3 battle reses, but the problem is they only have 3.5 minutes. So I think you go for the 1-phase. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's possible to 1-phase it, but I'm pretty sure it's impossible to time this dungeon otherwise.
So they killed the first Tank Buster in a minute.
Okay. So maybe if you just turbo speed hack, you can do it. And by speed hack, I mean the hack phase done quickly, not using illegal programs or anything.
Good catch.
Glad you clarified that.
Yeah, although both strategies would work if they could get away with it.
Well, if it weren't for those meddling kids, maybe they would.
If it weren't for us watching their every move. All right, they're heading back downstairs. The Renormalizer
Here's the enlarge.
pulled out there, the enlarge and the spell steal, and they go on to boss.
Oh my God.
Are they going to press Bloodlust or not? No, they are not. So they are on the two-phase lifestyle here.
I'm
think
down
they
for them to
maybe
lust
still
the
have
Tank
time.
Buster.
Yeah, you got a lust Tank Buster, yeah.
Yeah. I
So-
think this may be doable.
Yeah, I actually wonder about sending combustion and everything on this. I guess maybe you need all this to even be able to get the two-phase safely. But I
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
feel
yeah.
like you want those cooldowns with Lust on the Tank Buster here. So are they going to have enough time? 2 minutes and 10 seconds
33%.
to do Tank Buster and another
So,
hack phase, and then they have
with
to come down and they
fairies-
probably need 20 seconds to hit this thing.
With fairies,
Normalizer's dead.
With Fairies and Lust, Mirrors is about to have his combustion back up, so I think that saving it is a mistake. So he's in SKB right now, and so he's probably going to get Fairies here in a second and have his combust back up, like, during this Lust. I think that this is actually a really smart play. And that will allow them to get that Tank Buster killed off in, like, another 30... I suspect this Tank Buster's going to die in, like, another 35 seconds or so.
All right, so that would leave them 65 seconds to do the hack and then get back and finish the boss itself. Oh my goodness, there's no margin for error here.
They have to
Tank
get to the
Buster
other
has so
side
much
of the room,
health,
too.
though. I don't think that Tank Buster dies before 37 minutes here.
Okay, never mind. Dude, I don't know how they killed the first Tank Buster in a minute. Maybe it's just because they sent Coordinated Assault and Arrow on it?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have Infernal, they didn't have Coordinated Assault. They used Bloodlust with very little cooldowns here, so they didn't get much multiplicative value out of it.
Oh, they're
their
gonna
other
deplete. They're gonna deplete because of the DC. This is so
sad to watch.
sad.
37 minutes. They have 1 minute left here. How fast can you do an intermission phase? You can see they're already making their way towards the other side because they know which side is going to be the next intermission.
Yeah.
It alternates once you've seen the first one. So if they can get up there unbelievably quickly, they all just need to get there as fast as possible and then do the click as quickly as
hack-
they can.
Is the hack doable in this time?
Zaylee actually going into a pod tender.
Oh, it's Grievous. You hate to see that.
AMZ, Click's already coming down
Oh.
as quickly as he can. Getting in range of Azalea for heals. Now he needs to go back up again, though.
But he dropped his port, I think.
Okay.
Or maybe he didn't drop his port.
15 seconds here. Oh, the whole team hacking.
Oh, it's gonna be deplete.
Gingy
Yeah,
going down.
No chance here. Oh,
And a
that's
tragedy
rough.
for Echo. They are going to head back to the start of the dungeon here.
So whenever we were
38
spitballing,
minutes down the drain.
whenever we were spitballing ways that Echo lose today, this is definitely
Definitely
one
part
of
of
them,
it.
right? Yeah.
Losing 40 minutes in Junkyard plus 37 and not coming out with that keystone upgraded is absolutely the disaster case for Echo. That being said, they did have quite a lead coming into the day. If they can get that dungeon timed on their next attempts, they will still have a lead. But that was one of the two dungeons that they lead the other teams by that has now gone the other way. It's worth noting Shishu Gaming has also had some resets in their Junkyard, so they are also still fairly far behind Echo. But Ambition and Monka, I would say, are now catching up. If Ambition can finish off that lower there, both Ambition and Monka I would describe as one dungeon behind Echo now.
Dude, the Warlock is so like they actually save Infernal for this phase. Monka do, and so then the Warlock just solos two of the Guardian images at once. That's so cool.
Yeah, Maystein just popping off here on those damage meters.
He has so many globals he has to get off. So he has to Havoc, the bird. He has to apply tongues to all of the birds. He's gonna off global kick something with his pet. In addition to that, then he's gonna drop his Infernal and then press Soul Rot, and that's before he presses any damage button.
Yeah, you have definitely a lot of responsibilities there. Also has to maintain tongues on the boss itself. The most jobs that a Warlock has ever done, as far as I'm concerned.
Honestly, real,
Very
really and
hard
true.
to get them to do anything other than just cast Chaos Bolt or Rain of Fire.
Real and true. All right, he's soloing this. He's gonna port. Okay, never mind.
Ooh,
Oh,
no
it
port
got
needed.
canceled by the Flame Wreath. Yeah, it got canceled by the
Here's
Flame
that Flame Wreath.
Easy.
It's on Crimson mode. You'd slightly rather have Maystein get targeted. Crim's using Alter Time here at full.
So Crims is always like a preferred target, right? It's always like It's always the Warlock and the Mage. Those are your two preferred targets
Yeah.
for this Flame Wreath every single time. Mode is actually not that bad. RX is like the target that you wanted on the least, I think.
Yeah, RX, you can see, is playing a Tenacity Pet, so does have a bit of extra health and a defensive, but doesn't have the Leech that would come with a Ferocity Pet.
But not a real defensive.
Yeah, Survival of the Fittest, a 3% DR on a 27-minute cooldown.
It's a 20% DR.
Ah, okay. It is on a 27-minute cooldown, though, I'm pretty sure.
It's 8-second duration on a 27-minute cooldown.
Yes. Crim's actually getting hit by that Inferno Bolt. Tried to blink it last second there. Ended up getting hit anyways. Had to commit Ice Block.
I think you're fine. I think you're fine to commit block there. Like, he still has Meld. Look at this. So Mode, Crims, and RX are all playing Nelf. And so they do, all three of them, so Crims and Mode still have Meld if they do get targeted later on. So it's unfortunate that he got hit and had to commit block, but it's probably fine.
Looks like Curse of Tongues is not even something that Maystein has to do on these Guardian images.
Well, he's not going to put it on the main target that they're killing because
okay,
they're
just the
kicking.
other two?
They're just rotationally kicking it. He would apply tongues to the other ones. If we can even
see.
like if somehow we can shift the camera, you'll see that it's on the far one even.
I'll take your word for it for sure.
I promise it's good.
Yeah, it was. I saw it when we came out there. Yep. Very briefly was visible. Shade of Medivh comes back out, instantly gets the Curse of Tongues again, and yeah, Warlock utility. Really good on this fight. This is a fight where there's a lot of specs that shine. Prop Paladin, my favorite on this one.
Resto Shaman, my favorite.
Ooh, not a bad one either. Look at Echo's positioning here. They're all standing on this little pipe in their 37 Junkyard again. This means that when the Toxic Monstrosity grips everybody in for consume, they're going to get that canceled by the pipe being ahead of them in their way. So all the Kalathis get to stand back here. You can do this on the fence as well, but Echo preferring the pipe instead.
I like the pipe. One of the big things that you need to know if you're actually doing the strategy is like the position relative to the like Toxic Monstrosity does matter. You want to tank it a little bit further away. You want to tank it like basically where Now is tanking it here. If you tank it too close, then they'll start getting sucked in by that green circle. But if it's in a weird position, you can actually get gripped off the pipe.
Oh, now going down for Echo. That's going to be a reset if I had to guess here. Yep, everybody is instantly running in. Another 3 minutes down the drain. Not the end of the world. That was a tenth as bad as their deplete at the end of the dungeon, but still not good for Echo.
We are in a position where any tank, like you are doing dungeons at a level where any tank death is likely to cause you to wipe, and more often than not end up forcing you to zone out of the key. Nerf escaping death there with that Wraith Walk. That was very, very scary.
Yeah, he doesn't have that debuff on him for the gateway, so he will have that available for Shared Suffering if they need. Let's see how they decide to handle the next Shared Suffering here. Azuna putting the Rune of Power down fairly close. Azuna's going to run in an Ice Block, and Nerf is going to last second Gateway. That Shared Suffering is going to hit Azuna. As long as it hits at least one target, it won't recast, for at least a while. But Azuna is immune, so he doesn't get killed by it, and Nerf took that Gateway to not get hit by it at all.
Okay, I mean, Ambition, they're looking like they're in a position where they are going to time this key. We haven't been talking about them too much today because there's been some other runs that have been a bit crazier, but I mean, this 32 tyrannical lower Karazhan is not something to scoff at. They do get Ottoman down. Now they just have to deal with Midnight. This is a pretty free point to the dungeon. They have 4 battle reses, man. They have had a great run here.
Yeah, they're sitting on 16 stacks of Shrouded. They'll be grabbing another 1 or 2 for the end of the dungeon.
Their timer's not great, but they only have to get 7%, not even 7%. They have to get a little bit less than 7% enemy forces, so they only have like 1 or 2 more pulls. Maybe it's just 1 more pull if I had to guess, before being able to fight Maiden.
Yeah, I think they don't do the spider activity that we know Echo does in this dungeon, so that is a very scary pull that Ambition did not have to do. But like you said, the timer isn't fantastic for them. They're at 36 minutes out of 42 here. So they have to get this trash done in the next 2.5 minutes to be comfortable.
Let me.
There's the time for that, but not that much room for error.
So Echo finished their 32 in 40 minutes and 31 seconds. So I mean, it seems like there's precedence for Ambition to be kind of close to that timer.
Yeah. Monka pulling Mana Devour on their plus 30, sending that Bloodlust right on pull. Some people like to wait until they get some of those buff or debuff stacks, but I think sending it on pull with all your cooldowns makes a lot of sense because it generally is only going to be Skylark who gets to hold on to that unstable power.
Yeah, I think you'd rather send it with all of your offensive CDs than Skylark's unstable power, because Skylark is going to be getting like the second PI of this fight.
Yeah.
And so like in reality, he doesn't necessarily need Lust plus the PI. And in addition to that, I'm pretty sure sending it whenever your DPS players don't have offensive CDs just doesn't make too much sense. Although they are playing around like a lot of 2 minutes. Like Wilfred's for Locke gets their Infernal and single target around to that 2 minute mark. They also have Coordinated Assault plus
Wow,
Wild
Skylark
Spirits.
is actually depositing his unstable energy there. Gave it all back. Not interested in the damage and the damage taken.
I think
Interesting.
it makes sense for him to be giving the first stack back and then to just hold for the remainder of the fight, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some tanks just keep them all, but that is very scary. Skylark already taking a Guardian Spirit here, playing right near that Energy Void, and again is going to deposit. So Skylark not interested in holding on to all these stacks of unstable power.
I wonder what the reasoning is. Maybe on like this 30 level, it's just so hard to hold on to them for extended periods of time, but I feel like... Do you know why he would drop them off?
Yeah, I mean, it makes the fight longer but safer, right? As long as he can grab all the stacks and always drop them off, I mean, you kind of don't have an enrage on this fight, given that would be being true.
He just AMS'd those.
Yeah, so it doesn't need to do any dropping off here. He's got a couple of stacks.
Dude, their boss
sitting on
energy,
now.
look at their Mana Devour mana. It's so chill. They're actually doing this fight perfectly. Even though Skylark's not doing 25 KDPS like some DKs can do on this fight, he is, he's very safe. So, I mean, they're looking really good here for the side of Monka. Oh god, those orbs are in a bad spot. Those might contact the boss. Okay, but RX commits the turtle, soaks all those orbs, and look at Mana Devour's mana, still very low. Things are looking great for Monka on this Mana Devour fight.
Yeah, it's going to be maybe 30 seconds slower than if they went with a full aggressive DK soak and had that DK doing an extra 5,000 DPS. But even still, I mean, maybe that's only 15 seconds or so, and this has looked very clean out of them as well. So can't argue with the strategy that they're deploying here.
Yeah.
I wonder if that 2 chest is still on the table for them. That 2 chest timer is 28 minutes. Do you think they could get through chess event and Vizdoom on a plus 30 in 8 minutes? I think probably not, right?
Let me go pull up their timers from the last run, and I'll tell you what their Mana Worm to end of dungeon timer was. Obviously, on a 28, it's a little bit different, but
yeah, it would be good. Then we'd know at least how much faster or slower they could be than that.
Yeah,
still fine. Meanwhile, a little survey of what's going on in the rest of the place. Shiju Gaming in the bottom right are working on that 37. They've got actually a good run going here. The question is just, do they have enough time? Because they are quite a bit slower than Team Performance at this point in the dungeon. And we know that Team Performance Gabamax split in particular is really impressive.
So they killed Mana Devour at 15:38 and finished the dungeon at 25:08. So it took them around 10 minutes on the 28.
Okay, so
to go from Mana Devour to end of dungeon.
Probably not happening here for Monka, the 2 chest and the plus 30, which, to be fair, didn't seem that realistic. So they're going to be able to get through here and get at least the dungeon timer itself is looking very good, but the 2 chests still gonna be like not seeming good.
They're going to still be like 5 minutes under the timer, assuming that they don't end up losing too much time. There is ways that they lose more time. So say like the king, like you can actually lose a decent amount of time on the king if the knight goes to an unkillable hex or something like that.
Yeah, definitely they've got the wiggle room here to do this dungeon safely, and even with some things going slightly wrong for them.
Is Ambition going to time this key?
Ambition are working on Maiden of Virtue. They have 100 seconds from here to deal with the last 40% of the boss's health. Even on a plus 32 Tyrannical, I think that is pretty safe.
They don't have Lust. They don't have any offensive CDs.
So they're going to get 1 more Combustion, 1 more Infernal, 0 more Coordinated Assaults, 1 more Resonating Arrow, 0 more Power Infusions. So maybe it'll start being a little bit close here. They only have 26% of the boss HP, though, and almost a minute, or more than a minute to do it in.
They'll probably be able to get this killed off with like 30 seconds, maybe like 15 seconds to spare. It looks like they're fine, but man, this is a lot closer than I thought that this 32 was going to be. It's good that they were able to get in here and only end up spending like 10 minutes on like a reset, but then they were able to two-shot this dungeon. This dungeon is very dangerous, and it was really important for them to be able to get.
Yeah,
it's still pretty scary.
The timer is
it's-
definitely going to be a little bit close here, but they should have
Oh my
about
God,
10
okay.
seconds to spare.
Ooh, that shield
Breaking
was
through that
close.
shield, yeah.
That shield was very close.
Are they going to beat the next shield? If they can't do
Yes.
that, then they're going to deplete, right? That shield is
They're-
actually going to be the Depleto timer for them.
They're almost surely going to beat the shield. Look, they still have Infernal rolling.
25
they're,
seconds now.
They're fine. They're
the
fine
bolt.
on the.
Oh boy.
Chaining between Onesie and Ellesmere. 5%
This is contingent on
the
not
boss,
having a
15
death.
seconds. They've got to drop that Sacred Ground off. They're getting cornered at the edge of the room here. One more Holy Shock. They're going to milk this cast for all it's worth and then kick it right at the end for the spell lock.
All
Here
right.
comes Mass Repentance. Wow, wow.
0.1 second before the timer. It does not get any closer than that.
Well, Doa. They actually
Okay.
had 0.6 seconds, of course, because of how rounding works with the timers. But yes.
Oh, okay. I don't round. I only pure math for me. But still, holy crap. That was very close. Definitely a happy moment for Ambition to get that done with.
Yes,
Jishu
that
Gaming
made it-
here.
Whew.
Their Gobamak
Wow.
split is going to be kind of sus after they get this boss killed off.
Yeah, so worth noting, okay, so we're looking at the Gobamak timer. Team
Yeah.
Performance, who are the only team who has beaten this dungeon at this level, had a Gobamak split of 25-45. Echo's run, which was looking good, and which had some wiggle room in it, they were able to get Gobamak done at 27 in their last attempt. Jishu Gaming here are going to be getting it done at 28 something. So it's still timeable, but it's going to require perfection out of them in the rest of the dungeon.
Dude, that Ambition.
Yeah, that was crazy. That's got to feel really good, though, because they know they don't have to go back to Lower Karazhan. No way the 33 is going to be on their agenda. Ambition at 162 points. Just a dungeon behind Echo.
I mean, with Echo's problems in Junkyard, look at this. Is Zalia in a pod right now? Zalia's dead.
Zalia's dead.
This is
They're all dead.
the opening. This is the opening that Ambition and Monka both need. Echo's spending so much time in this Junkyard 37. This is now their.
Wow.
Was this gonna be their third or fourth reset of this dungeon? This is how Monka and Ambition come back into the day. Look at this. Ambition in the bottom right. They've already started into Gambit. They're trying to claw back some more points.
Yeah, Gambit is a cool call
Okay, maybe
from
it's Streets.
Ambition.
I don't know what they're doing.
I saw them
They're
put
zoning
up
out.
to a Gambit, but yeah, they are rezoning, so maybe that was actually the Streets they wanted. Either way, we'll see what they start when they actually get a dungeon going. Meanwhile,
I'm just
Shishu
starting
Gaming
to-
timer getting very tight here. They have 3 trash pulls.
Okay.
Actually, they're 81% count, so they maybe only have 2 trash pulls. Maybe they don't need to do the patrol.
Yeah. I think they may not have to do that patrol. I think it may just be the coil bear pull and then the chicken at the top of the hill. They may have actually
Okay.
done the patrol already.
So given that, I actually think their timer is looking like they have probably 30 seconds to spare.
Is there a world where teams just decide they want to try to win this thing without doing the 37-yard?
Well,
Echo is the only team that could make that call, I think. They still could if they wanted to, but everybody else needs to turn their 35 into a 37, I think, just because that's plus 2 points.
I would not feel comfortable if I was Echo not having a 37-yard, though.
I mean, yeah, that's the problem with that is, like, you'd need to be winning in 2 other dungeons. They are winning in 2 other dungeons right now relative to the field, but that is something that you can't rely on staying true. But if you weren't in Junkyard, you'd be working on other dungeons doing the same thing, right? Town Portal actually coming out from Echo. I wonder what the call is being made here. Maybe they are fleeing from the Junkyard for now.
Monka in the bottom left, like they've just been chugging away all day. Like they only have to do this dungeon probably one more time. They need to slam this on a 31, and then they're probably able to get out of here and go back into like the streets or go and get some. They need to do 37 Junkyard, yeah, something like that. Like they're able to get this dungeon done on a 31 and be like, all right, it's time for us to get out of here. And so they're doing a great job of just making the most use of their time today. They should be done with this upper Karas by like an hour and a half into the day, giving them 3.5 hours plus overtime to be able to improve their scores.
Yeah, maybe what's going on is the teams have decided that the 37 Junkyard is just like turbo omega hard, because clearly it is, right? And if you actually save it to be the last thing you do during the day, like the last, you can wait and see if you actually need to go for the 37, or if you could just get the 36, which is much safer than the 37.
Dude, if
I
Jishu
wonder-
times this though, like if Jishu times this is how they get back into the game. Assuming that like because then it pressures basically every other team to
To do the
like
37
go and
as
do
well
that
for the
37.
tiebreak, right?
Yeah. So it's not just the tiebreaker, but it's just the fact that Jishu have proven that it is again doable, and like other teams are going to feel pressured to have to put up that time because if you have a dungeon that's just uncontested, like your odds of being able to win just go up so dramatically.
Yeah, again, especially if it's the junkyard, it is so good because our first tiebreaker, if teams have the same score, is who has the highest level key. Well, that's going to be who has the best junkyard. So if Jiju Gaming can claim that throne, that would be extremely valuable for them.
What do
They're
we
at
say? 6 minutes?
31:30. Yeah, the last boss, I don't think it's 6 full minutes. I think you could do it in 5.5, but it is
Okay.
not much less than that where I would be comfortable pulling the boss.
You gotta Jishu Gaming, they're getting the last little bit of trash dealt with here. They have that cavalry. Once they kill that cavalry off, they're gonna keep that renormalizer and take it in the boss. I mean, they're looking like they're gonna have a 5.5 minutes. Let's see if the Dratnos math is gonna hold up here.
Yeah, it's going to be very close for Shishu Gaming.
It's not a healthy 5.5 minutes for sure.
It is a pained 5.5 minutes, but you know, maybe there's not a way to get through a 37 junkyard that doesn't involve some pain.
Okay, the Nathrezim infiltrator has gone down. Now they just have these like coil bearers.
Yeah, let's
The
get that
chicken
boss
is going to be
pulled.
going down.
ZIBB soul shaping ahead, maybe going to tag the boss to get everybody teleported
no.
up. Oh no,
He-
okay, he's putting his port. Yeah.
He presets this gate because they think I don't know why actually he presets this gate, but he presets this gate because I think on this side it makes it a lot faster for them whenever they do it this way. But you don't know which side you're going to, so I don't know why he always presets this gate.
It's 50-50. You got to believe.
This checks out. All right, Shishu Gaming are going to have 5 minutes and 20 seconds to kill this boss.
Tremendous challenge for the top-seeded Chinese team here. They get in with no Bloodlust. They will have a Bloodlust available for the second Tank Buster phase.
I
They
think
will not
that
use. They won't use it on this first pull.
I think that if they have any deaths, their run is probably dead. But if they play it clean, I mean, they absolutely can get this done. Look at this. The first Tank Buster is going down rather quick. You do end up committing like a lot of offensive CDs here because like Dratnos was talking about earlier, you're two-phasing it regardless. All you need to do is get the boss to 50% in the first one.
You
get
don't
the
even
ball-
need to get
and
to
then-
50% is the thing. Like even if you get it
Yeah.
to like 60%, you'll have cooldowns for the second time it's down. But yeah, we've seen teams generally get it down to like 30% on that first burn phase, which is more than
Yeah.
safe. It means you don't even need the full time of the second intermission, which is nice. That Tank Buster is getting rather low, but there are a lot of walkie-shockies here. Good Frost Nova is going to keep one of them immobilized. And that one's going to die, and they're going to figure out which side to go to. It looks like ZIBB
Let's go into our Warlock Gate site.
This is the side where they have pre-placed the Demonic Gateway. Now the team
Oh,
just needs to
Annie-
get over to that gateway and click it.
Oh my, dude, they're dropping so low. Look at Annie. I'm pretty sure Annie hit single-digit HP.
Yeah, Annie triggering the rebooting bit band
They
there.
gotta hurry. They
do.
cannot be lollygagging.
They got a motor. 4 minutes have passed, or 4 minutes left now to finish this. The hack has started. ZIBB hanging out just by the gateway to potentially get healed. Oh no! ZIBB and Chanzu both getting sent down.
This is not
Dude,
going great.
If they deplete off of the hack being too slow, you're gonna feel so sad about this.
Well,
Anuo
Annie's hacking, but Annie's dying to the next tick here. Gets sent down and gets... Oh, actually, Cheat Death Trinket procking. Chanzu
Dude.
trying to stand in a spot where they can heal everybody here.
Okay, it looks like
Normalizer
they're
gets
starting
broken
to...
out here, so it looks like they're maybe ready.
Oh, they wasted a lot of time on this
Ice
hack, though. They
block. Anuo finishing the hack now, and they have the enlarge coming in. But yeah, like you said, I mean, they've done a lot of optimizing here to make sure that everybody gets to hit the boss instantly, but you don't need that because you're two-phasing anyways. You just need to finish the hack and get under boss. You don't need to do perfect damage into this because there's no difference
okay.
between getting it to 30% and 40% health. You just need
They
to get
don't
that
have
done
lust.
as fast as possible.
They don't have lust, man. Like,
Yeah, so they'll just press it on cooldown when it comes up. That'll actually maybe be even better because it might cover the
maybe
Infernal
it's
instead.
better. Because
Yeah.
it'll cover... So he still has Combust.
A lot of damage onto this aerial oppression unit, 27%, but like I was saying earlier, there's no bonus points for getting it to 26 instead of to 40% health. It's taken them a lot of time to do it. The Renormalizer is going to stay in combat here. Yeah, they are going to get some enlarges during this phase. That is big.
Oh, they're also done. Yo, they're done with count. Okay, so this is actually pretty interesting. So since they're done with count, they also don't have to kill this Renormalizer off. It'll probably die to incidental cleave.
Yeah,
but
it's absolutely dead already on my screen. But they don't need to.
Here's
but it
Lust.
is Very
okay,
dying.
immediately is popped. Their mage is still in the rune of. Their mage is still in his combustion. He gets the enlarge off.
Yeah, spell steals that. That fulminating zap is very scary here. You can see Turtle committed by Annie against it. Still ticking for so much health every single time there.
How much time until this tank buster needs to be dead? They probably need like a minute for the
tank buster
hack.
needs to die in the next 30 seconds.
Okay.
If it dies before we
God.
see 37 on the clock, I think Shishu Gaming are in with a chance. The problem is they're playing over on this side of the arena. They need to get to the other side of the arena because that's going to be the side that activates during the next intermission. They are as far away from it as they could possibly be here.
Here's the combust. They're resending. Oh, that's an SKB proc. He does have his combust available.
Okay, so they've spawned some walkie-shockies, yeah? Maybe they can get over... I mean, I feel like this is just going to be slow. Maybe they don't know that it alternates every time.
no, they know that.
I mean,
think
why
they
is they
would by
running
now.
for so long here?
You're
Yeah.
full hacking. Like, there's no
I have all 5.
yeah. All right,
Oh.
gateway hack.
Oh, no! SciBB ending up gatewaying right into the Alarmobot.
Okay.
They're going to be able to get there.
It's taking so long.
You're just sending all 5 of your people to hack. Like, you don't really care about anything else. Just get the boss activated, please. I beg.
Big group
Yeah, you don't need
hack.
to optimize this. You don't need to go down right at the end. You just need to finish the hack. Finish the
You
hack!
know what? Finishing it off.
Finish
oh,
it.
I think they can do it. Oh my gosh, I think
20
they
seconds.
have it.
It's gonna be so close.
got it.
20%. Big group hack leads to big group damage. Leads to all of our casters in at the same time for the end of this one to see if they can do it.
Kill the boss.
And they got it. Wow. Our second team to finish at 37. And that was an impressive finish. That first hack looked so messy, but they got it done. Wow. Meanwhile, welcome Nagura and Zyronic back. Tuttles and Dratno's going to take a much needed
All right,
break after
good
that
luck.
one. That was exciting.
Good luck with that.
What a ridiculous last 10 minutes of the first hour of the day. Ambition timing
Seriously.
at 32 lower within like a second of the timer. And then Jishu Gaming getting the second 37 Junkyard. I don't know who it was that was Tettles' source of them thinking they could do a 38 Junkyard, but I'm calling shenanigans on that.
The fans? I think the fans were saying that. I mean, gotta love that fan optimism, but yeah, I don't know if that's gonna happen. They have to be very clean to be able to do that.
Ambition looks like they are trying to do a 33 streets now after that 32 lower that they've done. But that's a reset because they had some issues really early on. I think they only lost 3 minutes, 3 or 4. So it's not too bad for Ambition. But yeah, that 33 streets. We've seen Echo do it yesterday. And it looked somewhat... Like, the timer looked really good for Echo, I think, in the end. And the Ambition for the 32 timer is actually slower than how Echo did their 33. Like, they were almost a minute
Yeah.
slower than Echo, even though it was a key level lower. So, not sure if they had any issues in the 32, I don't remember exactly. But it might be a bit closer for Ambition. We'll see.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, we know that 33 streets is very, very doable, right? Echo's time was killer in there. Monka honestly should have had that key done yesterday, but it took a whole whirlwind of events and things going wrong for them to not time that key yesterday. And even then, they were only 1 second over the timer with some really unfortunate timings in that last boss fight. Monka will definitely be getting back in there and getting that down later today, so Ambition definitely seems like a worthwhile opportunity to go in here and do this before they head for that 37 Junkyard, because the 37 Junkyard is looking more and more difficult by the minute, pretty much. It's actually just all the more impressive that Team Performance was able to two-shot that dungeon yesterday.
Yeah, seriously. It's so hard, but it seems like it's kind of becoming mandatory if you want to win this thing.
Yeah, and then if you
Almost.
think about the fact that you have to do upper as well, right? The only team that is in upper right now is Monka. So Ambition doing the 33 streets is definitely interesting. I mean, we know that it's kind of a somewhat easy point, I guess, to get. Not that any of the points are still easy today, but one of the easier points they can still get. So how much time do you think they have to spend in upper? Because, yeah, I mean,
I think we should keep an eye on Monka for the next, like, I don't know, half an hour to an hour or so. Well, for this hour, we should definitely focus on Monka because they're the only team pushing it right now. They're in that 31 right now, and it really comes down to how doable Curator ends up being. They're in on that second damage amp right now. I'd say if they get the boss like below the 30% mark, this is probably very doable on the 31. But they really didn't have any cooldowns for this phase, and that kind of is the problem with Curator, is that at the very beginning of the fight, you only have to deal with like 3 of the volatile energies, and you can keep the 4th one alive during the burn for a cleave target. But after that first evocate, where you pop your Bloodlust, you pretty much have to commit your cooldowns to killing the volatile energies for the rest of the fight. So for the second and third evocates, you really don't have as much damage allocated for them, even though the boss is taking double damage. You don't have your cooldowns there because you need the cooldowns to kill the energy. Look how much damage these energies do to the group on 31 Fortified when only 2 of them are alive. These Arc Lightnings do so much damage. Mode just gets one shot. He was like 90% HP, got hit by 2 Chain Lightnings and just died. That's ridiculous. So, I mean, you have to kill the boss in this third evocate. This third evocation explosion is essentially an immune or die scenario here, and they have to spend their time cleaving down this third volatile energy. You have to kill the boss during this evocation, or at least get it sub 5% so that your hunter and your mage can finish off the boss. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it on their first attempt here, though.
Yeah, they don't have Combust here by Crims. They do have the PI and the Warlock with the Infernal down as well, but definitely looks like they're not going to be able to finish up Curator here. As Crims goes down, RX is in a pot, Mason in a pot as well. From the explosion from the Curator, they don't have a rest for mode. They might be able to finish it off with, if they just focus the boss right now, Skylark might be able to solo the last couple of percent. But it's definitely not looking clean.
No,
Skylark going down, that's it. Oh,
no chance there.
That looks very scary, this boss. It also looks like
doable,
one of the... Yeah, it definitely looks doable because I think things were falling apart a little bit because one of the sparks wasn't taunted immediately by Skylark. And I think it was Macy that had aggro. So we saw like 2 or 3 necrotic stacks on Macy having aggro from the spark. And then things kind of fell apart there. And then mode went down. So I think if they have the sparks a bit more under control, then they should be able to do it.
Ambition having issues in the first few minutes here of their 33 streets here. It looks like Nerf wants to keep playing. No, they're gonna reset. There's no reason to start with a scuffed run, right? Yeah, they're gonna reset and go again in this 33 streets. I mean, we saw how close it was for Monkey yesterday. Even though they've pretty much had like the past 18 or so hours to go back over VODs, see what it was that Echo did to make this dungeon so much easier for them compared to the other teams. Obviously, it's a little harder to just pull it off and practice on your first couple attempts just from looking at a VOD, so they'll workshop it out a little bit here, figure out what it is they need to do, and we'll see them get back on the 33 streets here momentarily, because I think this is probably their easiest place to pick up an extra point from the dungeons they have left. I'm surprised we haven't seen any teams go back into the 32 Iron Docks, though, yet. What do you think about that?
It looked like Ellesmere deceived there at the end. Maybe that's why they had to reset. Thankfully, it was early on. But, yeah, at least Ellesmere was offline. Not sure if he just relogged after it was already depleted or if it happened during the dungeon. Either way, they're going to try again. Didn't lose too much time. And yeah, the 31 docks... Oh, wait, 32. Right? Because we have 31s already? Yeah, I definitely think that those kind of keys are probably going to be attempted at the end of the day. Just because right now, I think they should just go for like the points they know they can get for sure without it being too difficult, right? And we definitely know that 33 streets is doable. We also know that, of course, the upper, they have to get it up to at least like a 30-31. And then we also still have the 37 junkyard that all the teams will have to do, in my opinion at least, if you don't want to lose that tiebreaker. So once you have done that, I think then you can look to do 32 Iron Docks, in my opinion at least.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's definitely a hard key. It looked doable, but definitely difficult. And I wonder if the teams potentially were listening to the broadcast in their VOD review and heard us talking about the 25-yard outrange thing, because nobody was really doing that yesterday. And it definitely makes some of these trash pulls a lot easier to not have your, your ranged and Hailer just getting randomly flung hammer 100 to 0. We'll have to see if anybody is able to pull off that tech later on today. Now, of note, I'm looking at the 31 curator from Monka here. We have a death log from one of our admins we're looking at here. It looks like Mode actually had aggro on one of the energies, like you said. I think you said the one was on Maystine, but it looks like Mode had aggro on one as well, and took a static charge, and then took 3 Arc Lightnings over the course of 6 seconds. Tried to heal himself. There are actually 7 healing casts that went on himself, but unfortunately should have done 8 heals. Would have kept himself alive. Went from 100 to 0 in 6 seconds.
For not taunting. It's the healer's fault for not healing more, actually.
Exactly.
Sushi Gaming now also in that upper 28. 28 definitely pretty easily doable for them, but you do want to make sure you get the +2 on the board, so you don't have to waste another 30 minutes to get the 29 done. I guess there's also a possibility to 2-chest at 29 if you fail to 2-chest at 28, but that's obviously a bit more difficult, so definitely want to go for the 28 2-chest. So yeah, we'll see how they're doing. They're all running the same setup, right? Because we've seen some teams have a little bit of a difference in opinion when it came to the setup in upper, but the 2 teams that are in upper today, at least, are running that same setup with the mage, survival, and Destro Warlock.
Yeah, I think this is probably the most balanced comp that you'll see in pretty much any dungeon right now. There are some live comps that have been dropping the mage in favor of a rogue, but I think the overall damage from the rogue is kind of a little bit less than the mage, but it definitely seems to be doing pretty much just as well. But yeah, I think this is a little bit more balanced in terms of like the boss damage that the mage can pump out, which is really, really important in this dungeon, even on Fortified. And yeah, look how easily Jushu Gaming's killing this boss off in this evocation. Not even going to have to worry about the explosion here. That's a very, very quick curator kill, by the way. I think that was a 2-phase on the 28. They absolutely destroyed that boss.
And they're blasting. Another thing that I noticed as well is I'm pretty sure Clicks played demo in Junkyard yesterday for a few keys, and now he switched to Destro on the 37. So I guess that's also interesting. I maybe it has something to do with them knowing that they can't one-phase the last boss anyway, and therefore it's better to have Destro damage for like trash and overall. Sure.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think the thing is Demonology is a safer play, right? Because the passive damage reduction you have on Demonology, plus, relatively similar, if not slightly better boss damage, is nice to try to push the bosses a little faster, especially for things like King Gabamak, but you don't really have time, as we've seen in that 37 Junkyard, to give up trash damage for boss damage. You need to do that key as quickly and efficiently as possible. Even the tiny trash pulls are difficult, right? You get 2 grunters meleeing you, they could 100 to 0 you in like the space of 2 seconds. So you need to make sure you have, all those AoE stuns coming out of the Destro lock, plus the massive AoE damage they do, just to time the key, I think. And we saw Echo make that distinction at the end of the day yesterday when they went into their very first attempt at the 37 Junkyard. They actually had Click swap to Destro, so I think they're going to stick with that Destro lock. And you can see they do have that Destro lock up there in the top left corner. And they're actually making pretty good time here. Dratnos actually gave us a nice overlay of the times from all of our fastest runs in every dungeon as of the end of yesterday. And if we look at that 37 Junkyard from Team Performance, their Trixie timer was a 16:57. So Echo is actually going faster than Team Performance did yesterday, so they're on good pace right now.
Yeah, definitely looking good. If they continue to play that well and this quickly, then they might even be able to do the last boss even if someone DCs for like a minute. Which was, of course, very unfortunate for Echo earlier. But yeah, they're looking really, really strong in that 37 Junkyard. It also is good to know that they obviously didn't really get affected by that 37 deplete they had earlier. Sometimes when stuff like this happens, it can really affect the player's mental, but Echo, of course, being a veteran team, knowing that they can still win. They're still in the lead anyway, right? So it really didn't affect them, and they're playing better than before even. So looking good. Ambition on the bottom right, still in that 33 streets. Also looking a bit better for them this time around because they had to reset the key already twice, pretty early on. But looking pretty good now. Of course, they're not far into the dungeon yet, so we'll see.
Well, we have Monka's second attempt at the 31 Curator here in our top right corner. 55% on the first evocate. That's not too bad. Anything in the 50s is pretty much what you're looking for on the first burn here. And as we mentioned, they're pretty much going to have to start repopping their CDs pretty much on cooldown in order to deal with these volatile energies. Any more than 2 volatile energies alive at a time is pretty much death for your team. So they really have to make sure they're finishing off one of those 2 volatile energies before the next one spawns. And they're kind of on pace for that right now. So let's see if they're able to continue keeping this up. It looks like Maystein got clipped by that arcane energy there on the ground. Little unfortunate, but they were able to quickly get a res off. Did he lose his Infernal? It looks like he might have there, though. Because you can see he's kind of in that window where his Infernal would still be out with the reduction from Wilfred's here. Going into the second evocation here, only 1 energy alive. This is exactly where you want to be. If they can get this boss, I would say sub 30 in this damage amp, they're looking very, very good to deal with this fight this time around. And Crim's even saved the combust for this, so they should be able to get pretty close to that mark.
Yeah, when the Curator is done evocating, we'll all see this huge explosion. That's why we see the MZ being used by Skylark here. Everyone looking pretty fine. Also use some immunities to make sure that that damage is mitigated properly by Crimson RX. So the next evocation, if that one explodes, which it probably will, we might see some deaths. But as long as the boss is low enough, they might still be able to finish it off anyway. Don't really have any cheap deaths available anymore. But some of these pot tenders might actually come back up. We have Crims, Maystein, and RX, all that pot tender cooldown being pretty close to being back up.
Yeah, and of note, Crim's used his Ice Block at the end of that second evocate, it looks like, so he's not going to have that up for the third evocate, so he is just going to die at the end of the third evocation here. But here we go, when the boss's mana reaches 0, they're going to go into that final damage amp phase. They do have 2 energies alive. Okay, they're going to kill off one of them right before they go into it. They need to burn this boss to like sub 5% in this phase, or we're going to see the same thing we saw last time around. They definitely had a lot more uptime this time around, and the boss is dropping a lot quicker than it was before. It looks like this is going to be a kill, but as we said before, Crims is probably going to die here to this explosion. Oh, he pod tenders instead, actually, but that's also an angel from Mode. But the boss is low enough to where they'll be able to finish it off, and they can release up right away. Right? Yeah, okay, the boss will go down. There we go. That 1% is lasting a very long time, though. But that was the pod tenders, so they're able to get the boss down. Every single one of the DPS potted there, so Skylark had to finish it off on his own.
That was such good timing as well, right? Because the debuff of the pot tender literally just came up during that last Evo. So they were pretty lucky, otherwise they would have had 3 extra deaths, 15 seconds penalty, which to be fair, wouldn't have been the end of the world anyway, because I think they can still time it with a 15 seconds penalty. But we'll see how the rest of the dungeon works out for Monka, as there's still a couple of pulls and bosses left that can be incredibly dangerous on a 31. We'll also see if they pick up the Shrouded mobs here, because we've seen some different strategies. And yeah, they're going to the right, so that definitely means they're gonna pick up those stacks. One of them already pulled by Skylark, and now they're moving down to this Pyromancer, who's also a Shrouded Infiltrator. They get those 2 extra stacks before they go to Medivh, which is definitely something we've seen on higher keys by most of the teams. While on lower keys, they just skip those 2 mobs because it's a pretty big time loss, and it's also a bit awkward because you have to move down there, and there's another Pyromancer patrolling it upstairs, and you could ninja pull it and so on. Yeah, it's definitely worth it on those higher keys.
Yeah. Okay, we'll have to catch up with him when they get to Medivh in a couple minutes here. Echo in the top right is attempting that plus 37 King Gobamak, heading right into it. You can see the first rumble ticking everybody for massive amounts of damage. They even saved their Bloodlust for this on pull, so this should be a very quick boss. It's all about living through the major dangerous mechanics. Here's that first charge smash. They perfectly executed that, stacked up all of the grunters, hit them with a little binding shot, and then ran away from them, so there were no errant melees on the group when they took the damage from that charge smash, keeping themselves very healthy. And every other charge smash over the course of the fight will be a little bit easier because they won't have to worry about those grunters. The biggest thing to look out for is that later lineup of rumble into charge smash, where Xaylia has to do his best to keep everyone topped up right before going into that massive AoE damage. But they have a little bit of a reprieve right now, as they don't have to worry too much about major damage stack-ups here.
And in the meantime, Ambition on the bottom right did finish off the first boss in their 33 streets. We do have a split for Echo when they did their 33, and it looks like they had killed Sofex at 10 minutes flat. So 25 seconds slower for Ambition. Do you remember if Echo actually killed Sorgamux?
Looking at their stacks. Oh, and their 33 streets.
Yeah. So I know that they skipped Sorgamux a lot in their streets runs, but not sure if they ended up actually pulling it in the 33.
I don't remember.
Because if Echo did not pull it, that means that obviously Ambition splits would be really, really good. And if Echo pulled it, then it would be like around even. Either way,
Perhaps we could get a Dratnos or a Tettles on the case and hit us up with that information.
That'd be nice.
A 10-minute Zofex kill on their 33. That seems to me like
has to
they
be
wouldn't have
Sorgamux,
killed
right?
it. We'll see.
I think it has
Dratnos
to
is
be
on
10
it.
minutes. It's a long time.
Well, 10-minute Zofex is actually really fast. Whenever, like the timer for my group, whenever we were pushing street skis early on, with killing Zolgamux, is we were happy with a sub 12-minute Zofex kill. But
Yeah,
these
I
teams
guess.
are obviously a fair bit better at pushing keys than we are, so maybe 10 minutes is the play with Zolgamux. I wouldn't be surprised either way.
And now
What is
Echo in the top
Ambition
left.
Zofex kill? Oh, they're on pace. 10:25. That's
Yeah,
not bad.
10:25. They're looking really good.
But that's definitely without Zolgamux, so, huh.
Wait, no, they
We'll have
they
to
killed
see.
it, right? They have 3 stacks?
Well, you start with
then
one.
it's without. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
True. It's definitely without.
All right, we have a
Interesting,
confirmation.
because
Echo
Ambition-
did skip. So
Oh, okay, there we go. Alright, so both of them skipped, meaning that Ambition is slightly slower, but only 25 seconds, right, compared to Echo, so that's not a big deal at all. And we also know that Echo had quite a few minutes left at the end, even. So that means Ambition is definitely looking really good. Wait, Monka on
yeah.
the 31 Shade of Medivh here.
Maceteen even channeling a
interrupt this?
drain life to help his healer out here. A selfless warlock play. Hopefully he's not spellbooking that and it's actually keybound. Yep, easy flame wreath healing here from Mode. Oh, even dodging the Inferno Bolt with a little soul shape there. Not bad into the Ceaseless Winter. Okay. Looks like they'll be totally fine. The big thing to look for is going to be that next Guardian Image phase, if they have the cooldown saved for it. Looks like Mode is holding on to the Power Infusion specifically for that phase. If it's either for him to help heal more, or if he's going to put it on, potentially the Warlock with this Infernal coming up in a couple seconds to help get through that phase a little quicker. They should also have the Combustion coming up for that too. He's got the Fairies on him as well, plus Kindling will get that Combustion off cooldown.
What?
Maceteen has
Maceteen
gone
died.
down though. Looks
A
like
stack of Ceaseless Winter.
Yeah, just one stack of Ceaseless Winter, and okay, at least he didn't lose the Infernal. That's the big thing, right? The Infernal is active here. They have the Power Infusion on as well. Here comes the Combustion too. They have so many tools to keep themselves alive here. They have Unning Resolve on Maceteen. They have Ice Block to top himself off if you're on the Mage. They have a lot of things to get through this phase, and one of the images is already dead. They're going to be totally fine going into the next Flame Wreath. This boss should go down for them.
Yeah, I mean, they are looking good, but they're definitely running out of defenses, especially if the Flame Wreath is going to be on Maceteen again, for example, because him going down there, also using Unending Resolve. I assume Dark Pact is probably available, but yeah, if you get the Flame Wreath on the same people multiple times, it can be pretty dangerous. Either way, Echo is at the end of their dungeon run here for the 37. The timer is looking pretty good. Not amazing, because they still have to do some trash, and we do know that the last boss takes approximately 6 minutes. So they have to get that next trash pack done pretty quickly. They also had 3 deaths in total here, and it looks like they have to summon some players that maybe had to pick up some shock bots and other bots, because they went down possibly. So yeah, losing a bit more time here, unfortunately.
I mean, Echo has so much time in this key. Their King Gabamax split is pretty much on pace with where Team Performance was yesterday. They're 30 seconds slower, but remember, Team Performance had almost 2 minutes left at the end of their key to get down the final boss. So yes, Echo does have a little bit of time here to wiggle with, but they really don't have that much. You cannot sit around for that long if you're them. You need to make sure you're taking advantage of this opportunity. You don't want to have another 38 minutes wasted, because that is all teams like Ambition and Monka need to get back in the mix of things is Echo to pretty much waste the first hour and a half of their day. They should be able to finish this trash count up in the next couple of minutes, which would leave them a healthy 6 minutes for the final boss, which they should be able to capitalize on, or I'd hope they would be able to.
Yeah, I think the last boss takes 6 minutes, sometimes a bit more, like 6.5, maybe? So they have to get this trash bag down somewhat fast. I think they even have to do one more pull after this, where they get their renormalizer as well. So it's definitely looking a bit close for Echo here, honestly. They have to get the next trash pull done in like a minute.
I think
So
6
we'll
might be a
see.
little bit of a high estimate. I think they probably need more like 5 minutes or 5.5 minutes if you really wanted to play it safe. But 6 would be very nice. I would not be opposed to seeing them have 6 minutes going into the boss. That would be very, very cozy for them. And it looks like, yeah,
They
this
also
should be the last trash count they need.
And they also have 15 shrouded buffs, of course, so that will speed up their last boss quite a bit. I assume they're going to use most of their cooldowns for the tank buster because, again, when you're two-facing the last boss, you don't really need to hold your cooldowns for the aerial unit. You can just use it for the tank buster to make sure that one's going down quicker and also safer because, of course, that tank buster does a lot of damage on a 37. So those saps that are being shot out at the players are doing an incredible amount of damage.
Yeah. And of course they're keeping that normalizer polymorphed up top just to make sure they have it available for the boss, and that'll be the rest of their trash count after they finish off this cavalry here. Do they actually need one more mob? No, they don't. But it was either the Hunter or the Warlock who ran off screen there for a second there. Are they double renormalizing? Actually? They could be.
Yeah, I only see one so far.
No. Okay, they're back. I'm not sure. I saw someone running off to the left, which is a little weird. And I know there's another renormalizer out there, but you don't really need that. That is dark tech. That is cursed BFA tech to have 2 renormalizers and double polymorph the enlarge on your mage to get a 200% damage increase instead of 1. It's very difficult to set up, but it is possible, and that's how like the world first 31 and 32 junkyards were done back in BFA. Definitely not needed. Although, I guess they could potentially one-phase the boss if they had that 200% damage up on the mage. Ice block being committed
maybe,
for the
yeah.
Arc Lightning there. Yeah, well, I don't think they're going to be going for the one-phase. They have plenty of time left in the key. They don't need to go for the one-phase. They just need to make sure they cleanly get through 2 of these Tank Buster phases. They even have the Bloodlust available for the next one right off cooldown, so Echo's looking very, very solid in this junkyard.
And I'm just gonna get one more sap here. Let's see, it's on clicks. That should be okay. No unending resolve available, but dark flag should be fine. Doesn't actually have a pot either. So clicks actually taking a lot of damage on that warlock. Usually the tankiest classes that we have. Gingy using Turtle here. Get basically immune the last sap, which is really nice because if you have a debuff coming into this intermission, it is very, very stressful on the healer because you have to walk all the way up to that zone, and then the healer needs to stay behind to actually get the heals off on the player with the debuff. So really nice that they got it on Gingy there and they had an immunity available. So this should be somewhat easy for them. Of course, Zalia needs to get up here to keep everyone alive though. Gingy dropping really low from that Grievous and all of the damage coming out. Where's Zalia? Oh, probably healing and we can't see that.
One heal on
going
Gingy here,
down?
or he's going to proc his
Zalia,
cheat death
where are
trinkets?
you? There
Zalia,
we go,
please.
Zalia waiting downstairs, apparently.
Well, he did proc his cheat death trinket there. Now is actually
Now
died,
going
though.
down.
That is absolutely not ideal.
That's
He
not
had a soulstone on him,
up.
though. Okay. That is okay. They have the Bloodlust here. Are they going to pop it, or are they going to save
They're
it
not
for the
gonna use
phase?
it.
All right, you're right. They're not going to use it. See, they're playing it so dangerously for no reason, honestly. I feel like Zalia should just go up and heal the team there. I'm not sure why they had to commit a cheat death plus a battle res there just to get through the phase. But, I mean, who am I to say Echo should do one thing or another? They're very clearly the best team in the world right now. It's just a little bit confusing to see them play that so dangerously when they have so much time left in the key. I feel like they're cutting it a lot closer than they need to now. Aerial Oppression Unit is going to be about 35% coming out of this phase here, which is easily doable next time around. And they have the Bloodlust available for the second Tank Buster phase. But they really don't have that many immunities to deal with those zaps, right? That's the thing I'm scared about here. Is Zalia's mana bar healthy enough to heal people? Looks like it is. He has about 75% mana. And of course, he's going to have plenty of mana available from the symbols as well as the Fey Guardians. So this should be okay, but we have to keep an eye on that Arc Lightning
Except on
damage.
Gingy.
Look at Gingy's HP. Every tick hitting him for 60% of his health bar. Man, that looks dangerous.
Yeah, that looks incredibly scary. They don't have many cheap deaths available other than on Zelia. We'll see who the next set goes on. One is on Maris here. Maris actually pretty so that means Maris cannot be doing any more spell steals. Maybe not even Pyroblast at this point. We're completely out of mana on that mage. There we go. Another
he'll
7
regen mana in
Jinji.
the
That's
intermission.
really bad because Jinji has no defenses available. Does have Turtle back up in a second, so if the next step goes in Jinji, they can use Turtle, but it's not.
Went on their Warlock, and he has unending resolve. I would just use that wall there. No,
Yeah.
he didn't use it. He used the Shadow Fury. That tricked me.
I mean, it's
But they are
definitely
gonna be able to
time,
get
so
through
that's
this
definitely fine.
Yeah, notably,
I
Fire
think-
Mage is mana negative when you have this much haste, when you always have Bloodlust on your character. But he's not popping Combustion, which is actually a very large user of that mana. So in this intermission phase, he should be able to regen enough mana passively to actually go through an entire Combust cycle. But yeah, using half your mana bar to spell steal, and then also being mana negative outside of that is one of the problems with Mage right now, with this much haste. But here we
Yeah,
go.
this
Sounds like
Into
really,
the
a really hard
phase.
life there, yeah. Sounds tough. I'm just doing so much damage. I run out of mana now.
A minute and 20 seconds to get through this hack phase and do 36% of the aerial oppression unit's HP. They just need to get through this hack phase cleanly. It looks like they've got it down. The boss is down. The hack is complete. Here comes the combustion from their mage, the CA from the hunter, the infernal from the warlock, and the zap pots are going to be doing insane damage to this oppression unit. It's not even going to be close. Echo have taken down the 37 Junkyard, our third team of the competition to get that one down. It was a lot easier for them than it was for Jishu Gaming earlier today.
Yeah.
That's still nearly a minute slower than Performance, who just seems like that time is untouchable. But Echo, the team out of those two that's still in the tournament, so that works out well for them.
Yep. Got a point. As Monka, the top left, is now still in the 31 upper. They're trying to get through this Mana Devourer pool, which is a bit difficult with those affixes, honestly, because they have all of those shades running around while the orbs are coming in as well that you have to soak, otherwise you wipe. So it can be a bit dangerous on the small corridor. But it looks like they are handling it really nicely on Monka's side, and their timer is also looking really good. They have the chess event left to do and the last boss. Other than that, I don't think they need any more trash. The only difficult thing coming up for them next is that skip, the bridge skip, which we've seen some teams fail, because there's one Shrouded mob on here, and if anyone pulls the Shrouded mob, all the other team members in, I think, like a 60 yards radius actually get incumbent with it, and RX actually went down. Not sure if anyone else is incumbent as well, or if RX just didn't have a pot available and maybe died on purpose, so they can get the rest up. Oh, they're summoning. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, they're summoning. This is always a safe play, right? If somebody doesn't have a battle, it doesn't have an invis pot, you just make sure your warlock +2 get up there, and you can just summon on the chessboard. Hunter technically can camo buy these, but it requires like the most precise disengage of all time, and I just would not ever even expect someone to go for that, especially in a key. That is so important for Monka here, but they got to be really quick here. This timer is coming down to the wire. You would think 9 minutes when you're at chess event is okay, but really on a 31 fortified key, this chess event is it's a long slog, right? This is pretty much another boss in the dungeon in its own right. Even with a double phase, by killing the first two knights, you have a potential of not one-phasing the king. He has that much HP. So they really have to make sure that they have every single cooldown available, and they can go for the one phase. They might not time this key if they don't get the one phase, though. It's going to be close.
Yeah, they also don't have Bloodlust available. We've seen some teams actually use it for the chess event here. They won't be able to do that, so we'll see how much damage they can do to the king with those two phases. Another thing that is good for them, I guess, is that the chess event was changed a little bit. So now there's no more heals going off on these, on like the queen and the knights and so on. So they can technically, if the pieces are close together, they can AoE them down a little bit. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like the chess pieces stayed close. You can see most of them are in that top right corner, and you also see the queen being at the entrance, so none of those actually getting DPS'd while they're killing off those two knights. But the knights are close together, so that is good for them.
Yeah, this is actually looking really nice, and they have all their cooldowns available. There's the Infernal popped, and here we go. They double push the knights onto the king, so they'll have pretty much 2 phases at the same time to push the King's damage here, and of course, they need to push it sub 25% so that the King does not go back into his immunity phase. If he does, they'll have to kill an entire extra piece, and those Bishops have significantly more HP than the Knights do, so they really don't want to have to, burn one of those down yet again. Looks like they're doing a great job with all the cooldowns available, though. Should be any second now that the King goes back into the immune, so this is going to end up being really, really close.
Let's take a look. A few
Do
more
they have
seconds
it?
left.
They have
might
it.
have it.
They're good.
Yeah,
They're
there
good.
we
They
go.
got through.
Whew. Alright, that was definitely a bit close, but they managed. So that means they're gonna have around 5 to 6 minutes for the last boss, which is definitely enough. So, yeah, looking good for Monka.
All right. Good for them. Let's keep an eye on our other teams, though. Ambition in the top right is on the mailroom in that 33 streets. This is the make or break boss for the dungeon for them here. The damage going out on the group on this key level is so ridiculous. They're going to be soaking this mail order. They're able to stay alive there. That is so much damage. And they even committed to not using Ice Block for that. Actually, Suna just didn't have the Ice Block up. That makes a lot more sense now. But here comes the first unstable goods. They've got to toss those into the mail right next to them. That's a pretty good spawn for where they are in the room. The fan mail doing so much damage to the group as well, though. There is so much healing that has to come out of Ellesmere here. Already down to a half mana bar, and they're less than a minute into the fight.
Yeah, the melee elemental that they have Cecile in a corner still has so much HP, so I don't even know if they want to get it or if they want to kill it off during the fight. Because the amount of damage they have to put into it might not even be worth it in the end, considering it's still so high. Another AoE coming out,
it's unlucky.
plus the soak. It's not on a classic and immune, so they're gonna have to group soak it. And then the result being used, plus Desperate Prayer by Ellesmere, barely surviving. Yeah, boss on 37%. Without that extra haste from the elemental bubble, seems like this boss is actually taking quite a long time, even though they do have 12 of those Shrouded stacks. Running out of defensives as well, you can see the group definitely dropping really low on all of those soaks. They need to be a bit lucky now and get the next mail order on that classic and immune. No turtle available though. Not sure if Ice Block's available for Asuna. Maybe even they could technically even sacrifice the player that has it, because they have 3 battle rests available if they're scared someone's gonna go down.
Yeah, JPC actually ended up even having to use his turtle to live through that last money order as well. It's on the Warlock again, so they cannot immune it. Everyone is going to have to soak this alive. Ellesmere has everyone topped though, so this should be fine, but Ellesmere taking so much damage. And look how taxing this has been on his mana bar in this fight. That's a Night Fae Priest at 5% mana. Like, that is so ridiculous how dangerous this fight is. But they are going to commit. These unstable goods will not be tossed into the chutes, and they are pulling in that mail mental to make sure they guarantee that last count there. I think they couldn't pull this mail elemental in during the fight, because any extra damage on the group during any of those major damage events would have just killed them. One junk mail cast on like the mage or the hunter during the fan mail would have actually just 100 to 0'd them. So they're just playing it safe here. Unfortunately, they will not be able to use the bubble, but it's kind of hard to pull that off on Sanguine anyways, right? But we have to take a look at the timer here. Less than 10 minutes left on the key. They have to kill the Oasis, the entire Oasis RP event, right? So that's, pretty much 3 pulls. Then they have to kill a mini boss, plus they need to get 10% trash from somewhere too, or 10 count from somewhere.
It's not looking
tight.
too great, honestly, because the mailroom split for Echo in the 33. Let's take a look. It was 27:16 for Echo. So
they're fine,
Ambition 1.5 minutes slower in comparison.
Well, Echo is also 2.5 minutes under the timer of the key, right? So that means Ambition has about 1 minute and 15 seconds or so of wiggle room here to play safe with. If they are on the same pace on these last couple of bosses as Echo were, they're going to get some of their trash count from this infiltrator that they just now pulled in that they need, but they're still going to need more trash count on top of that and the mini boss at the end of the dungeon. So we'll have to see where they plan on getting that remaining. I want to say it's like 8 count from or so, 6 or 8 count. I don't remember exactly how much count the infiltrator's given this dungeon. Ooh, Nerf almost proccing Purg on this pack here. Very scary, but didn't end up actually using that cheat death. Let's see. We'll have to keep an eye on Ambition in the future there, but Monka now has Vizardum the Watcher in the bottom left corner, going into that last phase here. They even saved the Bloodlust on phase 2 of the platform. That makes me think that they probably played safe on that platform. They didn't go into the boss, which is surprising considering how much time we thought they had, but I guess it is a fortified key instead of tyrannical, so they have plenty of time. 3 minutes on this last platform with the Bloodlust, they should be totally fine.
And there's one very interesting thing about the way the tiebreaker works in the TGP format. It's if your score is even and your key levels are even, then it's the time in how quickly you cleared those keys that matters. Now, the one thing that you want to think about, like for example, Monka here doing the 31, I would assume they're not going to do the 32 necessarily, at least maybe later on in the day, but I don't think they're going to do it like immediately after. So technically, you could think, oh, we should play phase 2 normally to make sure we're slightly faster. Because of course, having your tank be able to DPS and your hunter be able to go into melee as well will speed up the boss a little bit. But it's of course a lot riskier because you get the mechanics of the boss. So do you want to risk depleting the key just to be like 30 seconds faster or something like that? Because Monka specifically, they only got second place in the EU regionals because of that speed tiebreaker. Because they usually clear the dungeons on the highest levels a bit slower than most other teams. So that is something that they might have to worry about at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we haven't even like looked at the timers yet for the teams right now, but I feel like at this point you cannot be worrying about 30 seconds of timer. You just need to try to get as many keys timed as possible, and getting the 33 streets down for Ambition is the #1 goal right now, regardless of what the time is. They now have 6.5 minutes left in the key. They're just about to pull the final pack or the final boss for the Oasis. Again, we think they need about 2.5 minutes for a perfect run on the last boss, but let's say you probably want closer to 3 minutes on the last boss, just in case you get really bad double techniques and really bad boss ports. It's going to be down to the wire for Ambition, and I don't know if I can take another heartbreak in a 33 streets like we saw from Monka yesterday. I can't do it again.
Yeah, the Oasis split for Echo was 31:59. So they're already a minute slower now, and they still have to finish up the boss. Still doable for them, but yeah, it's gonna be incredibly close for Ambition here, I think. They're gonna have to be super quick to get that last count that they need, and they're just gonna have to blast the boss. They do have Bloodlust available in 4 minutes approximately, so they will have it at some point during the last boss fight. But yeah, not ideal for sure. Now we see Echo on the top right also in that upper carousel as well. So slowly but surely, all teams are moving into that upper, except Ambition trying to get the 33 streets done.
Okay. But here's the thing. Echo is still significantly ahead of your other team, right? This 28 upper Karazhan, it's going to add 28 points to their score. It's going to put them at 193. Which is still 1 point ahead of Monka, who has spent a lot of time in this upper Karazhan already, getting that 31 down. Do you think Monka are comfortable going for the 32 upper Karazhan? It looked like they had the time for it, but again, that's just how upper Karazhan is, right? Like, you do have a lot of time to complete the key. The timer is very lenient, but the bosses just get exponentially more difficult the higher the key goes. So it's really hard to say what Monka's planning on doing now. They do still need to go for that 37 Junkyard as well. That is 2 points that they can secure a 194 score with, but we've seen every other team have so much trouble in that 37 Junkyard. Even Echo had to spend one entire attempt, one extra attempt getting that dungeon down.
Yeah, I wonder, right? Because now it would be fresh in their minds for Monka, right? They just did the 31. The problem would be Curator, I think, but that's a good problem to have, in my opinion, because Curator is so early on in the dungeon that if it doesn't work out, you're not going to be losing too much time. So maybe it would be a good idea for them to actually try it out now and just like set an amount of time that you want to spend in there. Let's say, okay, we're spending 15-20 minutes to see if we can kill Curator in a 32. If it doesn't work out, we go somewhere else, right? Because I do think, as you said, getting that extra point in upper is probably pretty important if you want to compete with Echo. Because obviously Echo being 3 points ahead to most other teams right now.
And actually, I kind of like the position that Monka's in right now, if you think about it, right? They spent the first hour and a half of their day or so getting that upper Karazhan up to 31. Now they've taken a break, notably. We aren't seeing them on screen, and the last time we saw their card, we were on their player cards, showing their social information, which for us means that they're on break. And they can kind of figure out where it is they want to go. They can look at what other teams have done and what seems doable. And they have 3 keys that other teams have done that would be a score increase for them, right? They can go to 33 streets, they can go to 32 lower, or they can go to 37 junkyard. All 3 of those are things that have already been done, and they have VODs that they can look at and figure out what it is that let those teams pull those dungeons off to learn from during their break. So I could see any 3 of those dungeons being the place that Monka goes. I think the lower is probably the least of the likely keys for them to go for. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for either the streets or the junkyard coming out of this break.
Yeah. I think so as well. Ambition on the top left, though, they are finishing off that last trash.
Oh, this timer is not looking good.
And the timer is looking really close, actually. They're only going to have like 2 minutes? Maybe even less.
Oh, they have to pull this. They no, they're resetting.
They're resetting, yeah.
They don't have enough time.
Oh, no, that's heartbreaking for Ambition. Another 37 minutes lost for Ambition here in the 33. And honestly, I think they should go somewhere else. Because I don't think their run looked that bad. Right? They had 3 deaths. And of course they lost a little bit of time here and there, you know, the male elemental not being dead for the mailroom boss. And then afterwards they had to solo it off, right? So that's obviously a time loss. And they now had to finish off 1 single mob as well there at the end. So there's surely time they can get here or there. But I don't know. Like, I think it's 2 hours close, almost into today's last day of the competition. I think they need to go somewhere else. I think they need to do the upper. I think they need to do the junkyard as well, where they can get 2 points still. Because that streets that they're trying to do, that's only 1 point, right? And there's so many other points they can still get in other places. So maybe revisit 33 streets later in the day. But for now, I think they have to move on.
Yeah, they still need to get, like you said, the 37 junkyard, which is the most easy, well, the best acquisition of points they have available, right? Because that's 2 instead of the typical 1. Ah, man. They're in a rough spot here, Ambition. They've lost 2 hours out of their past 3 to not timing keys. They spent a lot of that time in the junkyard. They also spent an hour of it in the streets here today. But here we go. We have the decision for Monka in the bottom right corner. They have opted to go into the junkyard and instantly town portal out. Right away, 1 minute into the key. All right. But if there's ever a time to reset, it is right away like this, so that's okay. But they really need to get this junkyard down and get it down quick if they want to have a chance of competing with Echo for end-of-day rewards here. It's gonna be tough to catch up to them. But look at the percentage difference here. Going from a 35, which was relatively easy for the teams, to a 37, which is what a lot of teams are struggling to get down right now. You go from an 1100 60% damage multiplier to a 1380% damage multiplier. That is like the equivalent of going from Mythic 0 to like Mythic 10 in difficulty in the space of 2 keys. It's actually more than that, if I remember properly.
Insane.
That is a lot.
So, yeah, that's why they're struggling. The exponential scaling in high-end keys gets absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, so fun fact, Miss Avantasi is in chat right now, which is Gingy's girlfriend. And she's saying, I was cleaning my stable, accidentally washed a power cord, internet went out in the whole stable and the house. So I had to run to the other side of the yard to flip the switch back on. So this is what happened earlier.
So that's what happened. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, okay, so what we're saying is if you really want to be a high-end Mythic Plus esports gamer, just don't get a significant other. Because that's an extra affix added to the key.
Or at least no cleaning allowed during M Plus competition. Just let it be messy for a while. Another thing I don't think a lot of us have problems with.
True. Either way, Monka in the bottom right is now in that 37 junkyard as well, so they decided to not go for the 32 upper just yet. We'll see if one of the teams attempts it later on, but for now, no 32 uppers, as Ambition also changed their minds now. So they did abandon the 33 streets, and they're now also getting those points in the upper Karazhan as well.
Yeah, okay. Yep, yeah, that's a smart choice for ambition. Just reset mental, get into the upper, and you'll get back there and collect that point later on. Here's the second attempt at that first pull for Monka. Looks like it's going a little bit better for them here. They haven't used any of their cheat deaths on this first pull. So, yeah. We'll have to see how this goes for them. Remember, we have the timers to look for. In order for this key to be relatively safe in terms of time, you want to get this gunker down right before that 11-minute mark. So we'll see in a few minutes whether or not Monka is actually, you know, kind of on pace for that on their first key. And they know that too, right? They have all the timers. They've been watching VODs. They can see, you know, what benchmarks they need to hit in order to time this key based off of the VODs yesterday. So we'll see exactly how that goes for them here. My favorite part of this upper Karazhan key, though, has to be the Mana Devourer, where you can see Blood DK really go wild here. Look at Echo in the top left corner here now, doing 26k single target DPS, soaking those mana orbs, giving himself that damage amp buff, and telling his healer, yo, I'm not going to deposit these. I'm just going to heal myself, doing 40,000 self HPS on this boss.
And that seems like a reasonable amount of DPS for a tank to do. Yep. Let's take a look at Monka though in the bottom right as they're trying to get the trash done in that ganker area. No, okay, they didn't. I thought they had pulled a slime there for a second, but looking at the HP bars of the players, I don't think they did. Otherwise, it would be a lot lower. Moto already procced the pot tender to something, so that's not great. 37, we saw the amplifiers, how much HP and how much damage everything does. In a 37, pretty crazy. So we'll see if Monka can get this key done. We've seen other teams. I don't think we've seen a single team actually one-shot the 37. The only team that only needed like one try was Team Performance, I think. All the other teams had multiple resets on the 37. Because there's just so many things that can go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that one single slime, no meeting slime at the start of this dungeon is probably one of the scariest things that you have to deal with. Is pretty insane. Those droplets just do way too much splash damage. Monka got through it relatively safely. I mean, we saw yesterday that one of our teams, I forget exactly who it was, ended up using 6 cheat deaths to that one singular no-bidding slime. And in the process of me saying that sentence, Skylark has procced both his Purgatory as well as his cheat death trinket that Weave of Warped Fates, I believe it's called. I believe is the name of the trinket. Already procced 2 of them on this one pack alone. So, yeah, cheat death trinkets definitely being used across the board here for Monka, just to make sure they stay alive through most of this content and don't lose their bots.
Yep. Echo now on the top left fighting those Mana Devourers. Oh my god, that was a one-shot on the whole group as one of the orbs actually went through. So, oof, yeah.
Oh, did the trash reset? It did.
I think so.
Oh no.
That's
Wait,
really
maybe
bad for
they
them.
can tag some of it, actually? They should be able to tag most of it. Genji looks like he has it and has
Oh,
also
nice.
popped the turtle to keep an eye on. Okay, that's big. Because remember, the big thing here in this 28, they need to get the 2 chest, and that was actually one of the big missteps that Echo had last week, was that they had issues 2-chesting their upper Karazhan, which other teams did. It was one of the reasons Monka was able to keep a healthy lead for most of the weekend, only to just get overtaken by Echo at the last second. So that can happen sometimes with the Mana Devourers. You know, a couple orbs can pop in, but as long as you keep the pull alive, you don't end up losing that much time. You just lose a couple food buffs, and you lose your, you know, a couple death timers on the board. They still have 9 minutes to 2-chest this key, though, and on this 28 level, they should be okay to do that here. It's all about getting the 1 phase on this chest event, though. So we'll have to keep an eye on Echo there on the top left.
Yeah, it looks like Mir's already there. Clicks are now a bit slower with their characters compared to the mage movement speed. Cisalia went back down. Not sure if he's trying to tag a mob or something, or if he's trying to help one of the players to get there. And there we go. Ellie now here as well. They're pulling the trash. We do have Bloodlust available actually, so I wonder if they want to commit it to this event here, because I would say it definitely has a lot more value in the chess event than it has value in the last boss. So probably gonna be using it. There we go.
They 100% are going to use it here. It's so much more valuable to use it here to guarantee yourself the one phase. Even though we've seen other teams one phase the 30 in the 31 just with a 2 mob kill, you really want to make sure that you do not mess up the one phase here. Actually, they're just burning down one singular knight. They're solo killing a knight and going straight into the boss here. This is a little unideal because they didn't have every cooldown available. Actually, they did. They just burned it down with no cooldown. So they have every cooldown going into the king here. Can they one phase it in just the 1 30-second window with Bloodlust? That would be really, really impressive. It looks like they do have the damage for it. The king already below half HP. And yeah, they're going to be... Oh, no, they're not. They're not. They're going to have to burn down this knight. Okay, spoke too soon. But they still have the cooldowns available. Combust still is on Mirrors. They still have the remaining seconds of that Infernal coming out from Clicks as well. And this knight is going to get burned down very quickly, and that king should very easily be pushed. So, same thing as what we saw from other teams, just a little bit in a more roundabout way. You have to do the king in 2 phases. 2 short phases rather than 1 long phase.
I wonder if that's a call you can make on the fly as well, because I think finishing off 2 knights at the same time can actually cost you more time than what you gain if the knights jump really far apart from each other and you literally have to stop on one knight and then go on the other one. So maybe that's like a call you can make on the fly. If the knights are close to each other and you can actually cleave them properly, then it does make a lot of sense to finish 2 of them at the same time. But maybe if they jump really far apart, then yeah. I guess the only real gain is that your Infernal gets more uptime on the king. But that's about it, right?
Yeah. That wasn't too bad. And they did have that knight jump way far away from the other knight right at the start there, so that's probably why they made the call, just to kill the one off, like you mentioned. But let's take a look here. They're going to have about 5.5-ish minutes to finish off Visor Doom on this 28 fortified once Medivh finishes his nice slow walk up the staircase here to open the door for them, which is plenty of time on the 28 fortified here. Just have to make sure they have no major mishaps with the Chaotic Shadows debuffs and nobody accidentally dies to purple swirls in the last platform. They should still get the 2 chest even with that little mishap on the Mana Devourers. So Echo looks like they're doing fine up there. Let's get a little quick look in at where Monka is in their junkyard on the bottom right. Remember, the timer that you're really looking for here to finish off Gunker and have a good chance of timing the key is somewhere between 10:30 and 11 minutes. And they honestly look like they're on pace for that here. This boss should go down in the next 2 minutes or so if they're able to get through it. But that definitely is an if on this 37 key level. Skylark and Mode both having to do 30,000 HPS just to keep the team alive. It is very, very scary for them.
Yeah, Shishi on the top right having some issues there on Mana Devourer. But they should be fine to finish up this boss. We just set a pot tender being proc on their healer. But the boss is really low, so no issues at all for them to finish this off on the 30. But yeah, Monka with Gunker. I mean, look how much damage everyone is taking on the bottom right. There's just so much damage coming into the group. They do have a lot of defensives available still, and they have all of the cheat buffs too. So they technically should be okay. But yeah, mana is already dropping kind of low for Mode there.
I mean, if they can get this done, this try, that's going to be huge for them, though. Lets them go on to some other dungeons. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be insane for them if they manage to one-shot 37 Junkyard.
No one's done it yet, but we'll see.
Otherwise being procced there by Crims. See the fiery feet.
Cheat deaths are meant to be used early and often, remember. Don't make fun of your fire mages for cauterizing. Unless they did it in like the most stupid way possible, then by all means make fun of them. They probably deserve it.
The best thing about Cauterize, in my opinion, is that it actually does give you movement speed. So sometimes mages literally can use it on purpose to like be somewhere faster, which is literally the coolest thing. Like, oh, let me just stand in this on purpose so I can speed to this next like area or whatever.
Yeah, it's just repositioning tech, clearly.
That's like the most copium thing I've ever heard. No mage has ever done that on purpose. If they ever say that they're doing it on purpose, when did that happen? I want to know.
I think I remember it happening during the race to all first, and I think it was fired up on something, but I don't remember.
No shot he used it on purpose. That's like a mage trying to cover up their mistake by saying, "Oh yeah, I needed it for the move speed here," after they accidentally, but don't accidentally stand in
like
the
if any
mechanic
mage would do it on purpose, it would be fired up, right? So
I feel
Another
the
minute.
opposite about that, but okay.
Really?
Gotta push the class to the limit, you know. You gotta find every little bit of hidden tech. But
look at
I
the
found a
timer
couple
for-
hidden casters like Tettles and Dratnos
Oh.
who are back for this hour. That's the best I got. See you later, Nagura ends ironic. You gonna swap things
am
over? It
am
is
I
the hour.
leaving?
No,
Are you?
Yeah, I'm
No,
leaving.
I thought so.
No, I'm not leaving.
Oh, you're not.
I'm
All right.
here.
Well, stick around.
Dratnos is joining
Also,
us.
Tattles is not coming back.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
That's right. Tettles, he's out. Dratnos
Stand by.
back. Zyronic hanging out.
Yeah, but look at the timer for Monka here. You know, oh, okay. Well, I just cursed Crims there. He lost his pod tender.
Well done.
Unfortunate. Ate a bork to the face. That happens. He's in combustion, so he's not too happy about it, but you know, what can you do? But the Gunker timer, 10:56. That's like right on pace to where they need to be at the time of this key. That's actually on pace with where team performance was, right? Where they were a minute 45 under. So looking pretty good so far. We'll have to see if they can stay on that pace, though.
Yeah, this timer is... I mean, there is some flexibility in it, but not much. Very, very scary one, so... Hopefully Monka are able to get this done and get out of here and into other dungeons soon, because looking at that overall leaderboard, they do need to put these 2 points on the board in order to keep up with Echo at this point. That being said, if they do that, they will actually technically overtake Echo. Although Echo, of course, have easy points in upper still.
Yeah, so like let's look across the board and like assuming everyone times the keys that they're in, right? That is a big assumption. Monka, if they get this junk card, will be at 194. Echo is presumably going to go into the 30 upper next. If they time that, they'll be at 195. Then Monka have the unenviable scenario where they then have to go into either a 33 streets or a 32 lower to collect the 1 point to tie up with Echo in. But then Echo can still go into the 31 upper, which didn't really seem all that difficult. So Echo's still, I would say, in the sort of scenario where they have like maybe a little more than a one dungeon advantage over Monka here, which pretty scary considering there's no time. Really, we're running out of time left. We're sub 3 hours left in the competition now.
Monka need to get this 37 done fast. And then, okay, here's my Copium Monka theory. You go Streets 33, and then you go Streets of Wonder 34. Monka have such a fast Streets, I think maybe they could get a 34 perfect. And the thing about that is that gives you the second tiebreaker, right? If your second best key is a 34, and you get to the same score as another team whose second best key is a 33, you win on tie breaks. So that would be a way that Monka could maybe squeeze out the tiebreaker advantage to counteract what Echo's advantage is right now, in that they have very easy points available from upper. I don't know, though.
Is it 34 streets or is it 33 gambit?
Yeah, either of those would work for tiebreaker against a team that didn't have the same result. So that could be a vibe as well. You can see their 32 gambit was more than 2 minutes under time, but very close to the number that makes you think, okay, it's hypothetically possible to do the 33.
Yeah, I love that theory because I did predict Monka to win the tournament. So I love hearing that theory. That sounds great.
The more standard plan for them would be to just go and pick up, 33 streets, 32 lower, the keys that Echo has that Monka doesn't. And then just hope that Echo
Monka?
don't put any more on the board, but I think I think the hope that Echo doesn't put anything else on the board is a dangerous place to be with 3 whole hours left in the tournament. Monka dragging Zul'Kamuks all over the place. Very
That looks
scary.
scary.
That stupid mob, they keep gripping it in and it keeps immediately gunning out. Hate that thing
there's
so much.
so much damage to the group as well
blaster.
while the blood siphon
Yeah.
is going on. Need to make sure they get some stuns and interrupts on it. Otherwise, people might get sniped and one-shot during that AoE from Zul'Kamuks as well. But they're looking good. Might be able to finish it up before the next blood siphon even.
Yeah, I think maybe one more blood siphon is going to be happening here. On 37, Zul'Kamuks just has infinite health. Maybe, though, touch of death?
it.
Touch of death? All right, they did it.
Nice.
Touch of death. Well done.
Good touch of death coming out from the cartel member,
Yeah.
prisoning him up, packaging him.
Monka heading over now. 15:45 on their timer. They're a tiny bit behind the pace set by Echo and team performance in this dungeon. But they still should have time if everything is clean from here.
Yeah, 16:57 Trixie and Nano was the timer for team performance. Echo was a little bit faster than that, if I remember properly. This boss does get completely melted, though. Of course, the reason they're line of sighting everything into this corner here is just really to keep them two mobs stacked on top of each other. Trixie likes to jump around a lot if you fight them out in the courtyard, so getting them behind here, line of sighting them back here is a very easy way to make sure you keep the bosses stacked up. Of course, Nano is still gonna, do his thing where he charges around outside. But the major danger here is that if you're in this corner, you don't have any of those line of sight puddles on the ground to dodge Megatase with. So you kind of have to hope that it goes on somebody with an immunity, so your hunter or your mage, so that you don't just get stunned for 8 seconds. Otherwise, the player that the Megatase goes on just has to go run out into the middle of this area and go stand inside the line of sight puddle on the ground. Otherwise, they'll just kind of die on this key level.
Yeah, we do have a gateway set up to make that possible. Another nice advantage of this spot is you can see the Clothies are able to line of sight behind that pipe whenever they're targeted by Taze, preventing it from going off without actually having to use an interrupt. Even the Taze, not just the Mega Taze, the regular Taze does a lot of damage on this key level.
Would you say you like the pipe, Dratnos?
Yeah, it's a good spot to be fighting this boss. That's for sure.
I was just about to say that Mason is not even putting Curse of Tonks on the boss, but now he reapplied it. So maybe someone in the team yelled at him. These taste casts are pretty fast. What's going on here?
Not sure, but Monka able to get through it. But like we said earlier, this is a little on the slow side here. If we look at the team performance timer, they killed that boss at 16:57, and they had 1:45 left in the key. So, if Monka go at the exact same pace as Team Performance did throughout the rest of this key, they have about a minute left of wiggle room, but that's kind of a perfect run that they have to pull off for the last 20 minutes of the key here. We'll have to see if they can stay on pace, so a lot of key left for them to get through.
Meanwhile, Shishu Gaming in the top right, working on the 30 with the Bloodlust and everything into Vizdoom in the last phase. This part on a fortified key tends to be the easiest part of the Vizdoom fight. Well, the second platform as well. As long as you have enough time for it, you just let that Stabilized Rift cast go almost all the way off. By the time the boss is done with it, it's into a Disintegrate, and by the time that Disintegrate is done, the boss is just dead. Shishu Gaming, 5 minutes to spare in their plus 30, advancing into second place.
I think there's a possibility to two-chest a 30. How far were they off?
28 minutes is the timer there, so 2.5 minutes.
Okay, that does seem
I
like
think
a lot.
not. Yeah. Maybe, though. Echo looks like potentially still on their break. Maybe heading into a Karazhan, it looks like. Perhaps lower? That would be weird.
Do upper, right?
Yeah, maybe
They
it's just
do
showing
30.
lower because they're in the M0 right now. Yeah, upper indeed is the dungeon that they're choosing. This makes a lot of sense. This will bring them up to 195 points, but it is going to cost them 30 minutes, and they need to make sure that they don't have any errors here. After that 37 Junkyard, everything is going to feel a little bit easy for a while, though, for Echo, going back down into these plus 30 keys.
Yeah, here we go into the 30. Love this POV of the action here from Echo. We can see exactly what's going on. They've engaged Zolgamux. The first Blood Siphon is coming up from them here. You're going to see damage going out on them shortly. I'm not interested anymore. Let's see what Monka's doing for their Junkyard. Here we go, pulling some grunters.
So messed up. Ooh, Ambition getting good Knight RNG. The Knights have moved, but they're still both under King. That's pretty lucky. These Knights are now near the edges of the board, and as we all know, that is where that piece is weakest.
What?
That's true, that's a chess thing. You want your Knights in the middle of the board. If they're on the edges of the board, they don't do much. Ask JPC all about it. He's busy doing his speed chess games between keys.
Isn't he like 1100 IO or something?
Let's just say he's very
Elo,
good at
not
World of
IO.
Warcraft. Yeah, at chess he's trying his best.
Okay.
Well, it does look like they are done with
Very
the king,
nice,
though.
yeah.
They did manage to push Under
With just
it's
one
30%, right?
One piece
I'm still
killed,
not
they were
sure.
able to get the king down below 30%. Yeah. Absolutely. Well done by Ambition. Nearly, I mean, they finished the chess event before the 3 chess timer was up, but of course, there is still one boss they need to get through, so that is not looking feasible for them. But I think this might be the fastest 28 that we will see, given that Echo's had a little bit of a Mana Devourer catastrophe. Not on the boss itself, but on the Trash Bowl afterwards.
I'm really intrigued by Monka on the top left here. Do they have the time to pretty much one-bang this 37 Junkyard? Remember, the time that we're looking for on King Gabamak is right around the 26-minute mark, and we know that boss encounter is going to be probably about 2.5 minutes for them with the Bloodlust. It's going to be so close, man. It would be really, really, really big for Monka. Honestly, I think it's necessary for them to get this down in one shot if they want to have any chance of taking home the competition this weekend. If not, I think that's kind of preserving them to second or third place if they don't get this down right away.
Yeah, I think they are in quite a bit of trouble here. Echo are just, they have so much good keys to do. They have so many points that they'll be able to get to, right? 196 points Echo should be able to get to with just 2 Upper Karazhan runs. That would be extremely tough for teams to match. So Monka definitely need to get these 2 points out of Junkyard quickly so that they can then head to one of the other dungeons. But that's the problem. The problem is looking at Monka's scorecard, there's not easy dungeons left for them. They're not in that position that Echo's in of having this nice 30 upper to pick up 2 points in. And they're already still behind in points. It's very rough.
I'd say there's an easy key for them, right? The 33 streets?
Yeah.
I think that's a somewhat easy key for Monka. But then, after that, there probably isn't much left for them to do that is super easy. We talked about the 33 Gambit, right? Which looks like it might be doable, but the bosses in that dungeon just add so much time overall, even if it's just 1 key level higher, because of the way that the first boss and the last boss have extra phases that will be triggered if you don't kill the boss within a certain timer. And that will just make the 33 really hard, I think, Monka. But maybe the 34, as you said, in streets, that might also be a possibility. If they can survive the bosses, I think the mail room might be really difficult on a 34. That really looks very sketchy on a 33.
Yeah, but I mean, again, we can't even really think about what they're going to be doing after this Junkyard, because they still have to get the Junkyard down. They have so much trash left to do before Gabamak. And the timer is looking more and more dire by the second. They just have so little time to wiggle around here in this key. This is rough. They still have to pull the 2 bullies in front of the boss as well. I'm not sure if I like where Monka is right now.
And look, Asuna proccing Cauterize on purpose. Make sure he can move quicker around the other balls.
Yeah, is that Cauterize or is that Mage Sprint that's being used there? Clever use of the
Well done, love to see
the
that.
often defensive effect. His movement ability there. Ambition on this last platform, so much extra time as well.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes on the 2 chest timer. They're going to be able to get this down very easily, unless they decide to all stack up for the Chaotic Shadows, if they even were to get them here. This boss is melting. They might even kill it off before the first Disintegrate goes off.
Yeah, I think that is extremely likely given the cooldowns that they have here. No Bloodlust, but everything else pretty much all being used here. They are going to finish they're going to kick it, and then it's going to do a Disintegrate, and then it should die before that Disintegrate cast even finishes.
Yeah,
Beautiful there by Ambition. 2 chest, 28 Upper Karazhan. Not actually the fastest, or it is the fastest. No, it's not. Okay, I think Monka were a little bit faster in their 28. So, still a good run out of Ambition. Happy to put the 2 chest on the board. Brings them up to 190 points. But you can see that Ambition have fallen pretty far behind the rest of the world here.
Very unfortunate, considering they started off so hot in this competition. They were essentially tied with Echo for most of day 1, but ended up losing so much time to trying to get the 37 Junkyard down yesterday and really just kind of fell behind from there. Weren't able to get the 33 Streets yet today. Lost another half hour there. It's kind of all gone downhill for them. Now, the upside is once all of the teams get a 31 upper done, they kind of are really running out of places to gain scores. So there could be a little room for both Monka and Ambition to come back a little bit here, but they both need to get that 37 Junkyard down ASAP because those 2 points are a massive hole in their score if they aren't able to get those down. Monka here is on to King Gabamak, but this timer, we keep talking about it. This is looking worse and worse by the second here. Dratnos, you gave us some timers yesterday to look at for team performance in Junkyard yesterday. Team performance had Gabamak down a minute ago in their 37 Junkyard. That's how far behind Monka is right now. If they want to have any chance of timing this key, they need to get this boss down in the next 45 seconds, and they have to aggressively pull trash afterwards. We're talking no time in between pulls, go as quickly as possible, but it just doesn't look like they're going to have enough time to finish the key off here.
One nice thing for Monka, their percent here is 82 rather than 75, so they don't need the patrol. They just need to do 2 trash pulls and then the last boss. So maybe there's time here. It is going to be unbelievably close, though.
I did quickly want to take a look at Shiju Gaming because they are in the 31 on Curator. And we've seen, I think it was Monka, right, that had a few issues on that 31 Curator, where they had to reset the key 2 or 3 times even. So we'll see how Shiju Gaming does. They are at the top right side of the screen now. They're in between the first and the second Evo. So this is the trickiest part of the whole boss fight because there's just so many sparks spawning that have to be held under control, and then you also are not really having any offensive cooldowns available right now. We see the combustion coming up from the mage in just a second there. So we'll see if
he's going to save that for the
if they're waiting for Evo. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, a lot of sparks up right now. They have 2 sparks.
This is
okay.
okay.
Might be
They
spawning soon.
No, they don't get another one before the Evocate. They're going to finish off the low one and then go straight into the boss for the Evocate. But that is the Cauterize popped for the Mage. He will have Pod Tender if needed as well. Probably will Ice Block this Evocate so they can do as much damage as possible during the last Evocate. If you get the boss to the low 30% during this Evocate, you should be on pace to deal with the boss. That's what we saw from Monka, and it looks like they're going to be doing fine here. At this point, though, you commit every single offensive and defensive cooldown to live through this phase. Get the energies down. Boss damage doesn't matter. You will have to finish off the boss or get it into the low single-digit percentages in that last evocation phase. The thing that I really like about Zushu Gaming here is they have plenty of room to drop these puddles. They've done a very good job of stacking those puddles very close to each other so they don't have to worry about line of sighting each other at the end of the boss room here. But still, you need to make sure that these energies are going down. That low energy needs to die before the third one spawns, and they do have 3 energies out right now for a little bit. That is very, very scary. You need to make sure you're a little farther ahead on these energies. They are very, very behind right now. It's going to be scary going into this last evocation here. Look at that. 3 up at the same time. They're splitting damage on these. You cannot do that.
They're combusting right now. The mage just used combust. Evo coming up too. They should be okay here. But I don't think they can finish off the boss here within this Evo. As long as they get it low enough, they should be okay. They're definitely going to lose some players or at least proc the pots in just a second.
This is Power Infusion, Infernal, Combust. Oh yeah, they've got this. Okay. Ooh. The Ice Block was actually saved for this phase 2. Warlock went down. That's to be expected. If you don't have Wall plus Dark Pact or like a GS on you, you're going to die here. That is the Angel for the Priest too. So once the Angel runs out, they have no more healing left. But with the boss at 1%, Onwo could finish it off on his own there. And that is a very relatively clean Curator kill. You know, par for the course, what you would expect in the 31 upper Karazhan. If teams actually end up going for the 32 later in the day here, that will be a sight to behold. That is a difficult boss on the 32.
Mira's actually cauterized and pot tendered for Echo in the bottom right there. Looks like 1 cast went off. It should be fine still, but not ideal for sure. But
I wonder what he wanted that movement speed for.
Yeah, maybe it was just a style point because it does look nice when you're in a pot tender and there's like fire coming out of the bottom, right?
Very true, yeah. Monka, though. Oh, this timer. This is a close one for sure for Monka. They're pulling down to the side because they don't want the patrol.
Okay, it's actually pretty safe to do it this way.
Yeah.
And, you know, actually, now that you mention it, their timer is actually looking totally fine. If this is the last trash count they need, I think they might be okay in this dungeon. 7 minutes left on the timer. If we want them to be cozy on the boss, I'd say you want a little over 5 minutes to deal with that boss. We saw Jishu Gaming earlier today do it extremely scuffed with multiple deaths, and it took them a little over 5 minutes. It was like 5 minutes, 5 seconds. So if they're able to pull the boss here in the next minute, Monka might have a one-shot in this 37 Junkyard.
That would be tremendously big for that team. They need that to stay in this competition. Nearly done with this trash, and yeah, the time on the last boss is fine for them. They have 4 battle reses. This could be their moment. They do just have to finish off this trash pull. But yeah, like you said, I mean, if they have 5.5 minutes going into that last boss, they know that they can do it. Just a question of execution.
All sheet deaths available as well, which is really, really nice. We did see Modemo just use Shadow Melt to drop combat there for a second to drink up to full mana as well. Because there's no way for them to get out of combat anymore at this point because of the Renormalizer. So a really nice usage of the racial ability there. Make sure mana is fine. They do have 16 stacks of the Shrouded buff too. So they should be okay. They have 5 minutes and 30 seconds approximately for the last boss if they start soon, and Large already being spell stolen by Crims there. So yeah, looking pretty alright if nothing goes wrong on those tank buster phases, because of course many things can go wrong there, especially if you're a bit unlucky with the fulminating set being casted on the same person multiple times in a row. But first one on Nasteen, which is really good. Just Dark Pact being committed.
Now the question is, when does that Bloodlust come up? Because they want to have it come up for the second tank buster, but they ended up pulling Gabamax so late into this key compared to other teams that Bloodlust might not be up until like the end of the second tank buster phase. Look at that timer. It just now passed to the 3-minute marker, which means it actually is like 3 minutes 30 seconds till it comes up. So I don't know, they just might not have the Bloodlust at all until the second damage burn, which you really don't need it for.
Yeah, maybe they'll get to press it on the second half of the second tank buster, which, you know, they should be able to get through a tank buster without Lust. If the Lust isn't up, it means they're well ahead of the timer as well, based on how the math is working out. So it'd be a good problem for them to have. They walk towards the first intermission now. Ooh, it's the far one. Unlucky.
Yeah, this is this one. The other one is that one, if you wanted to call which side you go for.
Oh, I see.
Nasteen walking around the side.
Shrink going off there. The Dwarf Racial being used by Nasteen to make sure that Shrink debuff goes away. Making sure that Mode does not have to spend GCD to dispel that. Because of course, Mode being very busy keeping everyone alive in this phase because of Grievous.
The whole team now hacking. All at once.
A little team hack sesh, why not?
I love the way that they put down the gateway and then waited for it to be clear and then all went up at the same time. Often we see people just put the gateway down and YOLO click it and hope that it's safe. And sometimes that really punishes people. They're going to break out that Renormalizer now, get the Enlarge buff ready, get the pet ready, and then break the hack. Mode going to use Life Grip to bring Skylark in as fast as possible.
And we're looking to get the boss to about 30 to 35% here. Anything sub 40 is probably relatively safe, and they'll be able to get it down in the next phase with all their cooldowns. They don't even need the Renormalizer for it. And it looks like they're roughly on pace for that here. But again, the Bloodlust timer, they're not going to have it for the Tank Buster phase, so this is going to be a relatively more dangerous Tank Buster. Actually, the damage here is insane from Monka, getting it down to 25%. That is probably the highest damage we've seen on this boss from any of our teams in the 37.
Crims didn't even combust.
Oh, he did. It just came back up cooldown.
Yeah, it just got it back.
Because Ferrix, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they have 46 seconds on Lust. I think what they'll do is just press it as soon as it becomes available.
Yeah, probably.
Because you really it doesn't help to use it on the next burn phase, so you literally just want it for as much of Tank Buster as possible. But yeah, Monka are looking phenomenal in there. Meanwhile, we've got everybody else working on Upper Karazhan. Monka have already put their mark on that dungeon. Shishu Gaming in the 31, while Echo and Ambition both working on plus 30s. Everybody's on a different boss fight as well in Upper. Nice little spread all over the dungeon. This Tank Buster, though, getting fairly dangerous. You can see those ticks on RX nearly killing even through Turtle.
It should just Lust here, right? As soon as it comes up?
Yeah, Lust has just become
Press it,
available
there we
and
go.
they instantly press it.
Yeah.
Exactly
Two fulminating
the
zaps
move.
in a row on RX there. That was incredibly unlucky. No turtle available. RX dropping really low from that double zap.
Heal me,
Let's hope the
Moto,
next
heal
one
me.
doesn't go on RX as well. Okay, it's on Maze team. Perfect. Dark Pack being used. So
It's
they
so
should
funny
be
to see the
fine.
difference in what happens to a Warlock health bar versus a Hunter health bar from that dot.
Oof.
Maestine
Yeah.
nearly dying still, but that was 2 ticks that nearly died him, whereas RX just 1 almost does it. The gateway comes up,
looking
they
really
wait for the
fine,
next
though.
zap. Now everybody goes. And again,
Yeah, the extra
beautiful-
trash count helped them out a lot here. I thought they were so far behind, but they had so much more trash count that they had so much more time than we actually anticipated here. A minute 20 going up to the hack phase. They're going to be totally fine. And one shot, our 37 junkyard. That is huge for
Wow.
them.
Yeah, that's pretty
other
incredible.
teams, Echo and Ambition, both spending an hour in this key. Ambition still yet to even put it on the board as well. Monko just coming in and saying, easy key, easy timer. We're going up to 194 points, and right now that means Monka are technically in first place in our
So good
tournament.
for the tiebreaker as well, right? Because it's very unlikely that any team is going to get a 38 junkyard done. I think we're pretty certain that 37 is going to be kind of the cap. So having a 37.08 clear time for Monka is actually really good. The only team that is faster is unfortunately Echo, it looks like, by 1 second. But that's not too bad. A 1 second's difference is not going to make that big of a difference overall on the speed, I think. Even though we have seen a team lose by 1 second, right? I think it was the EU regionals.
Yeah, the third-fourth difference was 1 second at the end of the
Yeah.
EU regional, which was crazy. Crazily close tiebreak there. But yeah, of course, if we get to time as a tiebreaker, it is the total time across all dungeons. So that would be crazy if it came down to it. Not impossible though. Echo are going to be overtaking Monka again as soon as they can finish this 30 upper. Monka though have the choice of where to go next. If they can get another point on the board, they kind of need to find 3 more points, I would say, in the next 3 hours to have a chance of beating Echo. Because Echo are definitely going to pick up 3 points from upper. So where do Monka go? 33 streets, like you said, Nagura, I think is probably their best bet.
I think so, yes. So, another thing, well, technically, they could maybe try something else first.
Mm.
And then try the streets at the very end of the day, right?
I think maybe you do 32 lower as that spot, though.
Yeah,
as
that
your,
as
last
well.
dungeon of the day.
Yeah, lower or streets are definitely keys you can do at the end. Well, both Gambit and Iron Dogs are the shorter dungeons that are still left for them to do, where they could technically get points quicker.
Yeah.
But then it's also harder to get those 2 keys done compared to streets and lower. So it's time versus risk, I guess. I mean, this depends on what Monka thinks they need to do. If Monka thinks they need to get like 3 or 4 points, then maybe it would make sense to try Gambit Iron Dogs. If they think they only need like 2 or 3, then it probably makes sense to just go with the streets and the lower, because those points are definitely safer, in my opinion. Or easier to get. This takes a bit
Yeah.
longer because of the dungeon timer.
If I was Monka, I would be thinking I need at least 3 points, right? 3 points means I beat Echo if they get the upper to 31. I don't think you can count on Echo getting the upper, not getting the upper to 31. Echo are about to put the 30 on the board, and that 31 has looked pretty doable. So I would say best case for Monka, they might be able to win on 3 points. They probably need more, though. So I would say, yeah, Dox and Gambit, finding some of those speculative, really hard points might be something that they just have to look at doing.
And Ambition might look like they're really far out of the competition right now, but honestly, they're a very good hour of keys away from being, essentially at the progression level that Monka is at right now. Of course, the benefit for Ambition is that they have that 32 lower done, which no other team except for Echo has done. So that's something that Monka would have to do to tie up Ambition, if Ambition were able to get the Junkyard and also this 30 upper done. This 30 upper, they're making good headway and already have Curator down, so that means everything else should be doable for them. Although I might have spoken too soon, JP Carve has gone down on this skip here. He'll have to get rezzed up by Ellesmere. But 1 death in res isn't going to completely cost him this key.
And in my opinion, the other team that actually looks that could still technically win is Shiju Gaming, right? Because they are in a 31, looking really good as well in that 31. So once they have this key done, they're at 194, which means they're going to be even with Monka, and 1 point behind to Echo once Echo gets that 30 upper down. So Shiju Gaming actually looking really good if they manage to one-shot some of... I think at the end of the day, it's all just going to come down to, are the teams able to one-shot like the really high risk keys, right? There's any team that goes into 32 lower and one-shots it, into 33 streets and one-shots it, or a Gambit and Iron Dogs, I think those points are going to be the most valuable ones. So we'll see what they decide to do.
Problem...
I think Monka taking a break to discuss what they should be doing.
Does seem like a good break time. Of course, teams are required to take 15 minutes of break throughout each day, so now is as good a time as any, especially with Monka atop the leaderboard here, and we've made a bunch of cases for 4 different dungeons they could pick as their next one. Even upper 32 is maybe another option they could consider, so really anything except for the Junkyard I think could make sense here. The Junkyard 38, I'm not sure is something you ever attempt.
I also don't think so.
No, I don't think so. And I think we actually have like a comparison of what the 37 to the 38 looks like. It's pretty ridiculous. Remember how the 35 to the 37 was like a 200% increase in terms of like health and damage that the dungeon does? Check this out. You go from 1379 to almost 1500% increased health and damage on the 38. That's, dude, looking at how hard that 37 was, I don't, you just can't go into the 38. That's not real. Nobody's getting that done.
Me.
Yeah, those exponents really wilding out, and as the key level goes up.
Speaking of math is not real.
Yeah.
They tried to get math. They played you for fools.
Take a look at Shiju Gaming on the top left, though, as they're attempting to do this Mana Devourer pull, which we've seen other teams having issues with. Echo having basically a full team wipe on it. So let's take a look. Now the difficult part about this is of course the orbs that are going to come in, that if they reach the Mana Devourers, then they're just going to explode, doing a lot of damage to their group. And this is a 3145, so basically just one-shots the group if that does happen. And then additionally you also have Spiteful, which can cause issues because if they die unevenly, you have those shades spawn preventing you from getting close. Which also prevents you from soaking the orbs as well at the same time. So that can be very dangerous.
Yeah, the challenge here is a lot of the same effects you might want to use to prevent, like to help your tank kite, like Binding Shot, would also be really good to use against the Spiteful Shades. It looks like Anuo is just, he's going to be okay here. He doesn't even need to kite, which is crazy. There is that Binding Shot right towards the end of the pull. So now Anuo is able to backpedal just a little bit out of auto attack range for a few seconds. But Binding Shot has been used. There's Shadow Fury as well. That means these Spiteful Shades, they're not going to have AoE stuns for. A Blasphemy stun is going to stop one of them. But everybody else is just running away, giving those mobs a lot of respect. Mass Grip used by Anuo to keep them all in position as well. And now they just have to wait out these Spiteful Shades. Remember, they're more scared of you than you are of them.
Really?
Yeah, they go away in like 10 seconds.
I'm pretty scared of them, man. They one-shot me if they get anywhere near me.
Yeah, that doesn't sound accurate. I'm pretty frightened by those things, too.
Well, we'll agree to disagree.
They also have much longer arms than what it looks like.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't you never get hit by them?
I'm not scared of them. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why you guys are.
All right.
So I see how it is.
What about Echo? What's the 2-chest timer again in the 30?
28 flat.
28.
So they would have to kill this boss in 2 minutes. Not something I think we're going to see.
Yeah, that one's
fairly
not
close,
happening.
though. That would be crazy if Echo were able to 2-chest a plus 30 upper Karazhan. That would be big.
How fake would that be, though?
Off.
Because
yeah, that's
32 doesn't really seem like it's something that's viable, depending on how close the 31 Curators have been, right?
The Curator would be the hard part. But if there's ever a team that could find a Curator a level higher, I think it would be Echo. I wouldn't bet against their ability to get that figured out.
I suppose that Echo is kind of reaching that point where you look at the keys that they have done and you think, what exactly is it that they could do after they do the 31 Upper Karazhan?
Yeah.
I would assume it's the 32 Iron Docks that they'd probably go into, maybe the 33 Gambit. Yeah, they really are running out of options to gain extra score in.
I think 32 docks is the easiest key left for Echo at that point, but yeah, 32 upper and 34 streets all also possibilities. Even 33 Gambit, like you said. I think the lower and the junkyard they're probably done with.
Yeah,
The
they're not
others,
going.
maybe.
Well, actually, they are engaging the boss. Like they did stop.
Yeah, this is for
disintegrate
damage.
cast. So I guess they are trying to go for it. I don't think it's gonna happen.
Fairly
But,
close though.
Yeah, they're really close. They're also saving Blast for the last phase here. Also, I did want to say about the 32 upper, even though it does seem incredibly difficult and maybe even impossible to get through Curator in a 32, I do think that it's the best key to kind of attempt, because Curator is the hardest part and it's the first boss of the dungeon, right? So if you fail Curator, you don't lose as much time as if you do a whole Iron Dogs and at the end you see, oh, you're missing like 10 seconds on the timer, right?
I think that is absolutely a good way to look at it. Echo taking their portal. That 2 chest timer has passed, but still, they're going to be putting up the fastest plus 30, I think, by a few minutes. Monka, though, have decided to come out of their break into a 33 Streets of Wonder. Interesting. I like this decision a lot. I think this was the easiest key left for them on their board. Question is just, will they need to go to a Dox or a Gambit?
Right. You have to remember the 33 Streets yesterday, it required a large just comedy of errors to happen for them to not time that key. Mode disconnected mid-key. They lost an entire Tyrant due to the boss putting up a divide wall in between where he teleported to and the Tyrant. And then they made a commit call at the end of the boss that they really didn't need to make, cost them a death, and they ended up being 1 second over the timer. So, any one of those things didn't happen, they probably timed the key yesterday and are not back in here. But unfortunately, they all happened, and they're back in here again, but with the knowledge of knowing that it is very easily doable for them if they just have a relatively clean key throughout.
Yeah, Shishu Gaming on the top left now on the last boss in their 31 upper. That is really good for Shishu Gaming, the fact that they are basically one-shotting this 31. We've seen Monk have issues in the 31 before, then I think they had to reset the key twice at least. So seeing Shishu Gaming doing so well in their first attempt here in the 31, very promising for them. As soon as they get this point, timer looking really, really good as well. 6 minutes is more than enough for this last boss. That means they're gonna move up to 194 points in just a second. And then we'll see the tiebreaker, right? Because then they will have the same amount of points than Monka. And we'll see if they are overall better on time or not. Looking over it, it definitely doesn't look like they win that tiebreaker though. Maybe. Not
Yeah,
sure. Math knows?
The time situation, I don't think is... Let's see, for Shishu Gaming versus Monka,
Yeah, it's definitely Monka that wins that, right?
the lower, the 3 minutes and lower seems to be the biggest problem to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, Monka have got the edge there. The only dungeon where Shishu Gaming look better is Iron Docks, but every other dungeon would be Monka's on that tiebreaker. But pretty unlikely that by the end of the day it'll come down to that. Shishu Gaming, though, Annie going down, does take a battle res here. ZyBB casting Scouring Tithe on the boss there. That is the Kyrian Covenant ability. A lot of Kyrians in the group, actually, for Shishu Gaming. Annie and ZyBB both playing Kyrian in here. It's a pretty standard choice for Survival Hunters, although some Survival Hunters have actually been going Night Fae in the very high uppers. Monka, in particular, RX was using Night Fae as the Covenant of choice in that dungeon in particular. Shishu Gaming going the other way and are actually playing less Pod Tenders. ZyBB opting for Scouring Tithe. I assume that's a Curator tech, Zyra? What do you think?
Yeah, Curator. You can also get a little bit of value as well on Medivh during the Guardians phase. Not a lot, but some. I don't know if I like it in this dungeon.
Huh.
It's probably very similar to Night Fae. Just the big thing that everyone's really happy with Night Fae is you get access to a cheat death, right? It's so nice, especially in these higher level keys, just to save a battle res here and there because your characters have cheat death. I mean, we're even seeing players on live literally just run a cheat death trinket all the time just because of that. Just because a lot of these keys right now are very timeable as long as you don't die. So I just like playing Night Fae in general just for the bod tenders.
So Monk on the bottom right is actually pulling Zolgamax there in the 33, which is something we haven't seen the other teams do.
Yeah, Echo and Ambition both
Zolgamax
skipped.
and Echo as well, yeah.
Uh-huh. Zolgamux is a lot of Shrouded stacks, but it does come at quite a high price. This is a nasty mob. Does mean that the Bloodlust has to be committed, I guess, on pull on Zolgamux for Monka.
See, this isn't actually that bad, though, because the other place that you would use your Bloodlust, if you didn't use it on Zolgamux, would have just been on the 3-pack at the start of the dungeon, which really doesn't have that much value. That's where most teams are using it, because you really want to get it down as early as possible so that you can use it on Menagerie, and then you can use it on the Postmaster, and then you can also use it on the final boss. So you have, like, about, I would say, 4 or 5 minutes of room to use that Bloodlust, and still have it up for all 3 of those bosses. So it's totally fine to pull Zolgamux and Lusted, as long as you aren't spending too much time on this. I'm curious to see what the difference in boss split timing is going to be, though, because we do have timers based off of Echo's 33 Streets. They finished off Zofex at exactly the 10-minute mark, and that was without killing Zolgamux. So let's see how much extra time it's going to cost Monka to kill Zolgamux and then go into the boss afterwards. They still have 3 trash packs to deal with, too, so that's a lot of time left here in this first part of the dungeon they have to get through.
Shiju Gaming finishing off their last boss in 31 upper. So, yeah, they're looking really strong as well.
Gonna take up the first battle res for Echo on this trash pull. Not the end of the world when they're 31. Not gonna reset the dungeon just yet, but that is one critical resource that they are gonna be without for the Curator fight.
Where do you think Shiju Gaming is gonna be going now? 33 Streets would be a possibility for them as well, if they're confident in that one.
Yeah, they're at the exact same spot as Monka, right? So
Yeah.
I feel like 33 Streets makes the most sense for both teams, but Shiju Gaming maybe could take a look at Iron Docks as well as a potential choice. They looked like they had a good strategy in that dungeon. Problem with the Docks is being a low key level relative to the higher keys in this tournament, like you need to get that 33 Streets, otherwise you're going to lose the tiebreaker to anybody else who does.
Yeah,
So
that's
I
true.
think that is a pretty high priority, at least for that reason as well.
Unless you go for the 33 Gambit, I guess.
Yeah, I think that is much harder than the 33 Streets. I think that
Yeah,
would
for
be
sure.
it would be pretty aggressive to go there first, but not impossible for sure.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? You could play a little bit of a mind game. If you are really confident in your 33 Gambit, but it's a bit of a gamble, you know? Like, by confident, I mean, let's say it's a 50-50, they can do it. If they put the 33 Gambit on the board, like, right now, like the next 30 minutes or so, it would kind of pressure Monka and Echo to get it done as well, to not lose the tiebreaker for it, right? Because then Shiju Gaming afterwards can also do the 33 Streets. And then they would have 2 33 keys. So that would mean Echo and Monka would have to go there too. And if Echo and Monka are didn't really practice the 33 Gambit, then that might cost them a lot of time, technically, if they feel like they have to go get that done.
So the mind
ifs.
game, asserting some dominance over the competition. Yeah, I mean, there is definitely some value in putting up a key that puts the other teams like, hey, we have to do this. On the other hand, you're also giving them the information that it is doable and how you did it. So if you actually think you can get the 33 Gambit done, maybe you save that and you hit them with it by surprise when it'll be too late for them to react to it.
Yeah.
A little bit of interesting, 2 different ways you could think about the metagame here.
Echo now 31 Curator on the bottom right side of the screen.
see how this goes for them. This boss is not free by any stretch of the imagination, right? It's very dangerous. You can even see them popping the Bloodlust a little bit earlier on here to let people fully ramp their damage into the Evocate. Of course, the Infernal coming out a little bit early here for clicks, just so you can try to ramp as many of those potential Arena Chaos procs to go into this Evocate phase. Remember, the number we're looking for here after this first Evocate is somewhere in the mid to low 50s. It looks like they are definitely on pace for that. If it's any lower than that, they're actually so safe going into this boss, because that means they can spend even more of their cooldowns on the volatile energies. And look at the boss HP here for Echo here, sub 50%. All they have to do is focus these volatile energies here, and they've got plenty of residual damage coming out of that Evocate with all of the Infernal procs as well as the Combustion pent up on their two characters here. You can see they pretty much killed that first volatile energy just from pure cleave here. They do have to start focusing them down, though.
Ooh, Monk having some issues as the Moat actually procced that pot tender there. Did recover, though. But yeah, that boss can be a bit annoying, especially if the same people get to fixate a bunch of times in a row.
Yeah, you can see Crim's human racial is on cooldown, so they're hoping to pick somebody else here. It's going to go on RX, who ends up using that human racial to escape as well. Maystein, the last player with the human racial ready. There is a turtle available as well for the next one that targets RX. So they're really hoping that the next containment cell doesn't target Crims. Anybody but Crims we are okay with here.
I would assume they still have saved their potions as well, right?
Yeah, potion, the unhindered passing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is something that they probably have ready. Here comes the next interrogation. It is on Crims. Crims not running though, so probably is using an unhindered passing.
Now
Right,
we
so
really
now
want
it's
the next
no
out of
turn.
options.
Yeah.
We really wanted to go on Maystein here. Only DPS left with
the
that
weapon
human
cast.
racial.
Oof. Okay, now I'm not sure if 34 is possible, considering that weapon cast basically almost one-shot mode and RX there. Literally,
Well, so
it's that on
interestingly
5%.
enough, something that I was talking to Dorky about yesterday is they have varying levels of versatility on their gear that they can swap to. Some players even will completely sacrifice their main secondary stat, just to run like a 35% versatility stat set on this tournament realm to live through some of these more difficult bosses. So there's a chance that they're not quite like using those pure versatility sets right now. And they could definitely put on a little bit more for the 34, but yeah, that weapon steal was that was a lot of damage and very, very scary.
Another thing we can look at here. Oh, actually, JPC going down for Ambition, and Echo seem to have reset.
Echo down.
So they wiped on their 31 Kure there.
Wow.
That's really good for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, that's
a good
that is the
Echo.
opening that Monka and Shishu Gaming needed, and definitely that Ambition needed, as Ambition are 5 points behind Echo, although they are about to close that gap to just 3 on Vizdoom here on plus 30.
That is the start of the opening the other teams needed. They need Echo to do
Yeah.
that for like the next hour, really, to have a
Yes,
chance
part
to catch
1
up.
of 7. Oh,
For the
JP
rest of the day,
Carve
really, but
shot down once again.
Else
Vizdoom will
else.
die as
There we
well.
go.
Okay,
Well
that's
done,
the 30
Byron.
for
Got it done.
Ambition.
Yeah.
One more thing about Monka, though. Now we see the split from Sophex. They killed it at 11 minutes 48. We do know the split from Echo, which was 10 minutes.
Yep, on the dot.
But yeah, it was 10 minutes on the dot, but Echo did not kill Solgamax while Monka did. So that means Monka took 1 minute 48 longer than Echo for Solgamax. We'll see if that time that they lost at 1 minute 48 will be made up later on because they have those extra stacks from Solgamax. But we can keep comparing the splits between the teams.
Well, we forget, it's not just the stacks you're getting. Zolgamux is actually worth quite a bit of trash count, too, so it's not like it's a completely lost cause there. I think it might actually end up being relatively close to evening out over the course of the dungeon. I imagine that Monka's splits on these bosses will be just a little bit faster than Echo's, and it's really not like they're really being inefficient with their time here either. Their Bloodlust just came off cooldown just now, so they're not going to be sitting on it for too long. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't even really hate seeing them use it right here on this trash because it is fortified, and it's a little bit more efficient to use a Bloodlust on an AoE than it is on pure single target. But, you know, they could use it for the boss as well. I think it'd be totally fine. I think they're going to be doing okay on their timer. We know yesterday that they were definitely on pace if they didn't have any number of things go wrong.
And they're gonna finish off these cats. Nasty Darkheart Thicket, Frenzied Nightclaws. Jumping around and doing a lot of damage to the group. RX actually needing to revive Pet. Looks like the Felguard has also perished here. Wonder, are these cats killing the pets? That is messed up.
Yeah. My pet definitely died once or twice fighting these Nightclaws.
Huh. Hate that.
Okay, it is
Skylark
important.
Gonna grab another big pull here.
It is important to note.
Last-
This is a very important to note. In Monka's 33 Streets yesterday, they killed Zofex about 20 seconds faster than they did in this run today. So they're already slightly behind the pace of their previous run. But again, they had a lot of issues at the end of their run yesterday, so we'll have to see what pace they're going to be on. Yeah, they're just about, I want to say, 15 to 20 seconds behind right now compared to where they were yesterday, which is not ideal. They finished this trash pack that they're on right now yesterday at pretty much exactly the 15-minute mark. So they're very close, even with the deaths they've had.
Yeah, they have so many stacks of Shrouded now as well, so these bosses are gonna melt for them. They're already pretty much at that permanent Bloodlust level that we love so much. These two Warlocks just so scaling off of this haste. Mode gonna run ahead and start that RP. Coming on back over. And if Monka can get this keystone, this will tie them up with Echo on the scoreboard. They will be losing on a tiebreaker currently, but they will have effectively the same dungeons as each other, except Echo will have that 32 lower that Monka don't have. Monka will have the 31 upper that Echo don't have. Both teams can probably improve and catch up on those respective dungeons. The problem is that lower is just such a long dungeon. You probably just save your one attempt at it for the end of day. We'll see, though, where Monka decide to head next if they can get this 33 streets up. Echo, of course, going to keep attempting that upper until that Curator works out for them.
Alright, so Echo is on good pace, but look, we have a new dungeon coming up for Jishu Gaming. It's going to be the 33 Streets for them as well. This is what they need to tie up with Echo, but they're in the same exact situation, actually, that Monka is with Echo, right? You have the 31 upper over Echo's 30, but both Monka and Jishu Gaming do not have that 32 lower Karazhan, and as we saw from Ambition earlier today, that key is no pushover. Echo made it look way easier than it actually is yesterday. And that's also a long dungeon, right? 42 minutes spent in a key just to get +1 score. Like you guys said, I think that's an end-of-day event for both of these teams. They cannot really afford to spend that much time to not get, to potentially wipe and not get their +1 score early on today. That's why we're seeing them both go for the streets first.
Yeah, I think if they get the 33 streets, you could make an argument that lower is the next place to head to. Although I would still actually like to see Dox or Gambit be the choice over that lower 32, just for time reasons, because I think you're going to need all the time you can get to catch up to Echo.
Jishu Gaming on the bottom right not actually using Bloodlust on those first 3 trash mobs. That makes me believe they are also intending on pulling Sulgamax and saving their last for that. They're playing the same strategy as Monka, while both Echo and Ambition decided to last those first 3 mobs and skip Sulgamax entirely.
I'm actually curious. I want to do some. Hold on, stand back. I'm gonna try to do some math here.
Oh my goodness! All right, everybody, stay quiet.
Excited?
This is going to be funny.
You two should
ready.
keep everybody focused so that I don't get distracted while doing this, because I want to see what the difference in boss split timers is going to be here for Monka. Actually, it's kind of hard to compare because Echo doesn't do the 2 trash pulls in between first and second boss, right? So it's going to be. We can't really compare until Mailroom. Okay, never mind. No math will be done here. Everyone's
Oh
safe.
man, I was all excited.
Yep, carry
Yeah,
the 3.
same.
Come on.
Yeah, times 7.
What a letdown.
Repeating.
Of course.
Oh, Echo now pulling the 31 Curator again. This is what they wiped to last time. So we'll see if they manage this time around. Ambition on the bottom left now also attempting the 31 upper. But they're not at Curator yet. The first trash group until Curator, pretty easy, nothing should go wrong there. Yeah, Curator is usually what wipes those teams in those higher up Akaras and keys. Let's take a look how they're doing.
I like looking. This is completely unimportant, but I like looking at the Monka strat for this boss because they don't really have any freedoms except for the pet freedom for the Chains of Domination. So Mode ends up like gripping them to range, and then they can use their demonic circle teleport to get knocked back from the Whirling Annihilation. But look at this. they just port back and let the Whirling Annihilation suck them back. It's so ridiculous. All right, unimportant. Let's look at Echo in this 31 upper Karazhan again here. Onto the first evocation burn. Again, they have so much damage for this evocation, but what must have happened in their wipe earlier on was that they just got too far behind in volatile energies. And maybe they might be committing a little bit too much damage to that evocation, but I feel like once you've gotten that burn down, you have the boss HP at a comfortable area, you should be okay with just spending every single cooldown in the book on killing these volatile energies off one by one. They might be not pure single targeting them down, because look at this, they actually had 3 energies up for quite a bit of time there. They're actually going to have 3 up again here when this next one spawns. They just might have kept falling behind and more and more and more. Yeah, they have to commit so many personals just to live in here. This is like really bad.
Yeah, those energies are getting cleaved down nicely. Next evocation is going to be soon. It'll bail them out. As soon as they can kill that next volatile energy, they should be fairly safe here. And yeah, here comes that evocation. All damage going to swap into Curator itself now with just 1 volatile energy left. And they're hoping to actually get this thing. This is going to be very low out of the second evocation.
Yeah, again, we were talking about with other teams. If you're sub 30, you're happy. Echo's going to be like low 20s here. They don't have to have any cooldowns up for that final evocation. They just need to commit literally every single cooldown in the book to living through this phase of volatile energies. There's 5 energies that are going to spawn here. Each of them is going to have about 800,000 HP, so you have to commit literally everything to killing these. And with how low their boss is, they should be able to just kill it off in that last phase. They have the power infusion coming up for Xaylia here. No real cooldowns to give it to. Maybe it's the Hunter Sia that comes up in 10 seconds. They might just commit it to that instantly, because you really want to make sure that these energies go down. You cannot fall any further behind than they already are.
Yeah, things are getting scary here. Power infusions available has been used on Gingy here.
Yep, there
on
it
the
is.
coordinated assault resonating arrow combo. And absolutely, like you said, they're just taking out all of these energies as much as they can. 2 of them are active. Once they can get this down to 1, they should be safe.
Yep, that'll be the last one.
Done
They're not going to worry about this
go.
one. Here comes the Evocate, and the boss will actually die in the Evocate here, so there should be no deaths with how low it is. That is what getting that extra damage at the beginning of the fight and that first Evocate gets you. You don't have to worry about this third explosion killing you. And they actually were able to use things like the Ice Block on that second explosion. Are they actually going to kill it here?
Is there going to be a third explosion? 2%?
They have contenders, it's fine.
All right. Then we
Okay,
lost Genji.
well-
they lost Miras too. Okay.
That's 2 pod tenders and a death, but they'll be able to finish the boss off. Okay, might have spoken too soon, but
Yeah.
they might have also just
For
been
those-
saving the cooldowns here. Who knows?
For those who haven't encountered this in their own keys, it's a little known mechanic about Curator, but each time it finishes an evocation, it explodes for increasing damage. So that third one is one shot.
It's 100% increased damage each time.
Yeah,
which is important.
It is. Very rarely do you encounter this in like weekly keys because usually it just dies in the second evocation at the latest. But up here in the 31s, even Echo are seeing that third explosion, doing just so much of their health bars. And yeah, maybe if they could get a little bit more single target damage. Do you think they could make some swaps to make that possible? Like put Gingy on Night Fae, or maybe have their mage play Venthyr in here?
Well, I think Venthyr is actually not a good play in this dungeon for one reason and one reason only. He's channeling during Evocate. You don't proc your mirrors when he's evocating, so you have to do some really finicky things like casting your mirrors like 15 seconds before the Evocate. But then you're not generating any Fire Blast charges during the Evocate, so it's actually significantly worse. And again, playing Venthyr instead of Night Fae means no Pod Tender, and we like Pod Tender. That keeps you alive. That saves a battle res, which are very few and far between in this short of a dungeon. So, yeah, I just prefer to stick with Night Fae on Mage regardless of the dungeon, unless you know you're going to be safe and you can get max value out of those Mirrors of Torment stacks. But here we are, the 2-hour mark, which means I have to leave very soon. But I was looking at the numbers from Monka.
Right.
I wanted
Before I go.
Before
Okay.
you finish your thought, I wanted to say something about the
Go
corridor
ahead.
single target thing.
Uh-huh.
You know which class can do a lot of damage to that?
Don't say it.
Location window.
Do not say it.
No, go ahead.
Don't-
Go ahead and say it. Go ahead
Don't
and say
give
it.
him
God
any
say it.
fodder when he
Venthyr
joins this call.
Moonkin.
Ah, she said it.
Oh.
Hang on, I have
Alright.
another thing that will make you even more mad. Have you considered that if Echo played Venthyr Mage, they could name the character Mirrors of Torment?
That is a huge missed opportunity there.
All right, I don't even
Hey,
want to
sorry,
say any
Cyro.
thoughts anymore. See you guys in an hour.
Goodbye, Zyronic.
Goodbye.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Goodbye.
Tunnels. Goodbye.
Yo, what's up? Okay, so I mean, Echo being able to kill off Curator was really big for them. I feel like Echo, during their first 2 days, they had the best day 1, they had the best day 2, and right now they've had probably the third best day 3. Jishu Gaming and Monka have both had very good day 3s, and Monka is now starting to put themselves in a position where, you know, if Echo wipes in this upper Kara again, then we could really start talking about Monka maybe being able to make a comeback here. Echo is still firmly in the lead, though, and if they're able to get this 31 upper Karazhan done this attempt, I suspect that they're going to be able to continue to carry this through.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically one key ahead of Jishu Gaming and Monka, right?
Yes.
The problem is, not only are they one long key ahead, right, the 32 lower Karazhan, the longest dungeon, right, a 40-minute dungeon, basically for Jishu Gaming or Monka to catch up, they're going to have to start that key as their last key of the day and one-shot it. But Echo also have the advantage of their timers in most of the dungeons being dominating. So
Yes,
if we do get to a
yes.
position where Monka or Shishu Gaming get to the same configuration of dungeons as Echo, it is very likely that Echo are going to have that time tiebreaker over them. So Monka and Shishu Gaming need to time their 33 streetses, and then I think they need to head into Gambit or Docks, put up a keystone upgrade in one of those, and then their last key of the day needs to be the 32 lower. And they need Echo to only get this 31 upper and not get any more points anywhere else. So
yeah.
ideally for them, that would include Echo wiping a bit in the upper, but even if they don't wipe in the upper, you're just hoping that Echo are unable to convert in, say, the 32 docks. The problem is, I actually think it's pretty likely that Echo will be able to get a 32 docks, in which case odds start getting very thin for the other teams to overtake.
Yeah, this is all contingent on. So, say if Echo wipes on this boss or Mana Devourer or something, then Monka and Jishu Gaming are really in a position where they're kind of on an even playing field with Echo at that point. Right now, they are playing down like almost a full key. For Ambition, I feel like Ambition's end of day yesterday really put them in a spot where they weren't that they're going to really struggle to be able to even catch up. And right now they're in this 31 upper, and sure, if they get this dealt with right now, they're okay. But at the same point, they are battling back like a lot more points too, because they still haven't done that 37 Junkyard. So there is a world where they timed 37 Junkyard and 32 lower Karazhan yesterday, and they would have come into the day today probably in the lead. But unfortunately, that was just not. This is not the world we live in. We live in this reality where they spent an hour and a half in that junkyard and that lower Kara, and unfortunately didn't get any points.
Yeah, after this 31 upper is done, they basically need to go and take out the 37 junkyard. That has to. I mean, it just has to be done, right? They need those 2 points. Even if they do that, they will still just be tying up Echo, assuming Echo don't put any more points on the board.
Like they're in such a tough position. They need They basically need a one shot the 31 upper, which is, I mean, it can happen.
Here's Curator. That is the hard part.
Here's the hard part here, and it's pretty well known, at least in like the high end community, that especially like these TGP teams, that if you get Curator down, you have a pretty high chance of actually seeing the dungeon all the way through.
Azuna's getting
Ooh.
hunted
Azuna-
down by those
Oh my
volatile
God.
energies.
Did he caught, or did he just?
No
That was-
need.
Okay,
Did
very
take
close.
some
alive.
autos from them, but he's okay.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Those volatile energies also, whenever they melee you, they daze you.
Yeah.
And that's also very scary.
Here comes that bloodlust. Ambition popping it a little bit later than Echo did. Echo often would pop it right when it would last through the Evocate, pretty much. Ambition are actually going to have it for a couple seconds after the Evocate instead. Big damage coming in the
some
first
Spiteful
burn.
Shades. The Spiteful Shades hunting down Azuna. Oh,
Yeah,
nice
a little
binding
bit
shot
annoying
coming
to
in.
have to spend globals on those during this burn. They're able to get the Curator to 50%, so that is good.
That's probably fine, right?
Yeah,
They're
Echo
still-
were maybe 2% faster or better than this, but Ambition are fine, and they actually have Bloodlust for a couple more seconds than Echo do as well. So with that Bloodlust still active, they may be able to tie things up with Echo's Curator damage.
We saw Crims go down for Monka at the very end of Mailroom, which honestly is totally fine. They're looking about as they did yesterday on their timer. They have 3 deaths currently. Their timer, it's going to be tight once they end up killing off Soasmi, but with the amount of time that they're going to need to spend on Oasis and Soasmi, they should be okay. Their count, of course, they only need to be able to kill off the commander, and then they should be good to go.
Yeah, Monka just hoping to avoid Heartbreak at the end of their Streets of Wonder, which unfortunately befell them yesterday, right? That was really tragic yesterday key for them.
Very unfortunate boss mechanics yesterday.
I'm gonna say this in advance. My lights just flickered, so if I am just gone, that's because my power went out. All right, but I'm still here. Unfortunately for everybody involved.
Ambition using their
don't be so
immunities
hard.
as the second evocation finishes. Once he unfortunately
dead.
does go down. Cauterize activated by Azuna as well.
This boss is
They did
actually
have a battle
unbelievably.
res.
This boss is unbelievably hard to battle res on too, because there are a lot of times where if you get battle res by Death Knight, you don't get battle res to 100% HP, then you can immediately get zapped down and die again.
Yeah, they need to make sure that they are killing off these energies, but also they need to make sure that they have Curator low enough to kill it before the next evocation ends. JPC dropping awfully low now as well. 3 volatile energies out all at once for Ambition.
Oh, Azuna in the pod.
Oh, it's a
Azuna
pod.
does enter Pod Tender. That's okay.
He would love to be combusting these volatile energies right now. Oh yeah, and he just rips it immediately straight out of the pod. He's trying to get. They have 3 volatile energies up. Oh, and Azuna going
That is
down
not
right as
good.
one of those volatile energies die. Curator has
That's
it
gotta
in
be
the
a reset.
evocation phase. Can they kill the boss here?
Not
Curator's
without
in the-
Azuna.
I mean, he's in the evocation phase right now. I mean, they're going to be able to get the boss to like 5% HP.
Yeah, once that boss ends its 5% HP thing, you know what's going to happen to Onesie, though?
Tell me.
Yeah, I don't-
Very, very sad.
There's the
Well-
Angel form activation for Ellis as well.
JPC is still alive. Nerf.
Look how big those volatile energies are, though.
Well, you're just hitting
They
the
are
boss.
zapping for so much damage.
Just hit the
Underpower?
boss.
1%?
JPC,
Oh,
the last
no.
DPS player alive, kill shot, bomb, zapped. And it's just Nerf now. Can Nerf get them over the finish line? A lot
to
of volatile
DK.
energies attacking him here. He's done it. Wow.
Okay. This is still timeable. Even with 5 deaths here, this is still timeable.
Azuna releases, blinks the wrong way, soul shapes
no.
embarrassedly to catch up to the group.
He was picking up a rat.
Ah, picking up the rat. Okay.
Yeah, he was picking up the rat. That's not the wrong direction. That's the right direction for him.
One of the little, so that'll be for the Mana Devourer that we'll see that rat coming into play later. I didn't know one spawned back there. That's cool.
Yeah.
I know there's one down here by this Infiltrator.
Yeah, there's one to the right on the Infiltrator. There's also one that's on the ledge next to the Pyromancer. There's also one in the Medivh room. In
Yeah, I
addition
knew
to
about
that,
the Medivh room one.
in addition to that, chat, if you guys see a book, it's clickable in the Medivh room. Don't click it.
Under no circumstances are you allowed to click that book. That is an achievement book that we do not do in Mythic Plus difficulty.
So what it does is it forces you to run
Yeah.
permanently. It just puts your character on auto run permanently. And if you've ever done the fight on auto run, you don't want to, especially since there's a flame wreath mechanic.
There is a little, like, you can technically survive the Flame Wreath while auto running. It's just not easy.
Okay, I was gonna say, run this one by me real quick. How?
Well, you're either running in very tight circles or you auto run against a wall, right?
Oh, yeah. Running against
Okay.
that makes sense.
And so run this one by me. How are you supposed to do damage?
Well, that's the thing. Our scientists are still working on that one.
Okay.
More pets.
Yeah. All right, Ambition are going to set up to skip this Flamebringer, but Echo working on Mana Devourer. 21 minutes into their dungeon in the plus 31 level. The timer is looking great for them. It is just a question of execution of boss fight, trash pull, chest
Their
event, boss fight.
Their boss is kind of high mana right now relative to the amount of HP it has. It was at 75% mana there whenever it spat out all the balls.
Ooh, Ambition maybe having
Ooh.
a skip related problem. Maybe Onesie's in position to land the summon though.
They
and it's
were
okay.
they were
Yeah,
at
are
five. They
able
were
to
at
get
5
the summon.
deaths, and now they're at 6.
That's fine. JPC getting summoned, and they need to summon Ellesmere as well. They're doing just that. Meanwhile, Echo finishing up Mana Devourer. Like you said, though, that thing's mana bar does have some absorbed orbs.
They've done a really
nice
good job the last the last two orb phases of not letting it absorb too many, so their mana's actually okay here, I think.
Yeah, Monka also doing well in their 33 Streets of Wonder. They are almost done with that key, getting revenge on a dungeon that beat them up yesterday. They just have this mini-boss to go, and then they'll have 5 minutes for the last boss.
That's plenty.
Well, they'll have 4 minutes for it. Yeah, that'll be more than enough, though.
What's their time looking like? 34:41. Echo is...
Oh. We may have lost Heddles. That power outage he was foreshadowing looks like it might have
Prophecy
hit.
has been fulfilled.
Indeed. Just
Well,
you and me now,
Monka-
Noah.
I guess so. Monka seems like they have a little bit more time, I think, than yesterday to finish the last boss, if I recall correctly. But it really comes down to a lot of those boss mechanics too. We saw the Shuris be like so unfortunate for them yesterday, didn't we?
Yeah, also, there was an unfortunate divide that zoned out the power infusion demonic tyrant, and it was just waddling around in confusion and pain, much like myself at most times.
Wandering around
getting
in
pulled.
confusion and pain.
Yep.
Wow. A very dark glimpse into the personal life of Dratnos there. We'll see if this goes
Brief
better.
periods of joy while fighting these dungeons. Skylark popping the rune weapon and the gavel on pull here. No Lust is going to complement those. Lust will be up in 30 seconds.
Tettles he was able to send us a picture in Discord. It's a very rainy, gray, windy picture. It seems like a storm has come to remove Tettles from the broadcast. He's got the storming FX in person over there.
Yeah, we're all very sad that he's not here to cast with us for a while. I would much rather have him be here than not be here, of course, so...
It's
extremely unfortunate turn of events, yeah.
It's tough on all of us.
Oh, Crim's actually going to go into Pod Tender here for Monka. They hit the Lust here on this double technique. This is a really good time to Lust, because the boss does not do anything during this double technique, and Curse of Tongues really buys you a lot of extra time there, too. They're moving towards one of these corners, because the next Divide cast is coming out soon.
I'm waiting to see where Soasmi runs off to. How long of a chase is it going to be after the room gets divided again? For now, though, we have plenty of time to just load damage in.
Yeah, they just have to hop through one portal very quickly to get this one done.
Much better than yesterday already. Presuming it stays like that. All right.
And we'll see if the teleporters shuffle around again soon. If not, this... okay. 2 teleports to get this one interrupted.
Not too bad.
Yeah, this is fine. Double Technique is the best spell for it to cast. That's the one you're always hoping it will choose.
Yeah, as long as
sometimes you
interrupt
can
it.
even get Double Technique into another Double Technique, and that is really good, if possible. Usually here, though, we see a couple of Shuris in sequence now.
Right. We've seen that double technique get a little bit scary.
Ooh,
with some teams.
This is interesting. They are going to go for the full teleport strategy there, taking 3 portals. What you could have done is waited for a little bit and then gone through the square as soon as the circle passed over the other square exit. But Monka deciding to just play it safe and just do the full run, even though it's going to take a little bit longer. And they're going to do it again, so they have to take all 3 of these teleports.
I mean, you've got time at this point. 40% on the boss. You've got about 1.5 minutes remaining, so better to just keep people alive, play it safe, and make sure you get the 33 done.
Yeah, here comes another Shuri. Are they going to commit? No, they are not. They are not interested in any kind of strategy that is not guaranteed on this.
This was a little bit awkward, but...
Yeah, Mode is in a little bit of a rough spot here. Just burned Soul Shape as well. Needs to find a way to get back to the team, but has to wait for the Shuri to get out of the way. But that is okay. Monka are going to be able to get this key on the board. 37:54 is their timer, so they are again slower than Echo. Looking at the scoreboard, I am convinced that Echo will have the time tiebreaker on Monka if it comes to that. And in fact,
certainly seems that way.
We actually can see, Echo are almost 2.5% faster across their time average than Monka when you add all of these dungeons together.
It would take so much to beat them on time now. You'd have to like finish one dungeon way, way faster than they did, or, go and refinish other dungeons and, try to get it done quicker. Presuming that you're tied on points, of course, but yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, as it stands right now, that tiebreaker not even coming into play. Echo have the better 4th best dungeon of a 32, while Monka are sitting on a 31 as their 4th best dungeon. So that is currently the operative tiebreaker at the top of our leaderboard. However, soon that will be a non-issue because Echo are working on this 31 upper. 31 upper will just be enough points for them to be taking the lead once again. But Monka have the opportunity to decide where they want to go next.
I mean, you go to the lower, right? Try to get at least a tiebreaker on points, and then see what you can do.
So the lower is the key that's been proven to be doable. That is definitely an argument to be made for it. I would argue that you do the lower as your last dungeon of the day because it is such a long dungeon. It's 40 minutes. I would say if you're Monka, you need to be looking at that board, and you need to pick something like Iron Docks and choose that as your next dungeon. However, Shishu Gaming are wiping in their 33 streets. Oh no, 25 minutes into this run, and Shishu Gaming having to town portal out. Catastrophic for their chances here.
It was looking good for them, but it's just, we're at that point where dungeons are just so punishing. That one little mistake, I mean, that's basically a run, and with a full wipe like that, and 5 deaths on the board, yeah, that's 25 minutes you're just going to have to kind of give up. I'm keeping an eye on Echo over here with that 31. It looks like they were able to get the king down with just the wolves. I didn't see them kill a bishop. I'm not sure if he did, but that seemed pretty smooth for the 31.
Yeah, nicely done by Echo. They have 7 minutes here for Vizdoom. 6 minutes after the RP gets done here. One of the longest RP segments of any Season 4 dungeon. Khadgar and Medivh talking away here. Once they get that finished, though, they should still have more than enough time to play this boss as safely as they want to.
It take a long time. You notice how Khadgar got younger between Burning Crusade and then the next time he showed up with a new character model?
Yeah.
He was like this wizened, like white-haired wizard in BC.
He's discovered the rare subfield Plastic Magic.
I think he must be a demon. That's
be.
the secret. Spoiler alert. He's going to be the next character in WoW that was good and turns bad, as is tradition.
Yeah, demons were playing both sides of the Legion storylines. They always come out on top.
That's true. All right, Vizdoom the Watcher not going to come out on top, you'd assume, against Echo, as they get this started with a good amount of time. Finish off this 31.
Yeah, again, this is just a question of wiping or not. If Echo don't wipe this, there's no way they need all 6 of these minutes. Monka, though, looks like they are outside of Karazhan. Hearthing out real quick.
There was a pod going on outside of Karazhan, so seems like they're going to be swapping something up there. Probably not the ready check, for proper time for the ready check.
Yeah, they got the feasts going once again.
Oh, maybe it is going to be the lower?
Maybe
or
the
do you think
lower,
they're
yeah,
gonna do the upper?
I think it is. We'll see. I mean, we can see exactly where... Yeah, it is lower,
There it
right?
is.
Like you were suggesting.
Huh.
So if they can get this lower done, they will tie Echo, assuming Echo got the 31 done. The problem is that their timers are so much slower across the board than Echo that getting to a tiebreaker is a losing proposition for them. So they will need to find another dungeon after this as well.
I mean, you got to look at maybe the Iron Docks or something like that. That's one that's been attempted on 32, if I remember correctly, but it has not been finished yet. How doable do you think that is versus like a 33 Gambit?
I think that the Iron Docks is the next best place to go, yes. I think that is easier than the 33 Gambit. I would say that 33 Gambit and 34 Streets of Wonder are maybe comparable in difficulty, maybe up there with 32 Upper Karazhan, where like all 3 of those are doable but serious progression. The question is which of those the teams think will take the least amount of progression time, but I do think the 32 Docks has to be the choice before those ones.
Yeah, you'd think so. But I mean, anything at this point is going to be, like you're the first team that's beaten this level of dungeon at this point.
And the advantage of choosing one of the higher keys than the 32 Docks is it would give you tiebreaker advantage over a team that did the 32 Docks instead. So there may be some metagaming to be done about your dungeon choice here. Right now, though, Monka and Echo just picking up those keystones that the other team has, right? They're just trying to stay even with each other before they have to make a decision to head into uncharted waters.
I feel like we were kind of expecting this coming into the weekend, right? Where, there was a chance that, some of the other teams would step up, but it really looked coming into the global finals like it would be a race between Monka and Echo. And, while Jishu Gaming ambitions certainly aren't out yet, it's kind of looking like a two-team show at this point already.
Yeah, Echo and Monka are definitely the... I mean, honestly, it is Echo that still look to be about a dungeon ahead because of that tiebreaker supremacy that they have right now. And the fact that they're going to get to 196 here in 1 minute, whereas Monka need to spend the next 40 minutes to get to 196. So Echo probably are sitting on a dungeon and a tiebreaker of advantage over Monka, and even more over all the other teams. If Echo can just put up one more dungeon after this, if they can get to 197, my bet is that will hold. 198 certainly would. They have only 100 minutes left in the day, though. Oof.
I think you're right. I mean, and it's things change if Echo, wipes in some dungeon after this and Monka doesn't. Like, if they have to do one more restart after, 20 minutes or something, then that gives Monka a chance to catch up. But with finishing off the 31 upper here, then we'll see where they go next, I suppose. But, they've always been that 1 point ahead, that one keystone ahead. 196 for Echo now, and where in the world do you go? Like, they have the highest or equal keys on everything at this point.
Yeah, so I would go 32 docks if I were Echo.
All right.
I think that is the most doable key. The problem is it is the least tiebreaker-y key. So if you're worried that you might need to beat another team that gets to 197, maybe you pick a different key to do prog on instead. But I do think it is substantially easier than the other options that are available. So that being said, there's no easy keys left on the board by a lot. All of the keys. Echo has already timed a very hard level of each key, and now they're trying to go even higher. Monka, though, working on this 32 lower opera event.
Now, the 32 lower time for Echo is 40:31, so we'll have to keep on that. Keep an eye on that as things kind of progress. You can see it on the scoreboard as well. Ambition working on their 31 upper. Jishu Gaming had to restart their 33 streets, and they're still in the first room for that dungeon, so we'll see how good that goes.
Yeah, it looks like Echo are choosing to take the last few minutes of their break, so once they come out of this break, they should be all dunsies with their break for the day. We do have 15 minutes. Yeah, for the whole tournament. For the whole Shadowlands Great Push season, even.
That's the thing. It's kind of the end of the competitive dungeon running in Shadowlands in a sense. We've got some special events coming up, but for the mainline competitions.
Yeah, it's been a good expansion for Mythic Plus esports, I'd say.
Yeah.
Great Push has been a really delightful project that we've had going on here, and I'd really like to see these new dungeons being re-explored in them.
It's been really fun, especially seeing the expanded format that we've had for Great Push number 3. I really love getting a chance to get a bunch of really great teams decided from their individual regions and then getting them in like this. It's pretty cool. It'd be cooler if NA was more dominant, but what can you do?
Yeah, Ambition unfortunately have had just some of the roughest few hours of the tournament that I've seen any team deal with. They went through a stretch of maybe 8 dungeons where they timed 1 or 2 of them and were just chain depleting in heartbreaking fashion in dungeons like Junkyard and Lower Karazhan.
They are playing, though, much better this week than I think we saw them 2 weeks ago. And yeah, there were some nerfs and things, but they definitely are a team that I think got a lot out of the practice between the NA regionals and now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team that does look very strong. They came out with such an assertive start to the weekend as well. They 3-chested all of their 26s. The only other team able to do that was Echo on day 1.
Yeah, that's
Problem
true.
just came out towards the end of day 2, the start of day 3, being pretty rough for Ambition. They're now in a point where winning this tournament for them would require a series of miracles. It would require all of their keys to go well, and it would require Echo and Monka to basically fail to put up any more points. I'm not saying it's impossible, but odds are getting pretty slim here for Ambition. They also will need to head back into that 37 Junkyard and take it out in one attempt. Absolutely.
Stranger things have happened. That's for sure. Those are affixes, of course, for the dungeons today. Monka working on finishing off the theater event over there, or opera event, rather, as the motorcycle drives to my apartment. Happens a couple times a day. You're probably used to it by now.
That's the storm relief motorcycle on its way over to Tettles.
That's right. We're sending them quickly from sunny California.
Yeah, we're bringing some sunshine over to to Texas there.
That's right.
Hopefully
Good
it gets
luck.
there in time to bring Tettles back. It would be a real shame if he didn't have power for the next 35 minutes and I didn't have to cast with him for the whole shift.
That'd be rough, man. Can't
I would not
imagine.
like that at all.
You wouldn't wish that on your worst enemy.
That is who we're talking about, yeah.
So, on a completely unrelated note, tell me, in your opinion, what's been the hardest dungeon ever in MDI across expansions?
The hardest dungeon ever in MDI
Yeah,
across all expansions,
in your subjective opinion.
including great push levels or just back in the speedrun MDIs. Because I think it would probably be back in Old Legion. The MDI actually went to some fairly high keystone levels, and we threw something like a 24 lower Karazhan at teams back when that was like very high key. Made them speedrun that at each other in a global finals.
That's just mean.
Yeah, there were some really dangerous keys back in Legion. There was a lot of experimenting. There was a Seat of the Triumvirate that a team had nearly 70 deaths in without killing the first boss.
I've heard the legends. Actually, I've seen some of that VOD too.
Yeah,
It was a long one.
There've been some good times in the different dungeons. There was of course Anuo from Jishu Gaming was involved in, I believe, a Rockmora 40-minute battle in Neltharian's Lair as well.
As you
Come
do.
a long way since then.
Didn't have the DK tanks to live forever in that one.
Yeah, they were playing DK back then, but it was not quite as immortal as it currently is. It was close.
Right. Ambition look like they're pretty well on track to finish this 31 without any issue. So that's good
Yeah,
for them.
Ambition heading up to their second platform. Let's see if they decide to do this the easy way or the quick way. Because there's two different ways you can do this platform. Azuna is going to pop Cauterize, and Ellesmere heading up into the spot as well. So if you don't walk into that little circle platform, you don't have to do anything on this fight except for dodging disintegrates. Your melee don't get to DPS, but Ambition are on Operation Safe here. By
Well,
standing behind that circle, it will just keep chain casting disintegrate down the line, and you can just blast your range damage here. JPC is the player that is, well, JPC and Nerf are the players that are not happy with this, as they are not in range to do many of their abilities. JPC actually can do almost his whole
Yeah, his
rotation from
pet's in
range.
there. He can point aggressively.
Yeah.
His pet to keep attacking. Throw some things maybe. And, Nerf's got a couple diseases you can throw, I suppose. Death coil once in a while.
All right, so we've got an update from Syrah on the back end, crunching some of the numbers on what potential tiebreakers might look like. If Monka can get this lower Karazhan done at around the same time as Echo, Monka will actually have the time tiebreak. Well, okay, Monka would have the time tiebreak if they can keep their lower time at around 38:20. But if Monka's lower is slower than 38:50, that's where Echo would have the tiebreak, and I think it will be. So I do think Echo will have the time tiebreaker here.
Yeah. It's gonna be a little bit tricky still for Monka, but I mean, it's always an uphill battle versus Echo anyway, so no big surprise there.
They are probably going to need to get another key on the board in addition to this 32 lower. Echo, though, are not interested in giving Monka opportunities to make a tiebreaker happen, make anything like that happen, because Echo are saying, you know what?
Yeah.
We're going to put some more points on the board as well. We are going in to 32 Iron Docks. This was where I was thinking they were likely to head. Their Iron Docks 31 was 3.5 minutes under the timer. So the 32 is certainly possible for them. Look at this first pull that they've got going on as well. This is unbelievably large amounts of enemies. 3 million foot soldiers all in this pull as well.
It's going for the MDI pull right off the bat and a cool 32. Why not? It's things Echo can do. If you group it all up like that, I suppose, is it seems like, maybe I'm wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong, but it does seem like some of these mobs early on in the dungeon don't have as much health as some of the other ones that we've seen in some of the other dungeons. It always seems like these packs go down a little bit quicker, comparatively. but maybe it's just me.
Yeah, yeah, it's reminiscent of the old challenge mode pulls you would do in these. Actually, the old challenge mode pull was even bigger in Iron Docks, just running all the way to the first boss, grabbing that mob that's currently Zolgamux, and just fighting. You do this dungeon in 2 or 3 pulls. It's a different style, but that very first pull that Echo did, getting 12% all from one pull. In this dungeon, that's actually quite a lot to get from one pull, because you do get so much of your count from the Iron Stars being done correctly.
Well, I think they know, too, that the timer, there is a chance that the timer does become a difference. So the faster you can go, the better chance you have of winning on that tiebreaker. They're definitely well aware of that.
From a big picture perspective, you would want to do aggressive big pulls as your first pull of the dungeon, because you can just reset if they go wrong. It's not like MDI, where... in MDI, you only get 1 attempt at the dungeon. For Echo, it's a case of like, hey, this is in our first minute of the dungeon. If it goes wrong, we just reset. But if we do this slow, and then we lose the dungeon 30 minutes in, that's really bad for us, right? So we want to take the risks early in the dungeon, and then have a safer strategy later in the dungeon, generally.
Yeah, makes sense. Ambition on their break, and that would be the last break for any of the teams today, I suppose. So after they're done, it's going to be all dungeons from here until completion.
Yeah, all gas, no brakes after Ambition returned from that one.
Yep.
Monka setting up that's a
big
pull. Oh my goodness. Monka are going for all the patrons. Now even did not do this in their 32.
No
but
kidding,
Monka is interested in this. Skylark is going to start getting beaten up here. It's
a fighting game over there, man. A lot of Ryu's.
Yeah, a lot of uppercuts for sure.
Yep.
Skylark does have... So no Vamp Blood, no Weave of Warped Fates.
Angel form over there. They lost their healer. That was a big pull that they're doing with multiple infiltrators over there, too. So multiple teams doing huge pulls right now. Skylark solo. There's a Purgatory. Looks like they're going to be okay, though.
Yeah, well done by Skylark.
Yeah.
Very aggressive pull. Just 2 infiltrators to clean up for them. That is a lot of count. And crucially, those 2 infiltrators for their nice Shrouded stacks.
Nice time saver, too, to be able to get it all done in 1 pull versus the 2 pulls from Echo.
Yeah, that was scary. It did cost Purgatory. But you know what? That was probably a price worth paying. Purgatory is also on a fairly short cooldown compared to other cheat death effects.
Yeah,
so it should be back up before too long. We'll see them likely skip these ushers. These skeletal ushers have undergone several changes over the last few weeks. They're actually not that bad to fight anymore in your weekly keys, because they've removed a lot of them. You can see it's mostly just 1 usher instead of 2 in each of those spots. They have less health, they give more count, but they do still do that flashlight that makes it pretty hard to pull multiple of them at once, and so for that reason, in Great Push, we see teams generally skip them. But
they're actually not that skeletal anymore either.
Yeah.
They used to be big skeletons, but no, not anymore. Just undead dudes.
Yeah.
Skeletal as in skinny. Another big pull from Monka.
Yeah, 2 infiltrators. Or is this just 1? Just the 1 infiltrator. There is 1 further infiltrator they could go grab. Ooh, that Sleepy Cloud getting awfully close to all of their clothies here. Somehow they've dodged it so far. Ooh, mode actually
maybe not.
ends up going to sleep. That is okay.
Yeah, quick nap.
Shisu Gaming are hearthing out and starting again in their Streets of Wonder. Again! Streets of Wonder here has now cost them something like 40 minutes of depletions.
Yeah, that's their 3rd start, I think. Maybe 4th if they had a really quick one at the beginning, but... That is,
Echo.
That is rough.
Ginji's gone down for Echo. They do have a battle res, but they are still in boss combat. What they've done is they've killed off the dog, and now they're just taking the flesh render around and pulling trash on top of it. This is a really nice strategy for efficiency, because once the dog is dead, flesh render isn't too deadly. The downside is you're in boss combat, so if somebody dies, they can't release. You've got to B-res them.
Right. I mean, at least when you're on flesh render and a bunch of mobs, you can kind of see where things are going to come down, so if you maneuver properly, you're not going to be at too huge of a risk. Not saying it's easy by any stretch, but comparatively, it's something you can do in this dungeon, I guess. Not a whole lot of the dungeons you can just kite the boss around for half of the next trash.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive that Echo have been able to do this so far.
Yeah.
They're going to have a lot of count out of this. We'll see how they handle the Iron Stars area. This is going to be really, really big. How well they can handle this this section of the dungeon. This will be where it's determined if they have enough time to do a 32, because You know, the thing about Iron Stars is they don't take more time at a higher key level, right? Most dungeons, the key level goes up by 8% health and damage. You take 8% more time, right, to kill everything. It's a little bit of an approximation, of course, but the big thing is the Iron Stars just one-shot everything at any level. So if you can do that area cleanly, that makes this keystone scale a little bit less per key level than an average one.
It's definitely a make or break part of the dungeon, though, too, because it's definitely one of those things where, you know, maybe the mobs die the same rate to the Iron Star. They get one shot, but they're going to make it, they're going to kill your tank or whoever's trying to kite it a lot faster, too. So now, obviously, on that Blood Decay, going to be pretty survivable compared to other tanks, but, you know, people like the Hunter who send their pet in, you know, those mobs are going to come after you at some point, and they're not going to be friendly if they get to you. So it's like there's never much room for margin of error, I suppose. That gets harder the higher key level.
Yeah, so now is grouping up 15 enemies to be hit with that first Iron Star. I wonder where Gingy is right now for Echo. Wonder if he's setting up anything up
he's
ahead.
way over there.
Yeah,
you can see him.
You can see a couple different movements happening here. Mira is actually going to cauterize and run ahead.
Huh.
Now grabbing a couple of enemies, getting all the way up.
It looks like they sent
Gingy-
Miras to go get those
okay.
mobs instead of Gingy. Well, he's running over there now, so I wonder. Interesting.
Now is grabbing these the big enemies, the Ogrons, and their second Iron Star needs to kill all three of those Ogrons for sure. Big stomp coming
There it
out.
goes. All good.
Beautiful. And now the question is the trash in the dock area itself, the area that gets bombarded by the last boss. Have they gotten all of that easily? So this is not going to be that. This is not an Iron Star pull, what now is fighting right now. This is going to be trash that they'll kill themselves, and then they will kill the rest of it with that last Iron Star. But what they've done right now is they've selected some of the easier enemies and the infiltrators that don't get hit by the Iron Stars, and they're just going to AoE these ones down because the Iron Stars only hit 15 enemies each. So you want to make sure that you set up such that you can have 15 enemies carefully planned out that include the most dangerous and biggest enemies as well. And the easiest way to facilitate this is to just grab some easy enemies and kill them yourselves manually before shooting that third star.
It looks like Jishu Gaming restarted again. Back down to 20 seconds on their timer. So I wonder if they didn't like how that first pull or maybe the second pull went and just decided to go again.
Debuffs on 3 of their players indicating that Pod Tender has procced recently for them, so I think you might be exactly right there.
That's so rough. And I mean, every wipe like that gets them farther and farther away from having any hope of tying up. You know, maybe they can contend for second at this point, but it seems like a battle for third right now between Jishu Gaming and Ambition.
Yeah, right now, Jishu Gaming do have a bit of an advantage over Ambition for that third spot, but not much. Very close at our leaderboard right now, as you can see. 1 point separating each of our teams. Beautiful little staircase of score there. Only an hour and 20 minutes left in our day, though. That's not a lot of time if you're trying to pick up 4 points to get ahead of Echo if you're Ambition.
Whoop.
They are moving into the junkyard, though. That is their best bet at doing it. Jishu Gaming having another wipe here. That's okay. Yep. You know, obviously it feels bad to deplete a dungeon 5 times in 5 minutes, but that is much better than depleting a dungeon 1 time in 30 minutes.
Yeah, that is a fair point. See if they decide to go right back again. Looks like they will. I am wondering if it has happened at some point that we're going to see Ambition go into that 37 junkyard. They've been I don't want to say avoiding it, but they've been choosing not to do it for a while, and you got to get it done at some point.
Dot, it looks like that's where they've headed. They're still on break now, but very soon they'll be coming out of break and they'll be able to hit start keystone. So junkyard does look like the plan for them. Echo, on the other hand, to finish off that Iron Star. Clix is going to put a gateway right through the walls here. Now trying to activate the gateway.
Oh, there you go.
You need to get a good jump angle on that for it to work.
It is an interesting one. But hey, it's magic. Why shouldn't you be able to go through boxes?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Telling me that's the least realistic thing in one of these dungeons?
Seriously.
You.
Yeah. You have giant, like, rolling iron wheel things. Like, tell me, where does the realism begin?
All right, so they're taking one infiltrator into this second boss here, Grimrail Enforcers. For a little bit of reference, yesterday in Iron Docks, Echo were able to get the Enforcers killed at 13 minutes, 28 seconds on their plus 31. They're not going to be much slower than that, and the key level is 1 higher here, so they are on great pace in this dungeon so far.
Yeah,
Again, 13-28 is that split they had in the 31.
Well, they've been pulling really aggressively, and it's, they've been completing things very smoothly. Just that one death, which, it's just going to happen at this key level. People are just going to randomly get wrecked once in a while.
Yeah.
I'm keeping my eye on ambition as well. They need to. We know how punishing this 37 can be, as far as you can get to any one of these bosses. Really can end your run. It feels like. Ooh. Except for maybe Trixie and Nato.
Look what Azuna is up to here in this cave. So runs into the cave. Oftentimes people will grab 2 robots and then run out of the cave. Azuna is going to run all the way through the cave and grab this lurker. But wait, that's no lurker. That is a Dreadlord Infiltrator. Unfortunately, it does auto-attack Azuna. Oop. That's going to put him into his Cauterize, and then he had to use Tuft on himself, it looked like, to keep himself alive as well. Meanwhile, Ellesmere and Onesie both in their pod tenders. If I had to guess, this might be a town portal, and yep, Azuna tries to cast a town portal, gets griefed on it, and sent into his pod instead.
Oh.
Alright, that's fine. 1 minute lost for ambition. Obviously, they don't have very many 1 minutes to give, but it's scary.
It's true. I mean, how does pop his Purgatory here, it looks like. On the, they've got the Cleft Tooth in there, too, actually.
Yeah.
We saw this before, but it's always kind of funny to see. It's not as dangerous as it looks if you get out of the way, but still a scary pull.
The Cleft Tooth casts its charge, and then it doesn't target whoever it's running at. It'll just start running at somebody. But as soon as it starts running, it's locked in where it's stampeding. So there you can see Trampling Stampede. Now it's running at clicks. He sees that it's running towards him, moves out of the way, no problem whatsoever. As long as everybody is playing nice and far away, you can see when it's running at you and just dodge it. The problem comes whenever you're busy, distracted by one of the other mechanics, and then all of a sudden there is a Cleft Tooth right underneath you.
Or on top of you.
Yeah, as the case may be.
Yeah. Well, just Makog Emberblade left for the boss fight.
Yeah,
You'd think
taking
the
out
Cleft
the
Tooth would be more flammable with those waves of flame coming across the arena there.
Very true.
Yeah.
I'm going to be writing an angrily worded letter about why there's no interaction there.
Where's the realism?
Yeah. They brought in a Wrangler as well here with the end of the boss fight. That Wrangler would be pretty dangerous if the other 2 bosses were still alive. With just Emberblade left, it's not the end of the world. It's nice to take care of it instead of dealing with it with the other trash. Ooh, Clicks circling out of the Cleft Tooth charge right into the path of a lava wave, but does do a nice little dodge.
I'm going to play a little bit of DDR there, but should be fine.
Yeah, they still have to avoid these traps that won't despawn for a while here. But luckily, no new traps are being added.
I mean, at least with those traps, when they go down, there's always a gap on one side. Like, you can always look through it and walk out. And I think, can you walk between some of the closer ones, too? I think you can if your character's small enough.
Yeah, I haven't tested it yet. Generally, I've tested if I die when I touch a trap, and the answer is usually yes.
That does happen, yeah. A lot of traps do that.
Echo 1443 is their Grimrail Enforcers split. So they are a minute and 15 seconds slower halfway through the dungeon than they were in the 31. But they finished that 31 3 minutes and 40 seconds under time. So even if they keep being this relatively slow, they will still have a minute to spare at the end of this dungeon. But this is the hard part coming up. Last couple of bosses are really nasty.
Yeah, for sure.
Wranglers as well. Two Wranglers in each of these pulls.
Once the Wranglers are down, it gets a lot easier, but while they're up, it does get annoying. They like to jump around and make people's lives generally miserable, throw their caltrops about. But I noticed Clicks was using the Hearthsteed mount as well, so props to him. Hearthstone enjoyer, apparently. Just a good magical mount either way.
Definitely a good mount. I played Hearthstone on a different BattleNet than I played WoW on, so I would always have to go and like log in and just do whatever quest lines on that other account just to get the WoW rewards as well.
Gotta have those.
Good game for sure.
Well, looking over at Jishu Gaming, I've been kind of keeping an eye on them as well, because they've had to restart this room like 3 or 4 times now or something like that, but it looks like they're finally getting to the point where they can pull the boss and get through this. And if they can get through the 33, I almost got hit by an Iron Star there. Wow. Just dodged out of the way just in time.
All right, we also have Monka working on their 32 lower Karazhan with just one death. They are approaching Ataman here well under time. So Monka looking good to get to 196 off of this run. The problem is they need to be under 3850 if they want to secure the time tiebreaker from Echo.
Right.
I don't think that's realistic here. So I think Monka are going to need another point after this. And the other problem is Echo are about to get another point out of this docks, potentially. So Monka may need 2 more points to catch up with Echo, and that's not even considering what Echo might do after this docks.
Echo's moving
starting
so
to get
fast with
such a
this.
good lead, yeah.
Yeah, for a 32, they are really cruising. Monka also at the point in the dungeon that usually claims the most victims, it seems like, in this lower Kara, is this trash right before Ottoman, and then Ottoman himself, or maybe not Ottoman himself, but his horse.
Yeah, there are a couple of phases of that boss fight that get really nasty. It's like when you're like 2 minutes into the fight, you've exhausted a lot of defensives. It remounts up for another phase. You've got those spectral horses, and then like it hops down and casts Shared Suffering. That is a really nasty sequence that Monka will have to deal with on 32 Tyrannical Ataman the Huntsman.
You know the ability Mazer that that Midnight does? Do you know what it means?
Yeah, Mez is miss, and air is also, when you say something's air, that also means it missed, so that's what you want to do. That's it. The ability name gives you some hints to the counterplay. You want to make sure that it misses you, that it hits air instead, right? Miss air.
You're absolutely right. I thought it meant when a horse rears up and kicks out its front legs, but I think you're right.
All right, well, you
nailed it.
We can agree to disagree, yeah?
Ottoman doesn't care. He just wants people dead. He's gonna where do all those ghost horses go after the fight? Do they become more horses in the stable after everybody leaves?
I don't think there's
does he
any
keep
horses
them?
in the stable. I've never seen any mounts drop from this fight in either
don't
of its
remind me.
versions. Yeah.
Yes, I've never seen that drop either.
So I think these are very empty stables, because surely if there were mounts from this boss, I would have seen one by now.
Yeah, same. Well, here we go. The Ottoman fight. You know, they got through that trash without losing anybody, which is a feat in and of itself, I think. And you have to clear all that trash, because otherwise Ottoman will pull it when you pull him.
I think that's a discovery that all of us had our first lower Karazhan of Season 4 was, oh yeah, I need to pull all the trash first.
First OG Karazhan, man. I remember that.
Yeah.
People were like, who pulled? Everyone claimed it wasn't them. And for once, they were right.
All right, so if you cool down Scent on Midnight on pull, most of them saved here for Ataman. Makes a lot of sense. You want to make sure that you aren't DPSing Midnight too hard and then not having cooldowns for Ataman.
Right.
Because the more phases you get, of course, the more total damage you're going to have to do.
Yeah, the more you have to worry about the lines of ghost horses coming through.
Shared Suffering comes out. Looks like that one was just soaked with maybe... I'm actually not sure. Maybe just AMS and a bunch of defensives from Skylark. Pretty impressive. They enter phase 2, the first remounted phase. This is one of the scariest phases, because during this phase, Midnight and Ataman kind of move around randomly. In future phases, it'll again follow your tank, but right now you can see it kind of walks around the room and summons these charges from different places, and that can mean the ranged are not safe.
Exactly. And, sometimes nobody's safe, as we see RX just getting absolutely destroyed by a line of horses that appeared right on top of them, which does happen.
Yeah, absolutely. They are now through the part where Midnight walks around to the edges of the room, so at least they should be consistently safe. Oh my goodness, the stomp.
Big stomp.
Nearly killing even before Midnight is enraged here on the plus 32 tyrannical level. If any team wants to try this dungeon on 33, they are going to have to line of sight that thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, usually see people line of sight it at the end, but at this point in the fight, that is dangerous mode.
Wow.
Wow, DDR on heavy there.
Yeah, mode
professional.
Threading the needle between several lethal abilities. They are continuing to dump damage into Ataman here, but that thing just has so much health on 32 tyrannical.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely one of the most mechanics intensive, I think, fights as far as just dodging things and being aware of your surroundings that we have in the Great Push here.
Absolutely. Echo also working on a tough fight. O'Shear up in the top right. They finished the first wolf cage, but they actually have trash in on this. They have an infiltrator and that last trash patrol all in on this boss. Now he's going to proc Purg. He is getting beaten up right now.
Yeah, that's a lot of extra damage on your tank to bring that trash in there. Oh no, and Zaylia just gets walked up on by O'Shear, and that's going to be a battle res used.
All right, here comes the next cage. This one just has a Rylak in it. This one will get CC'd. Mira's going to cast the Polymorph. They need to make sure that mob stays Polymorph for the rest of the fight. As soon as one of those things breaks out and starts casting Acid Spit, things get awfully dangerous in the boss arena.
The trash getting a little bit lower now. Wow, they're going to pop Lust. Huh. Okay.
This is it.
Yeah.
All right. I like this. I think I like trash with boss and then Lust as a way to save time. Maybe you get... Ooh, Mira's nearly gripped into the frontal from the boss. That would have been a devastating 1-2 combo, but luckily it was not quite synced up. Here comes the wolf cage now. This is a very scary cage. Gingy throwing a binding shot and a tar trap.
Nice. That's going to slow things down a lot.
Binding shot is going to land. But out of the binding shot, what are they going to have? Shadow Fury is the answer. Out of the Shadow Fury, what are they going to have?
Frost Nova.
Frost Nova. Ooh, Mass Grip as well. Beautiful.
I think I saw Dragon's Breath going there too.
Yeah, well done. Mira's keeping his head screwed on straight as well. Immediately knows that he has to go and do a Polymorph again. Not let that CC drop. Problem is they're going to have 2 Rylaks active in a sec here. After this time to feed, O'Shear is going to go and open up another cage. So they're going to need to keep 2 Rylaks CC'd for the rest of the fight. The question is going to be what CC are they going to use? Do they want to try and use an ice trap on it? That can be hard to land on the flying enemies.
Yeah.
Or do they want to spam Fear on it, which has only a 20-second duration? Oh, Mercifully is right next to the other Rylak, so it'll be easy to keep both of them CC'd.
It
does look like Gingy's landing a trap.
Okay. I mean, you have to try to position it right underneath where it will be, which is a little bit tricky sometimes. But,
yeah, well done. That does look like it's landed.
Yeah.
26% on O'Shear. One more time to feed coming up soon. That's going to land on... Oh, okay, no, that was that's the assault. And then after this, I think it'll be time to feed, I think. We'll see what O'Shear decides to do, though. Takes orders not from me.
Yep.
It is time to feed. Instantly canceled with Feigned Death by Gingy. Gingy going to disengage and re-trap, it looks like. Coming back in. One more frontal, and then it'll be a Wolf Cage number 3 for Echo.
Yeah, it does Wolverine's super move from Marvel vs. Capcom, and then he's ready to be back in the fight.
Here comes the Wolf Cage. Binding Shot is going to be the first CC. Actually, it looks like a Blasphemy Stun is even going to land before that Binding Shot procs. They're just going to pull O'Shear away and finish the boss.
Yeah.
And Echo have 5.5 minutes for plus 32 Fortified Skullock. They have all the trash they need as well.
No lust or anything like that, but yeah, it is fortified. It's not tyrannical. Should be doable. What do you think?
Yeah, I like their chances here. Let's see how they decide to attack this fight. Historically, Echo have usually chosen to cleave down Koromar and focus damage on Skullock. And that looks like exactly what they're doing here. You can see Mirez's Pyroblaster going right into that big Gron, not targeting the little orc. That means that until Skullock is at 25% health, Zagash is going to be sitting in that cannon shooting the rest of the party. The other option would be to focus down Koromar, but that means Skullock is alive for longer and you get more Gron smashes.
Yeah, I think you want less knockback phases from the Son of Gruul there, if you can avoid it.
Dangerous either way. Mira is actually getting hit by the Berserker Leap right before the phase. Mercifully not going to die, though.
Poor Skullock, he's just trying to live up to his dad's legacy.
was 19-13 out of the Grand Menagerie. Shishu Gaming are looking on par with that timer. Both Shishu Gaming and Echo were Zolgamuk's skippers. They did not play Zolgamux like we saw Monka doing in that dungeon. So, slight difference in plan there between Monka on the one side versus Echo and Shishu Gaming on the other. Don't remember what Ambition did. Shishu Gaming looking good on their timer right now. Looking great on their death counter, 0. Really good number there. We have all of our other teams back online as well. You can see indeed Echo, unless our Weakor is mistaken, are in a 32 gambit. Why?
Yeah.
I guess they think they can't do any more key level upgrading and they just want to improve their timer?
It's gotta be time, right?
It must be.
Seems intentional. And I mean, I'm sure I don't want to speak for the Evans, but I would imagine they double checked. Like, you sure you want to be in a 32?
Yeah, I mean, I think they're allowed to keep rerunning the 32 if they want.
Yeah.
It is it's curious.
Let's look at the timers here. So Monka finished their 32 gambit in 27:56. Echo finished theirs in 28:02. So they were only 6 seconds behind Monka. So it is conceivable that they looked at that timer and they're like, all right, well, we can beat that timer.
Yeah, okay, so for those who are just starting to hear us again, we're sorry about the technical difficulties our stream had been having for a while there. We are fully back now, so a quick recap of what you missed. The Iron Docks plus 32 was timed by Echo. That was incredible by them. Just towards the end, they got it done with more than a minute to spare. Monka also timed their key. That was the 32 lower Karazhan, only 4 seconds to spare there. So you can see Echo and Monka now at 197 and 196 respectively. Meanwhile, Shishu Gaming and Ambition have both been plugging away at their keys. Neither team has timed a key during our brief technical downtime. But Shishu Gaming are looking very good in this 33. Ambition, on the other hand, 4 deaths on their counter. Not a phenomenal number to see there. Oh! Let's make that 5 as Ellesmere gets hit by some of that trash.
That's a little bit rough. All right.
So
this is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, our tournament situation here is getting rather dire for the teams that aren't Echo, because one thing that looks like is going to be true is that Monka, even if they time this 32 docks, will be losing on time tiebreaker to Echo by quite a bit. Echo have decided to go into a 32 gambit, even though they've already got a 32 gambit timed, just to make their time tiebreaker even more unassailable. So they are sure that they are done improving their keys in terms of dungeon level, and they're just going to look to start making their times even better. It's a big strategy, but the problem is it opens them up to Monka taking them out with a hero play at the end of the day, like a 34 streets or something. That would be enough to overtake Echo, even if Monka don't get this 32 docks.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if if Echo has a slightly different plan in mind or something, or if they just think they can take their same run and just do it better, you know? And I think it's also time to bring in Zyronic again. Welcome back. You've survived the storm. It seems like your town wasn't inundated as much as Tettle's side.
Yeah, no, first of all, hope they can hear me on the stream. If not, I'll just talk to you guys until we have confirmation of that.
Yeah.
I think we can.
Cool,
yeah.
okay. Dude, it was nasty. I'm not surprised that his power went out at all, because it was coming down really hard here. We had hail and everything. But it looks like I made it through, so I'll be here for the last hour.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
You too, hello.
Oh, hello. Nagura is back as well to join us for the last hour of the global finals. No storms by you, right? The weather's pretty good?
No, I actually had a storm yesterday, though. Not the day before.
I remember hearing thunder
today.
from your feed yesterday. Today it's okay.
Pretty rude for all these storms to be scheduled at the same time as the Great Push, if you ask me.
No kidding, yeah. That's usually the kind of overlap you don't want.
Yeah.
Ambition had to reset their key, apparently.
Yes, unlucky for Ambition.
Started.
That is the nail in the coffin for their hopes of winning the tournament, I think, because even if they time this key now, they won't have enough time to get to 197. So Ambition are now playing for second place at best. They hearth out of another junkyard. They've spent like 2 hours total in Junkyard 37 this weekend, and they haven't gotten it on their scoreboard. Heartbreaking for the number 1 seeded American team.
Oh, this is interesting. So I just sat back down after figuring out what was going on. I'm assuming you've already talked about this. Echo not going for the 33 gambit, going for just a faster time in the 32.
I hate this. I hate this with a fiery passion. I think
we have
so.
an updated time difference between them and Monka after Monka completed that lower? Because I'm pretty sure Echo has like a 3-minute advantage or something on Monka, right?
Yes,
No, maybe not actually.
I think 3 or 4 minutes of advantage is, or 3 minutes of advantage roughly between Echo and Monka, all else being equal. Obviously, Echo do have a higher dox right now. That means that tiebreaker isn't relevant. But if you took that aside, it's something between 2 and 3 minutes in favor of Echo. So the question is, obviously, it's easier to improve your time in the 32 gambit than it is to put a new dungeon on the board, right? That's an easier task, but it's hard for me to imagine it'll matter. It's hard for me to imagine that it comes down to the time tiebreaker, because I think Echo already have such an advantage on that front that it's unlikely that saving a minute on that will help them much. I think they should instead play for the 198, because the 198 I think would be a winner.
So maybe they're doing this because of the time that is left in the tournament, right? So they only have 50 minutes left.
Maybe.
So maybe they were thinking they can get one quick gambit in, then maybe attempt something like 33 Iron Dogs, and then even do another dungeon at the end?
Yeah.
Like something like a 33 lower?
I don't think there's time to do that many dungeons. I mean, at these key levels, that they require such a high degree of precision that I don't think you can just go dungeon, dungeon, dungeon and time all 3 like you can at the end of day 1 of Great Push. But maybe it's possible. I don't know. To me, it seems like such a low value place to be for Echo, is trying to just improve their time tiebreaker. Because the problem with this is you kind of put this tournament in a position where Monka can steal it from you with something like 34 Streets of Wonder, 32 Upper Karazhan, and those are really hard keys, but they're not impossible, right? I don't think if you're Echo, you want to put yourself in a position where you lose to that.
Maybe they... I mean... The fact that they're not even trying those high keys makes me believe they haven't
Maybe
practiced it, or they have practiced
it, right?
and know it's not really possible.
Yeah, in which case this makes sense, right? If they're confident, and of course they know better than us, if they're confident that all the keys they're sitting on are the ceiling, right? They can't go higher than that, then it makes sense to just improve their time tiebreaker. I just would be very worried about Monka coming in and swooping one of those keys last second.
Yeah,
Again, the main thing that makes me think this isn't worth it is that they are already winning the time tiebreaker by more than 2 minutes.
Sure. I mean, you can either go for the outright guaranteed win by trying to time, a 33 gambit or a 32 upper, which are, both pretty insanely difficult, so not guaranteed +1s by any stretch of the imagination in the last hour. Or you can do what they're doing and just try to solidify your timer win. Yeah, but like you said, I mean, man, I hate this because Monka's going to go for the outright win if they get this 32 down in the Iron Docks really quickly. Did you see exactly how Monka was pulling trash here? I didn't quite catch what they were doing after Flesh Render, but that 8-minute 23-second kill time makes me think that they got a lot more trash count than Echo did, and they're going for the fewer Wranglers route.
Come to my aid.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what they're up to here, because they do have one more Iron Star available to send however they want here.
Look at Shishu Gaming, though, at the bottom right. I'm not sure if they have enough time for this dungeon.
They do. You need 2.5 minutes for this last boss on this key level. That's what it took Echo to kill the last boss on 33. If they kill this commander and they have RP started with a perfect run, 0 bad double technique RNG, they should be able to time this, but it is going to be extremely close. It is not guaranteed at all. And they're saving their cooldowns here, which is making this mini-boss take even longer to kill. We'll see. This is going to be really close. Remember, 2:30 is what it took Echo to kill this boss. They're going to have all their cooldowns up on the pull here. Here we go. Swazmi is pulled for them. Bloodlust popped. Everything is off instantly. Infernal, Combust, Coordinated Assault, Power Infusion. This burst is going to be insane. But they have to hope that they get really good jump RNG from the boss here.
Yeah, sending the Bloodlust on pull is important here. They need to use it with all their cooldowns. They can't afford to wait for a good double technique Bloodlust to make the fight easier, right? Ideally, you would lust later in the fight for safety and get less time with all those divides up, but Shiju Gaming have nowhere near the time to do something like that. They need to just send all their damage multiplied together with all their cooldowns here.
All right.
Uh-oh. Annie getting zoned out here. Has to find the correct portal. Does come back and rejoin the team, but little DPS losses might make the difference given how close this timer is.
Let's see. We're about to reach that 50% mark. They're at 1 minute on the boss, so they are still slightly ahead of time to kill timer, but that's going to be aided significantly by that bloodlust they had for the first 40 seconds of the boss here. Man, this is going to come down to the wire here. They're going to have to hope for really, really good Shuris here. This one is going to be a 2-portal Shuri. They're going to have to go triangle into circle, or maybe they can just take...
Late
I guess they
square?
can take square once. Late square is 1 port. That's actually pretty good.
Okay, ZyBB unfortunately is going to use Demonic Circle to get through it, and then he's trapped on the wrong side, eventually finds the triangle portal to get through. Triangle portal jukes him a little bit there last second, but he gets in.
That was a costly effort based off of time, right? And now he's going to soul shape across. Okay, here we go. 30% left on the boss. They only have 55 seconds left in the dungeon. The second Infernal's coming up. The second PI's coming up. Curse of Weakness instead of Curse of Tongues.
Why is Curse of Weakness on this boss? Oh no!
Oh, Shuri, right on top of them.
Well.
Right on top of them.
Oh no!
He has to port and then take back in. Okay, everyone figured it out. That's actually really good for damage, though. They don't have to go across any walls. We're going to get the second divide here in a second here. Then they'll get one last double technique. This is actually looking so good for them. That was actually a great Shuri because everyone could very easily get back into the boss. The second Shuri, can they do late circle? They can.
Nice.
Okay, dude, this is what they needed.
That is really good for optimization. 10% now on the boss. They're going back through circle. That'll be the last time. Oh no, circle's moved though. Ah, pain. Where's the boss?
Finish the boss, finish the boss.
ZyBB,
9
needs to get back to the boss. Oh no, tragedy.
Come on.
Annie is dead. ZyBB.
What happened? What did they do?
Oh, they needed to call a commit there at some
you
point.
had to commit. Oh no, Jishu.
Not like this.
And Shiju Gaming depleting here, and that is what Ambition needed to get third place here. Shiju Gaming.
So if Shiju Gaming goes really, really fast, they can technically still time to 33 and then still enter another dungeon, correct?
Correct. Yeah,
have
Shiju
to
Gaming
be super
could
quick.
still get to 196 points that way. The problem is that Echo are at 197 points, so Shiju Gaming and Ambition are both dead. But they are still fighting for second, third, and fourth place, which are all still on the table. Monka is still fighting for first or second, or potentially, obviously, getting overtaken by Shiju Gaming if they're not careful. And Echo are just trying to lock up the trophy here. But Echo are taking a different strategy than I would have expected by going for the tiebreaker rather than by going for any more points. So Echo are staying at 197. They are just trying to improve their tiebreaker of dungeon timers. Right now, they're already looking great on that dungeon timer tiebreaker. If they can improve their gambit from a 38-minute timer to a 36 or a 37, they will put Monka in a position where that dungeon timer tiebreaker is insurmountable. But Monka can still just win it outright if they do a hero play. If they get into a 34 Streets of Wonder, a 32 Upper Karazhan, something like that, a 33 Gambit, and then they can time that key, Monka will actually be able to steal victory from the jaws of defeat as a result of this choice by Echo.
Well,
How's Monka's timer looking? Looking pretty good, right?
85% count. If this boss goes down by the 17-minute mark, I'd say that they're probably good on time. It does not look like that's going to be the case. Well, okay, they actually have a little bit more count, right?
Yeah.
Because the Wrangler just died. They'll also have the Cleft Hoof down. That's another 3%, correct? Dratnos?
Yeah,
if I remember
some
properly.
percent. Yeah, a couple of count here or there.
Couple, it's a few count.
Yeah,
I still think that
several.
they're going to have to do 1 trash pack plus the 3-pack at the end, right? So they'll have to do two trash packs and then 2 bosses. And we know from watching Echo earlier on, that if you have about 9-ish minutes when you pull Oshir, you should be fine. But Monka's running a completely different comp in this dungeon. They don't have a hunter available for a binding shot, which means those wolves, or I should say dogs, are going to be actually really dangerous for them to kill. So we'll have to see how that goes for them when they get there. It's still a few minutes away, but I'm kind of worried about Oshir for this comp.
So Shishu Gaming decided to go Iron Dogs, which is
Okay.
very interesting because, well, I guess technically they can do the 32 Iron Dogs, which
Yep.
makes it a lot better on their timer, right? Because then they can even reset this dungeon once, maybe even twice if it's early, and then at the end of the day they can still attempt the 33 streets again. So I really like this decision by Shiju. They can only get a maximum amount of 196 points at the end, which means that they're not gonna be able to get first place anymore. But technically, they could still get second if Monka does not time this 32. I don't know how it looks on a tiebreaker on Monka versus Shiju, though. when it
That's a
comes
great
to
question,
speed.
and one that I will investigate now. Okay, so Monka versus Shiju on the tiebreaker. Monka have ever so slightly better times, like a minute and a half roughly of advantage on tiebreaker. If the thing is, but for it to get to a tiebreaker between Shishu and Monka Gaming, Shishu would have to do some higher keys as well, so they would lose even more tiebreaker time. So I think it's hard for me to imagine Echo having a worse tiebreaker time than Monka, and Monka having a worse tiebreaker time than Shishu Gaming. I think that order is pretty locked in at this point. But Echo are trying to make it even more locked in by rerunning the 32 Gambit. I think this is the first time we've seen this in TGP history, the rerunning of a key for better tiebreak.
Yeah, Jishu Gaming picking up right where they left off in the Iron Docks yesterday, committing Angel plus all of their pod tenders and cheat death trinkets to the very first pull. And they'll zone out and zone back in again. This was what we saw a lot from them yesterday in this key too.
Tragic news from Jishu Gaming on that barely depleted Streets of Wonder. Annie, their hunter, was overkilled by 99 points of damage by the Shuri.
Oh no.
54,300 damage. And that last 99 was what killed him. Unlucky, for sure. One drop of versatility gem.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? But, you know, the thing is, Jishu Gaming, I don't know if they were going to be able to compete with either Monka or Echo because they're still behind on tiebreak. But all of this wiping for Jishu Gaming is leaving open a door for Ambition to slide into that third place slot. They just have to get this 37 Junkyard down, which you would assume shouldn't be as difficult as some of the other keys that are being attempted, considering everybody else has gotten the 37 down. This key really seems to be the kryptonite for Ambition.
Yeah, it's certainly not working out at the moment for Ambition. They still have time left. They can technically still. I mean, they don't want to deplete this at all because if they finish this key, they can still start another one. So if they have to reset, then that won't be a possibility anymore. So they want to make sure they get this done to still be able to get another one. They will only be able to reach 196 points in total this way, but we didn't really look at the tiebreaker between Ambition and Monka and Shiju, so they might technically still be able to get second place at
All right,
most.
I'll take a look. Hang on.
But-
Calculating.
As Mathnos is doing the calculations, we can take a look at Monka as they're approaching Oshir now. We do know Monka. Wait, they're missing a little bit of trash, so I'm not sure
They're
if they're going to be
missing
playing
one Infiltrator with the last boss.
Yeah, so they're playing the Infiltrator with the last boss. That means they have back-to-back bosses here. Unfortunately, something got pulled.
Oh no, the Infiltrator pulled
This
from
is
the
not
imps.
good at all. It's
And Mode
only
was
Mode
within
in
60
combat
yards. Yeah, Mode was
that's
within
okay.
60 yards, so he had to die. They're going to have to commit a battle res to res him here. Because nobody else has an
Summon
actual
too,
hard
but
res.
that takes a long time.
Oh, they're
They're
choosing to summon.
summoning, okay.
They don't have time for this. They don't have time
Yeah,
for this.
this is looking. They have 9 minutes left, and the last boss takes
nobody's here to click the
approximately
portal.
6.
Just go res
Where
him.
is
Res him.
everyone?
They're stuck
Well,
behind
we
the
don't
three
even know
pack.
where the rest of the team is. Oh, they're pulling it now.
They have to. Yeah,
Oh,
they
were
have to
stuck
pull this.
behind the Infiltrator.
Yeah, once
This
you've
is
pulled
fine
the
because then they
Infiltrator.
just don't pull the other one at the end. right? So they're
That just
fine.
cost them. That cost them 30 seconds though. Like they don't have time
Yep.
to give here. Is the problem? That hurts. Well, hopefully this comp that they're running is a little more single target than what Echo had, because that's what they're going to need in order to time this key. But let's keep an eye on how they deal with this first set of wolves coming out of the cage. There's no binding shot here, so it's going to have to be stuns from the warlocks, and then Nova DB from the mage. Or maybe they just have enough AoE burst to where they don't really have to worry about it too much. Oh, they have Ring of Frost as well. That's
mean,
actually pretty solid too.
What do you think? What do you think about town portaling now? They have
Nah, you can't. You
34
have to try.
minutes left in total. I don't think you have to. You can literally town portal, do the whole dungeon again, and then start another key. Because if they think they're depleting this, then they won't have that option anymore. Like, they can only do 2 more keys, no matter what. So maybe it would make sense to go out.
I don't know. This boss is dying pretty quickly. Again, we think about 4.5 minutes is what you'd need to kill Skolak. So if they can get Oshir down in 2 minutes, which it looks like they definitely have the damage for, they could still be in, like, it's not even 2 minutes, it's like 2.5 minutes. They could still be in the discussion of timing this key.
Alright, if they think they can still time it and it's not going to be super sketchy, then I totally agree they should stay. Yeah. Yeah, then it makes a lot of sense. Because that will give them a lot more leeway for their last key if they want to attempt to get 198 points. Oh, Mason actually going down. That was the worst possible target for that feeding time. Because Mason... Actually, they have 2 warlocks. They actually have 2 players that can't get out of that feeding time.
Yeah.
A little bit of a comp difference, because usually they're running hunters here, which has Feign Death and Shadow Melt as well.
And I don't even understand.
Warlocks not being able to...
They're playing Dwarf instead of Night Elf when they only pull one singular pack of Serrated Spears.
They cannot play Night Elf.
Oh, they're Warlocks. They can't play Night Elf. You're
Warlocks.
right. Yeah, okay. You're right.
Night Elf.
Lame.
Haven't yet discovered that technology.
On Maestine again, and there's no wall this time either.
Oh no!
Hopefully they have cooldowns up.
Drain
There's a
life
combustion.
for Maestine.
I'm doing everything you can to stay alive here. Okay, they're able to break it this time. That's good.
Pain. Monka
They're
are
gonna
gonna
get their
have
second Rylak here in a bit,
yeah.
which has to be feared by one of the Warlocks.
Yes, it does. Looks like RX is maybe gonna fear the old one, and they can poly the new one. Oh, poly on that one. Fear, Psychic Scream. 4 CCs were on one of those Rylaks for a time there. They're okay. Even a Curse of Tongues has been put on one of them.
They have not killed the
Still
Infiltrator.
alive.
Okay.
That's okay, as long as Skylark can live it, because they do not want to do any damage to that. Oshir is the thing that they are worried about. They can kill the Infiltrator on the way up to the boss. And this is actually working out okay for their Bloodlust timer. Oshir's going to go down. They'll have the Bloodlust available the second they pull Skolak. And if their damage is anywhere similar to what Echo's is, they should be able to finish off this boss within the timer. But it is going to be a lot closer, because Echo had about... When Echo killed Oshir off, they had about 30 more seconds than what this team has right now.
But Echo didn't have Echo lusted Skull.
Echo didn't have Lust, you're right, they
Right.
lusted Oshir. So Monka, for all intents and purposes, should have plenty of time here to finish this boss off. And their cooldowns are up too, that's the important thing. Echo also did not have their cooldowns when they pulled Skolak. Monka has Lust and everything available right now. This boss should get completely melted in this first phase here.
I don't know. It's still going to be pretty tight, though, on a 32 keystone level. That being said, I do like Monka's chances here. They do need to get this done, and then they need to get another key done is the problem. Oh, and
Seed on the
Podtender.
very first! Because he had the
no.
cannon barrage on him too. Fortunately for a Warlock, that's... Well, okay, that's still pretty bad. Because he wasn't as Tyrant, and every imp also gains a huge damage buff from being in that Tyrant. Ooh, that's unfortunate. But look at the damage amp here. It's on RxU again here. Okay, he has the wall
This is really
available.
the downside
He's dead.
of having the Warlocks. Yeah, they need to use a Battle Res here. Losing a lot of damage.
4 minutes left
This
here.
is
The
a
battle
huge
res
time loss for
is
them.
available, but that's not the problem. The problem is the timer. RX waiting to accept that. Takes the res. They're going to stop that
he-
next cannon barrage.
If he gets hit by the cannons again here, he might just be dead. He doesn't have wall. He doesn't have pact.
Oh, he's the
The only
target!
thing he's targeted again.
Oh,
He's
no.
drain lifing. Stoneform, do something. I don't even know if Stoneform works on the cannon. I don't know if it's physical damage, but do
Probably
something.
not.
He threw out a mortal coil as well.
Yeah.
Big move. RX is
That's
This
really
is the
bad.
downside of having
He's-
the 2 Warlocks, right?
Yeah.
You don't have the Shadow Melts available, because you can Shadow Melt this cannon target. But
And
without
Feign as well.
having the possibility to be Night Elf, really costing them here a little bit.
The biggest problem for them here, because of all that, he didn't have enough cooldown reduction from casting his soul shards to summon another Tyrant that phase, so he's not going to be able to Tyrant until the next phase. Now, fortunately, during this phase, they're going to phase Skolak below 25% to bring Zogosh out of the cannon pretty quickly here. They're going to have Infernal, they're going to have they're going to have Power Infusion, they'll have Combust up in a little bit too. Everything is going to be up in this phase. And check this out, RxQ is actually just sitting back until the first cannon shots go out, just so he doesn't get targeted by them. But he does get targeted anyways!
Oh, he's getting bullied!
He has Pact Down Wall, he should be okay. And here we go, here's the Tyrant.
1.5 minutes left.
Combustion's out, Infernal's out. They're going to push Skolak here sub 25%. They'll be safe from the cannon. They'll be able to actually probably kill Skolak next phase, which means they'll have about a minute and a half to finish off Koromar and Zagas. They should be fine. They actually have plenty of time.
Monka are looking to put 197 on the board and tie up Echo. The problem is Echo are about to kill Solia here and further increase the tiebreaker lead that Echo even were already going to have here. You can see Solia about to die. That is not progression for Echo. They've already done this 28 or 32 key. They just did it in 28 minutes last time, and they're doing it in 27 minutes this time. Bang!
It's a 1 minute time increase. Yeah, it's huge.
One more minute of tiebreaker for Echo. Now what is the question?
Well, with that 27 flat, they could time a 33, to be honest.
Yeah, do you go 33 Gambit? Maybe that was a warm-up run. Maybe that was the big move. Get the practice and the tiebreaker, and then go 33 with your practice and your secured tiebreaker. Either
I would
way,
like to see the 33 Gambit.
Monka have finished off Skullock, and they are about to tie up Echo. The tiebreaker is the problem, so we are going to be in a position at the end of our day here where both Echo and Monka will get to start one more key. If Monka can time it and Echo don't, Monka will win the tournament. But if anything else happens, Echo will win. That is going to be the position we're in. The problem for Monka, that sounds like a good thing. Oh, just time a keystone. The problem is all the easy keys are done. All the medium keys are also done. All the hard keys are also done. It's only brutal keys left. Really rough spot for them to be in. They've got to pick something to go to. 30 or 27 minutes left for them to do some practice pulls, but they don't have enough time to do 2 dungeons.
Where do you think they go here?
I would go... Go ahead.
I would either go Gambit.
Do you think upper is possible at all? You have 30 minutes left in the day, which means you kind of have like 3 attempts at the 32 curator.
Yeah.
You know
I
what
like
they
that.
could do? I really like doing upper a few times. If you kill curator, you obviously just do the rest of the dungeon. If you keep wiping to curator, you just start another key before the timer ends. And just try to do that. I don't know. They can definitely reset the key a few times, as you said.
Yeah, it is going to be really close. There's also another decision point here of if you do a key and the other team also does their key and you both time your keys, then you actually want to be thinking about the tiebreaker situation there. Because if you pick something like a 32 Gambit or 33 Gambit and the other team goes for a 32 upper, you have the tiebreaker on them, right? You've picked the higher level key to be doing, and that is our tiebreaker before the times matter. So, yeah, I'm
Technically,
curious
they
here.
could do lower. The best tiebreakers would be lower 33, Gambit 33,
Or
Iron Dogs 33, or Streets 34.
Streets 34 would be
but
even
I don't
better,
think-
but it is probably harder.
Yeah, but I don't think that's doable, honestly.
Shishu Gaming in the top right have restarted an Iron Docks once again. They don't have enough time to finish this key and start another one, so they are now capping out at 195 at best. Ambition can actually overtake that with this Junkyard if they can then get another key done afterwards. So Ambition still alive for 3rd place here. Jishu Gaming hoping to stop them from overtaking, but at the top of our leaderboard, the race is becoming even more intense. Both teams have to decide. One key will determine who wins the Great Push, and they have to pick which one they want it to be.
So now we can actually look at the tiebreaker exactly and figure out how much difference there is between Monka and Echo. But if it's 3-4 minutes, then there's just no way Monka is going to be able to get that much of a time advantage in any of the keys they've already done, right? I don't think there's any single key where they could save so much time.
Echo are actually, they are 3 minutes ahead on tie breaks right now.
Echo is in Tasavesh again, so that means
Oh my
doing
goodness.
upper 33? Gambit 33? There's no way to do 32 again, right? So it has to be the 33 angle here by Echo.
Yeah, I would say. I mean, yeah, there's nothing to be accomplished in a 32 gambit for sure. They have mined that dungeon for all it's worth at that level. But 33, it is possible. Monka may be waiting to decide until they see Echo start a key. Because, of course, Monka will know what they need to do for a tiebreaker based on what Echo does, right? If Echo pick a 33, Monka can't pick a 32 and hope to win if both teams time their key. So maybe a little bit of mind gaming here. Of course, Echo is probably happiest if both teams only get one attempt at it, since they are winning if the status quo holds as well. This is so cool. We'll see when they start their keys, but right now Ambition are the team that is working on the hardest key, the 37 Junkyard. They have tried and tried and tried to get this done. They have failed up until now. This time might be different, though. Ellesmere keeping everybody alive through that nasty charge smash. Most of the hard part of this fight is still ahead of them, though.
Ooh, Monka also in Tassavesh. So they are either doing 33 Gambit as well, or they are attempting the 34 streets. I would guess it's Gambit, because 34 streets is... Yeah, I don't know, like the male boss, for example, is possible. It's just so much incoming damage in a group. So I would assume it's Gambit for both of those teams. And Echo as well isn't a Gambit. I would assume it's a 33. I can't read the number. A bit tiny on the side.
Yeah, it should be. Well, Monka's in
But
a
it should be.
Tazavesh.
Which one?
We don't know which one it is. Is that a
It's
street?
about to be revealed. It is
Oh, it's a
Gambit
Gambit.
as well.
All right, 1v1. Snipers only.
Tazavesh
Rust.
Gambit.
I mean
Plus
Gambit.
33. Yeah. No Moonkins allowed. These are the house rules.
Amen.
So Echo having a little bit of an advantage here, because they literally just did the 32.
Yeah.
Right, so it's fresh in their minds. They know the timings. Of course, it's one level higher, so they're gonna have to be really, really quick. But that 27 that they did earlier really makes me believe they do have the time.
Yeah, the 27-minute run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem is, of course, that both Hilbrand and Celia might be taking quite a bit longer, just even though it's only 1 key level higher.
Yeah, both teams have
There we go.
22 minutes to restart the key if they want as well. So they can make some mistakes early on and reset. But it is all going to come down to this. If Monka can time the 33 and Echo don't, Monka will win the tournament. If anything else happens here, if both teams time, if neither team times, then Echo will instead be your winners. So that is going to be the story of the next, of the end of our day here.
That's not it, though. We also have a direct competition between the bottom two teams for the third place timer, because remember, there is a lot of prize money on the line, $210,000 available to be split between our top 6 teams, so you really want to do as well as possible. Ambition is actually on a good timer in this junkyard here. They have a little bit less count than I'd like to see them have, so they're going to have to do one extra pack. But their Gobbamac timer is only a minute slower than what we saw from Team Performance, which means they should be about 45 seconds under the dungeon timer if everything goes well for them here. So we have to keep an eye on this junkyard. Them getting this down would be huge. It would catapult them ahead of Jishu Gaming.
Yeah, they have been working on this junkyard on and off since this time yesterday, for a little bit longer even than that. They've been trying to get this 37 junkyard on the board, and it has just not come together for them, but this is the best run that we've seen out of them so far. They are nearly on that last boss, and they have 10 whole minutes to spare. If nothing goes horribly wrong here, they should finally be freed from the junkyard prison at 195 points with the opportunity to start one more key and actually lock Jishu Gaming out, because Jishu Gaming are only ever going to be able to get to 195. Ambition could still get to 196, even though technically they're behind right now.
Yeah, that is true. Let's see how these gambits are going for our top 2 teams, though, in the top half of our stream here. Echo making good progression into the dungeon already, have gotten through the first 2 pulls. Notably, they have changed their routing, so they're no longer pulling that second Goliath into the second pull here. That is just way too dangerous to go for. And I think that is going to be the trend. You'll see that first Goliath with the Bloodlust, and that is about all they'll end up pulling. But because they do that, they'll have to pull one extra entire Murloc pack. No way they're going for the triple Scalebinder pull, right? Okay, they're
There's
just pulling
no
through.
way. Yeah, Scalebinder's very dangerous, although if you assign them, they can be okay. It's just when there's a lot going on, if one of those fish stick casts goes off, it is pretty much over. That is Town Portal scroll time.
Deep breath.
Yeah, this is going to be an intense finish to our day. Echo and Monka get to attempt the start of this dungeon a few different times. Echo are going to take advantage of that privilege here, as now dies, and
take
they're
advantage of their
Hearth
cheat
and F.
deaths. Yeah.
Yeah, yep. And they're gonna give this one another go here. That is gonna be a Town Portal and a restart for sure. Yes, the difference
You've
between
actually playing.
okay,
Sorry, go ahead.
all you.
Yours was more relevant.
I was just gonna say that the difference between third and fourth place for Shishu Gaming and Ambition is $8,000. So high stakes even at the bottom of our board, but at the top of our board between first and second place, that difference is $25,000, $60,000 for first place, $35,000 for second. So very high stakes at the top of our teams there.
Oh, yeah.
Monka Town Portaling too. They're also resetting.
Yeah, that's fine. Take your time, get a good opening to the dungeon. You have 18 minutes and 30 seconds to do it.
And notably, Monka is playing Venthyr Dastro Warlock.
Ah,
Very interesting. Not having that cheat death, not having the pot tender available. Downside there, but upside is that the trash is probably a little bit easier because you get all of those curses applied to them.
All right, meanwhile, our other two teams that are not aiming for the top two spots right now are having their best runs in both of these two dungeons. Jushu Gaming have gotten to the Iron Stars. They've had something like 10 attempts in this Iron Docks, and they've gotten to the Iron Stars only one other time. That's how much trouble they've been having in here. So we'll have to keep an eye on them and see if they're able to make use of that one good run they've finally put together in that dungeon. But Ambition here, look at the timer. They have their trash count, they have the renormalizer to finish off the trash count, and they have 6.5 minutes to finish off this final boss. That is more than enough time. They just need to get this boss down, just get through this junkyard.
absolutely. Ambition finally in position to get that dungeon on their scoreboard, but it is not over for them yet. The last boss has wiped our teams before. With this much extra time, though, I think they'll know that they can play it safe, and they won't get too aggressive in the intermission. That's usually how we see teams dying in here.
Ooh, it looks like Maystine either switched to Night Fae, or maybe it was still showing Venthyr because of the Iron Docks it did earlier and he was the Night Fae the whole time. Either way, the comp now identical between Monka and Echo. No Covenant differences, no spec differences either.
Yeah, the Venthyr Warlocks, we've seen them a couple times this weekend, but it has by and large been Night Fae that has dominated. That Pod Tender's just so good for these high keys.
Echo resetting one more time.
Oh, Azuna! That's going to be a tough proc. All right, we're okay. Turtle used by JPC there against one of those zaps as well. That's an immunity that'll be unavailable now. Nearly done with this Tank Buster. One more zap's coming out. It's JPC! Ah! Pain.
Just one heal.
This is the worst timing because the intermission started, right? And now JPC... Okay, there we go. Yeah, but Ellesmere had to wait behind to make sure that JPC is staying alive. One more sheep coming out onto the renormalizer here. And they just need to be calm and collected, right? Because they have more than enough time. They just need to make sure that no one goes down here to Grievous, to the damage. So they need to make sure they take this slow and steady.
Everyone's on an AMZ hacking up the system here. Ellesmere doing his best job to keep everyone alive, and I like this, right? They don't need to do anything super special here. We saw teams trying to do things like having their priests stay down at the bottom just so he could get a little bit more efficient movement, but I like everyone staying nice and clean. All 5 people up top. They have the enlarge buff. Nerf is going to finish off the hack. Oh no, Ellesmere got meleeed by the renormalizer there.
Wow.
That's not good, but fortunately didn't get one shot, so that could have been a lot worse than it ended up being. But here we go, into the first burn phase.
Getting himself a stack of focused will there. Good play by Ellesmere.
I'm sure that's exactly what he wanted to do.
You never know when you might need it. Echo,
But
meanwhile,
first-
have restarted once again in their gambit, but look at the ambition health here on the first push. I mean, 30%. Can't complain about that. They are definitely going to just get this done if they can get to another down phase. That's the hard part. Lust not available yet for Ambition either. That's coming up in 20 seconds. They'll just press it as soon as it becomes available. Very scary. Ellesmere's mana at least is looking good.
Another step on JPC, it looks like. Probably one of the worst targets to hit. They have a lot of cooldowns, defensive cooldowns available on the Warlock. That will probably be the preferred target. Oh, there is one on the Warlock. Perfect.
And there's the Bloodlust as well,
Oh, no,
so
it's
a little bit of
Ellesmere.
extra
Oof.
healing amp for them. A little bit of extra juice for Ellesmere to top people off with, so those heal casts can be a little bit faster. Meanwhile, Monk is making good headway into this gambit here, further than they got last time around. These pulls are really on a knife's edge, because if you ever get hit by one of those wave jumper slams, if a cry goes off, it is probably just a flat-out one-shot on this key level, even though it's not fortified, so they have to play pretty much perfectly. But we'll have to see what their timer looks like if they get further into the dungeon. We really have to focus on Ambition in the bottom left, though. This key is important for them.
Yeah, this could be the
First
third
step on
place.
JPC. Turtle being used. Doesn't really
But
do anything,
that doesn't
though.
prevent the damage that's already on him. All
Yeah.
right, Ellesmere able to keep him up there. I think that was another Tooft that kept him alive at the end there.
Ah, I see. Here comes another.
Because that tick should have definitely killed him.
They need to take
No
it slow
gateway.
here. Make sure you all stay together.
Onesie, give us
they
a
have
gateway.
2 minutes. They have 2
Divine?
minutes. Just run up
Yeah.
together. It's okay.
Ah, okay.
Everything
yeah,
is fine.
They're going to use the gateway to get back under boss as quickly as possible as well, if I had to guess. So not even using it to get to the hack quickly. They are definitely going to win here as long as they can avoid something going super weird. There's the gateway. Nerf finishes the hack, and they just have to do 27% more on the aerial oppression unit. And finally, after struggling in this dungeon for several hours, Ambition will be able to claim victory over the 37 Junkyard. Congratulations to them. 36:30 is their timer as well. A very fast key
Very
at the end.
Yeah, very good time for the tiebreaker if it comes to that.
The fastest 37
lots-
we've seen yet.
I think
Was
maybe
that
even
faster than Team Performance?
Team Performance had even
Oh,
faster.
you're right.
Yeah.
That's still
I
in
think
the
they were a
tournament. That is.
little faster for like 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Fastest we've seen today. Yeah.
So Ambition, 195 points. If Jishu Gaming get this docs, the two teams will go to time tiebreaker, which Ambition slightly have. Oh no, okay, I can't
Let's
do
see,
the math.
Gambit
it's
is
too
the
close.
same. Iron Docs is 10 seconds for Jishu, 30 seconds for them in lower. A minute and 20 in Junkyard, which is huge. So that's
So
pretty
40
much.
seconds in Ambition's favor, but
Oh,
then
in
upper,
the upper Karazhan. Yeah. Ambition does
but
has
then
the
look at
tiebreaker.
but look at the streets, right?
Oh,
Yeah, but the upper and yard is more
Minutes.
than the streets is by a lot, right?
Is it? The upper is a minute and a half.
Okay,
The streets is
minute 32.
2 minutes. I don't know.
2 minutes 56 seconds for upper and yard.
Carry the 3.
Doing the math. Okay, no, yeah, Ambition is the tiebreaker by about like 30 to 45 seconds.
I think Ambition will have the tiebreaker as well because Jishu Gaming will be putting the 32 docs on the board slower than their existing 31 run. And
That is also
should,
the case.
That should mean that Ambition will have the
Another-
tiebreaker, yeah.
and Ambition can still do the 32 docs as well, which
Yeah, that
their
would lock
timer
them
in the
out.
31 looks really, really good. Like I think Ambition's strategy in Iron Docs is really fast. So I think they definitely can do that. They have 10 minutes, so they can even reset a few times. That's where
Yeah.
they should go, right? Do you
That
think
is
there's any
absolutely
other
where
key?
Ambition should go.
Okay,
Yeah, well,
going
33
streets.
streets is the other option. Yeah, and now that I see that, I mean, that is also a key that other teams have timed. Ambition have even attempted it once or twice, and they
I
were
will win them the
looking pretty good in there.
tiebreakers outright without the
Yes.
timer, right?
Well, they don't. They don't even. It doesn't even matter. If
Well,
they get to 196,
yeah,
they win
true.
because Shishu Gaming are
Yeah.
capping out at 195 here.
You're right.
Because there is only about 10 minutes left on the day to start a new key, roughly. So Yeah, this is going to be the last key for Jishu Gaming for sure if they finish it off. Which means Ambition essentially have locked up the third place slot with that junkyard finally going down. Correct? Unless Jishu has an incredibly fast run on this Iron Dogs.
No, you're right. I think you're right. Yeah,
almost.
Because the tiebreaker that we were talking about, Ambition don't need to worry about Shishu Gaming getting to 196, and we think that Ambition have the tiebreaker at 195. We're not 100% sure on that, but it does look like that's going to be
Gaming. Let me we need to math out exactly what time Jishu Gaming has to get in this Iron Dogs.
Yep. Okay. Let me.
to
I'll
win the
pull out my
tiebreaker.
calculator.
Well, that's exactly
So-
what I just did too. Holy,
Okay.
we are on the
Wow.
same wavelength right now.
So cool.
Let's
I love
see.
mathematics. So
196 minus 176.
okay,
minus
you got to
30.
not say any numbers right now. My brain is not
right.
going to work if you do that.
Carry the
He's
1.
doing it all in his head.
Oh no.
Minus 10.
2 minutes, 3
to the fourth power.
Plus 1.
15.
And then minus
While
116.
you do the math, let me talk about something.
Okay, here's what they need. It's actually a lot closer than I thought. Ambition only has a
Yes.
21-second advantage over Jishu. You can check my math on that, Dratnos.
Well, I was gonna, but I kind of forgot where I was, so I'm gonna just believe you.
All right, good. No, go again. Go again. Check my math,
No.
please.
Yep, 21 seconds. Yep, just ran the numbers myself. 21 seconds. So that means that Shishu Gaming needs to get Iron Docs done 26:49 or faster. I don't think that's feasible.
No, it's not.
Does not seem
I-
that way.
Okay, yeah. Our production is letting us know as well the tiebreakers aren't directly tied to seconds because I guess they're like based on the total dungeon timer as well. So the longer dungeons, seconds are worth less than they are in the shorter dungeons. So when you factor that in, the mathematics get far too complicated for me.
But I've also
Luckily-
notified our producer that he is a second. So
Okay, good.
I won that conversation.
Got him. Either way,
Wow.
it looks like Shishu Gaming
Awesome.
probably needs to be under 27 minutes in this 32, which I don't think is feasible, but maybe it is. If they can do that, they might get the tiebreaker back from Ambition. Caveat, that is caster math. Do not take that to the bank. It might bounce.
So just wanted to talk about something real quick because Monka and Echo are both at Hillbrand. Monka actually playing Solgamux, while Echo skipped it.
Okay.
So Monka 8 stacks on that Shrouded buff, Echo only 6. And then Echo is also pulling the Guardians on top of Hillbrand on a 33 Gambit, which
Wow.
seems absolutely insane to me, but it worked out for them. And Monka had RX go down to what seemed to me like a one-shot from the Hillbrand mechanic. So, not sure if there was a shield maybe missing, like a priest shield. Oh yeah, there we go.
Goodness
Mode actually
gracious.
potting from that damage there. Even it looked like oh, RX going down too. That might be a town portal.
It does look like that,
Here.
yeah.
It's not looking good.
Why is Echo so... Oh, they didn't know Zolgabucks. I was wondering why
Yep.
they're so much faster.
Yeah.
Okay.
Echo Zolgamux skippers, Monka Zolgamux enjoyers. They are having to hearth out now. They do have another 5 minutes to start this key up again. They could also abandon the Gambit, but that would require them choosing a dungeon like 32 Upper Karazhan, 33 Lower Karazhan, 33 Iron Docks, or 34 Streets of Wonder, or I guess 38 Junkyard. Those are their other options, so I think they'll probably just reset and try again in the Gambit and try and live that damage burst from Hillbrand that comes out every few seconds. Maybe even putting on a little bit more versatility or choosing the versatile Shrouded option. But the problem with that is the timer is so tight, you can't lose that much damage without putting it in jeopardy.
We have been informed from Mode through Twitch chat mid-competition that they are currently doing this Gambit with their Hunter not having a Soulbind.
Okay,
Not ideal.
so I've come up with one optimization they could make before this next run.
What would that be, Dratnos?
Yeah, as I was saying, the versatility, a little bit more versatility on the gear seems to be the best thing they could change. No other
Also-
thing would be more valuable.
Also, oh, you want to say? You go ahead, Nigara.
No, I want to say something else. I was wondering if it's if they have enough time to play Solgamux, because it seems to me like the dungeon is so incredibly close
Yeah.
in the timer that I'm not sure if Solgamux is actually the play.
I came into this
I think
weekend a believer in Zolgamux, and watching Echo's timers with their more aggressive skipping of it, I think I've started to believe in skipping Zolgamux.
Not only, by the way, did their hunter forget their soulbind in this key, the reason that they restarted the key beforehand was because their tank forgot a soulbind.
Okay.
So the pressure really
Happens to
coming
the best
back
of
to
us.
Monka here at the last second in ways that you wouldn't quite expect it to.
When you're playing,
But-
dude, when you're playing DK in particular, and you just like see a Pelagos memory pop up, and you're like, oh, oops,
That's
I
not
forgot
right,
to
right?
change that one. Yeah.
Well, Monka are back in the dungeon, hopefully with all their soulbinds now, so we'll see how that goes for them. But Echo's kind of destroying Hilbrand.
Yeah, another point I want to make about Echo is I'm pretty
Wait, does Echo make
double
this?
pot.
No, they don't. They don't make this
They don't make
push.
this push now.
That might be a
4%
reset
on
for them.
Hilbrand. They've got to decide if they want to keep it going or Town Portal here. Do they think they could make this push? 4% is always that number where you start being like, maybe we could have pushed this phase. On the other hand, their damage was looking very good. Even without those pod tenders, I don't think they make it.
Alright, so what were you going to say, Nagura, before Echo interrupted you so rudely?
I actually wanted to say, notably, Zalia is not actually pre-using shields on the player, so I was thinking that they actually run a lot of versatility to not get one-shot by this mechanic, but then they proc double pot from full HP.
Ah,
So,
yes.
I guess they're not doing that after all.
Isn't it great when you think about saying something and something happens to teams instantly that makes you like, oh, maybe not.
Caster life right there. That's it.
Yeah, I think they just called the full commit, and Zalia, I guess, they were thinking
Smiting.
if Zalia puts the shield, the damage loss, and they need
Yeah.
every damage they can get, but it didn't work out anyway.
Well, 1150 Hilbrand timer is still pretty good, but for a no Zolgamux split, I feel like that's maybe on the slow side. We'll have to see that. These last two bosses are going to take a lot of time for them. So, for example, for a no Zolgamux split, I think we want to see Hooktail dead by probably like 1930. Maybe sub 20 is just barely enough time, so we'll keep an eye on Echo with that one. But we are very, very quickly approaching our last minute of the day timer here. Remember, the timer you see on stream is not exact, but we have close to less than 3 minutes left in the day to start their runs. So they are running out of time to restart these runs very soon.
And I just looked at Jiju Gaming, and Time to Feed was on Dabo Warlock, and the amount of damage it did was crazy. It looked like he was surviving, but then he died at the very end, so they had to commit a battle rest on the Demo Warlock. Yeah, their time is looking pretty good for that Iron Dogs 32. Think.
Yeah, Shishu Gaming, just like Monka, using the double Warlock strategy in this dungeon. It has its upsides, but this boss is the place it looks sketchiest. Really would love to have some Feigned Death, some Invisibilities, some Shadow Melds on a fight like this.
Oh,
But
the
you can
time
see
to
instead-
feed!
Oh,
Oh, that's
look at that
through
dot.
wall, that damage! That's so ridiculous.
Oof. They got it.
All right,
Yeah, it didn't look that bad.
here comes the last Wolf
look-
Cage, I believe.
Look at
After this
Echo's
frontal.
pull here, now 33 though.
Whoa.
Up left pulling the whole
This
trash
is the triple
of
pull,
time
no
motion.
bloodlust.
No lust.
Yeah,
Be
11
pain
pirates,
on the
one
blood decay.
infiltrator. Now is getting blasted by those brackish bolts. They've interrupted as many of them as they can. AMZ is going to come out for this
Whoa.
next set of them. Even still, he is taking so much damage here. Does have his gavel active.
Which gavel buff is that, Dratnos?
I can't really see. Hang on.
Oh no, meanwhile in the top right, Monka has wiped. Fortunately, there's just enough time for them to get one more attempt at this key. But this is going to be it. This is what they're locked into for the rest of the tournament. This last attempt at the Gambit 33 to try to snatch away the victory from Echo. It's coming down to the wire here.
Yeah, they gotta go
Alright.
fast, but they'll get in there. But like you said, this is probably gonna be the last try.
I think now may have gotten the best gavel here. It looks like that might be the frontal one with the strength on it. Frontals are nice. That's a lot of AoE damage here. So thanks for asking, Zyro.
Thank you.
There's another
This is a
AoE
good-
one as well that
good
you're hoping
question.
for. Yeah, there's two AoE ones, and then there's 3 that are more single targety. So you're always hoping to hit one of the AoE ones whenever you're doing a AoE pull with the gavel.
It's the bleed one that's like the Gigabis AoE one, right?
Yeah, so the bleed one, there's the bleed one, there's the plague one. Those ones aren't bad, but then there's the AoE damage procs that
Okay.
in big AoE you're often happiest to see.
I see. Yeah, I don't know what any of the boons are, to be honest with you, because I don't play a class that uses that weapon.
I've only just recently started learning them as my gavel this season was locked up thanks to the wonderful Dinar system.
All right, last run being started for Monka in the top right here. Very, very dangerous first pull. That Goliath is in on top of the group. Every one of those title stomps is going to be doing stacking AoE damage to the group.
Shishu Gaming
What's
Warlocks.
happening to Jishu? The Warlocks
2
are dead.
B-reses. 2 B-reses are available. Koromar's almost dead. They have to kill Koromar here. Once they kill Koromar, the bleeding stops. But until then,
DK
that
has to go
cannon...
rest, and they're all the way in the back.
no.
They only have one
with
res.
the battle res.
They only have one res.
Oh, they
Okay.
have 2. They used 1, right?
Did they use one already?
Well, wait,
Stomp
wait,
is
They used one
gonna
and
be
he
the thing
died
said 2,
again.
now it says 1, so maybe they used 1 and instantly had the player go back down? I'm not sure.
So,
No.
They need to get that res. Koromar is mercifully dead here, so they'll be able to land the res. Actually, it looks like they've gotten 1 on ZyBB, so but only 4 players alive. 3.5
Can
minutes
they
for
still
this
kill
fight.
this?
I don't know.
Maybe.
I think
They've
maybe
got-
not.
More time or less time in the key than until the next B-res comes up, so that's looking pretty grim.
Well,
the
for
good
all
news
intents
is
and
it
purposes,
doesn't matter if they time it or not.
Yeah.
it no longer matters. Their timer is past the
Also
threshold
true.
where they could have potentially taken over Ambition based off of tiebreaker.
That's true.
So that's going to be it for a 3rd and 4th place. It looks like Ambition have locked in that 3rd place slot. Jishu Gaming will be our 4th place team. So all of our eyes and all of our attention are going to be on these 233 gambits at the top of our screen. If Echo, again, is able to time this 33 gambit, that will be all she wrote. They will win the competition outright. If Monka it times the 33 gambit and Echo does not, Monka will be our outright winners. But if neither of them time it, or both of them time it, it'll go to tiebreaker, which Echo has a significant advantage in. So it's heavily Echo favored right now. But it's
That's
not
it.
over yet.
Final runs of the day are locked in, though, so no more keys are going to be able to be started by any of these teams. It is do or die for Echo and Monka right now, though.
Yeah, Shishu Gaming need to get this dungeon finished before that barrage ends. Although I think either way, their timer is going to be over the tiebreak with
Yeah.
Ambition. So I think Shishu Gaming and Ambition are locked in. I believe Shishu Gaming are going to be getting 4th. Ambition are going to be getting 3rd. The question is 1st and 2nd place. The gold medal and the silver medal. And Echo and Monka are fighting right now in this 33 gambit to see who gets which one.
This timer is looking so good for Echo. Remember, we were talking about this before they pulled the boss. If they get this boss down at like 1930, which it looks like they're on pace to do, they should have enough time for Celia at the end of the dungeon. That boss is going to take forever, and remember, they don't have the extra stacks from Zilgamux, which Monka is going to have. Unfortunately, in the meantime, Ambition have failed their 33 streets, but knowing they've locked in the 3rd place slot, there's no reason for them to progress. It was a good showing from them. Unfortunate that those junkyard wipes kept happening. But being able to get that down and locking in the 3rd place slot, they've got to feel good about that one.
Yeah, they really came to play this weekend and just head and shoulders, I think, a better performance than what we saw in NA. And, that was good enough to get them here. And then this was good enough to get them 3rd place in the tournament and definitely within striking distance of Echo and Monka, even if they didn't quite get there, especially over the last 2 days. So, Ambition, fine representation of NA from them this weekend.
Yeah, sure.
Hats
That's,
off indeed to them. Shishu Gaming are the next team that will be exiting our tournament. The question is, will it be at 195 points or 194? Because they have only 50 seconds left to finish off Skulllock here. They're going to have to deal with one more Grand Smash, and then I think they should have the damage for this, but it is going to be rather close. 40 seconds
think
now to
they
do that
will.
last 20%.
You damage dealers.
Look at the timer for Echo here. 1924
tyrants.
on the hooktail.
Yeah.
Wow. That is such a good split here for Echo. They are in dominating position, but right now we get to see whether Shishu Gaming can get this dungeon done to end their day. They stop the cannon barrage. 20 seconds to do the last 20% of this boss HP. No res for their 5th player. That 5th player has been dead for ages now on this fight, and I actually think that without that DPS, that is going to mean that they end up on the wrong side of this timer. So Shishu Gaming depleting in the 32. Meanwhile, in the top left, look at this pull that Echo are going for.
Wow.
Yep, they're going
how
for
long do you
broke,
think-
and they need to.
How long do you think Celia is going to take on a 33 tyrannical gambit?
You're
7
approaching
minutes?
You're approaching like 6.5 to 7 minutes, I think. Because remember, it's an exponentially scaling boss, very similar to the first boss of Mist Eterna Scythe, right? The longer the fight is, the more immune phases you get, which means there's more just delays in the fight where you don't get to do any damage to the boss. So this boss is going to take forever to kill, and they might even start pushing up against this barrier where Zalia might start running out of mana, even on a Night Fae Priest, which shouldn't really happen, but it could. With this much haste in that long of a fight length, we could see problems with that if they don't play perfectly clean on the boss. But that first trash pull that they just pulled off saved them so much time. I think they are giving themselves a possibility of timing this key.
We'll find out soon. Meanwhile, the Iron Docks finished by Jushu Gaming, not in the timer, though. They won't get the point. They're locked in for 4th. But another strong performance, of course. It takes a lot to get this far, so props to them. But let's check out Echo and Monka. See who's able to finish this. We're going to find out from Echo first, of course.
Yeah, if Echo time this key, that locks Monka out. Because
Right.
we are pretty sure that time tiebreaker is going to be insurmountable for Echo. I guess, in theory, Monka would maybe be able to overtake if they could run the same key 4 minutes faster, but at this keystone level, there are not 4 minutes of flexibility in
Yeah, I don't
any of
think
these
so.
dungeons. So Echo is going to have the first chance to close the day here. They've got to pull Solia soon. 8 minutes left in the dungeon timer. But first, they need to take care of this Pulsar and that Adorned Starseer. AMZ is actually being used against the Pulsar, so it won't be available early in the boss fight.
But they have plenty of time, right? Unless something goes horribly wrong on this boss, this should be a timed key from Echo. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know, 7.5 minutes?
It should
I
be
have no
enough.
idea how long this boss is going to take.
I would have guessed 6.5, but we'll see. I've never seen a 33 gambit
They're
before.
going.
Nobody's ever seen a 33
You're
gambit
lasting
before.
pull.
Wow. No time to drink for Zalia, or maybe you could
Yeah.
get a little bit of drink in there. Either
He's
way,
fine. He's smiting.
they got to go. That's right.
Well,
Yeah.
here's the
Interesting.
reason,
Why do you
right?
think they're lasting pull?
Lusting pull means you get less sets of assassins that you have to deal with, which is gonna be the one thing that like reduces your single target focus damage on the boss. That's what makes the most sense to me. You also potentially skip a really nasty overlap where you still have a collapsing star alive going into the intermission phase, so that might be what they're trying to skip. Let's see. I
Damage
feel like
from
they
the
might be
collapsing
trying to
star.
skip the third collapsing star. Every single one of these stars is going to be like a life or death scenario. And in the second phase, when those collapsing stars are going off, and you're also having to dodge the stars as well, oh man, if you get touched by one of those, even without a collapsing star alive, you're going to get one shot. With them, it's just, man, this is going to be so difficult for them to get through, which is why it's not like a surefire thing, right? They have 3 battle reses, but you know, one of these DPS classes going down would be really, really bad because of these tiny little windows where you actually get to do damage to Celia in phase 2.
Monka have Hillbrand pulled. RX nearly eliminated right on pull by that damage from Hillbrand as well. So these are 2 really tough bosses that both teams have going on here. Echo. Are they going to get to 40% before the 3rd collapsing star? They should do, right? This is the 2nd collapsing star that they are currently working on, right?
Yeah,
This is the second,
that's the second
yes.
one.
Yeah, and that
And the
third
boss
one.
phase is at 40, so they should skip the 3rd.
Yeah, it's okay if there's some assassins alive as well during that push, right? Because you can just DPS them while Solia is immune. So it actually works out rather well. Oh my goodness.
Skipping the 3rd collapsing star is actually huge. But this fight on 33 Tyrannical, you pretty much need to have a personal available for every single one of these intermission phases. Look at the damage that's going to go out on this group once these arrows go out. This is going to be
missing
a
this-
huge
Uh-oh.
chunk of
Fix-
damage.
fix-
Oh, that's close.
Okay,
Oh,
my
okay.
God.
Okay, no, he got it. There were 2
I was
arrows.
worried about
he was
that.
using the second one.
Okay.
Yeah, he was good.
I saw him dodging the volcano, and I was like, oh no.
Looked a little bit scary.
Yeah, look
Alright.
at Salia's mana. Already half mana and just now started phase 2.
How did
5
Miras
minutes
dodge
left, though.
there? Huh?
5 minutes is more than enough for this. So they just have to get through the all of the stuff that is trying to kill them here. That collapsing star, chief among them, that is so much extra damage. Now is going to proc one hit of it before this Hyperlight Nova goes off. That makes it so much easier to manage for the rest of the phase. Drops an AMZ for the next 2 ticks. Everybody in the group is going to hang out in that AMZ, although a Volcano actually interrupting Xaylia, that's going to cause them to delay their next hit of that collapsing star, but they can't delay for too long because it is about to expire of natural causes there. Whew, a few seconds of safety for them.
You know how difficult a boss is and how much incoming damage there is if the healer beats the tank in healing.
Yeah.
Xaylia's
That means
mana
Now's
bar
been
is
parrying
not
a
Never
lot.
see that.
Yeah.
And they did 27% of the boss's HP in the first minute in this last phase. That is on pace.
Yep, the pace is good. It is just a question of survivability and of Xaylia's mana. I think Xaylia's potion is still available, so might take the opportunity now to send a Sleepy Pot. We'll see. Maybe damage potted on pull, and we'll have a mana potion available soon.
This is so tense.
Yeah, here comes another collapsing star. This one's going to be followed up immediately with an energy fragmentation that everybody has to dodge. And now is actually just going to leave that star for a while after doing the first tick. Then after the dodges are done, he's going to do the second. Oh, into the fragmentation. That is going to be Purg and Guardian Spirit on him. He needs to do that third tick of the star, though. Does that. And now they can just wait for the last one to expire. Next.
I believe that was also Guardian Spirit on now there too.
Yep.
So they're running out of externals, and surprisingly, Xaylia stayed pretty mana neutral this phase. I don't know if that was from symbols or from fairies, but it's a pretty good job to keep it there. We have to keep an eye on that mana bar from Xaylia, though. They have to get through 2 more phases of this boss to kill it off. Gonna be scary. Even Ice Block being used there in that intermission just for safety to make sure Xaylia didn't have to do too much more healing.
Yeah, Ice Block
Bust
just as
and
a
Infernal being used.
mana preservation
Maybe
Ice
as
Block.
well.
Clicks hanging out up here on the stairs. Carefully dodging all of these projectiles from far away. They're going to have the next collapsing star here in a moment. Here it comes. Now going to go and proc that. And then the next Nova. Important, of course, to dodge. Now could technically tank it, but with Purg unavailable, he's being careful. Here's another AMZ. The whole group getting inside the AMZ, except for Now. Now is going to be keeping on proccing the star. And actually, he doesn't even want to take any of that AMZ DR away from the rest of the group if he doesn't have to.
Mm-hmm.
That last tick will just be left to expire on its own here as Solia is now sub 20%. One more intermission phase is coming out here in a second. If they can live through that, they can skip the next collapsing star at this point, I think. They can just leave it and let it expire. We are going to have a combustion available. No Infernal, but a Resonating Arrow's ready. Gingy pops Turtle to live through this. 14% on Solia.
That's it. No, the boss is dead. They literally cannot lose from this point. They're not going to be popping this last collapsing star. The only way anything goes wrong is if every single member of their team gets hit by one of these stars, and this is Echo. It's not going to happen to them. They've done this so many times.
No way they could wipe from
keep
here.
winning.
Why are you trying to curse them so hard, Zyronic?
I'm not trying to curse them. I'm never trying to curse them.
Oh no,
It's just
speaking
Echo.
of cursed,
You
Monka.
expect Echo to be the best team.
Monka
And
going
on that
down on
note,
Hillbrand. That's it?
that is it. Echo are going to take the dub here. 198 points. No way Monka can catch that with a wipe. And that is a dominating victory for Echo.
Wow, Echo coming in. Great push champions. They won Season 1, took a break in Season 2 as far as winning goes anyway, and then coming back with a big win in Season 3, or Season 4, but great push 3. You know what I mean, but either way, Echo, I mean, what an untouchable team for the vast majority of this year and before that, too.
I mean, absolutely incredible performance by Echo. Even timing that 33 Gambit that we casters weren't even sure if it's possible. And then, like, how it looked even easy when they did it there at the end, right? They still had, like, close to a minute left. And it just all looked so smooth by Echo. So just incredibly well done.
Yeah, honestly, that looked very clean. I mean, very clean, very comfortable, especially that last fight with so much going on Solia, where so much can just kill you in one shot. They handled that pretty perfectly. Very cool to see.
Big shout out to Monka as well, though. Being able to claw their way back, even though they had so many unfortunate things happen to them yesterday. Still managed to get close to Echo, losing out by 1 point in the very end. Yeah, still incredible performance by all of the teams, really.
Yeah, they were really close. I mean, there were certainly times where Monka seemed to be Echo's equal, if not just Echo's better by a slim margin. But we have to keep in mind, too, as we congratulate Echo again for being the Great Push 2022 champions, that they came into it with a slightly different roster than they usually do, too. Mira's stepping in to take that 5th spot on the team instead of sitting back and kind of being the 6th-man coach this time around, too.
Yeah, and as far as I'm aware, they didn't have anybody step into that slot. I'm pretty sure they just played with those 5 people, so no extra coach, which is really impressive. Just to have your coach that hasn't really played in the MDI or the TGP for the past 2 years to just step in and be like, yeah, I can play these classes too. Why not?
I guess so.
I'll show you how it's done.
Yeah, well, they certainly did. And so along with that goes the $60,000 prize for first place, which has to feel pretty nice. Obviously, all the teams that made it to the global finals this weekend got a nice chunk of change to go home with, no matter how they ended, but has to feel good to be the champion. The money, the pride, everything. And what a way to end sort of the big competition for Shadowlands, too. Seeing the highest key levels we've ever seen pushed in World of Warcraft before. That's how you do it.
I would have loved to see a 38 junkyard.
Oh,
Maybe
No.
next
come
time.
on.
Yeah.
Nobody was going to get a 38 junkyard unless they did some like super insane double renormalizer spell steal tech. It was not going to happen.
Yeah, why not? I would have
Well,
loved to
you
see
know,
it.
Yeah,
The season's
If
still
we
going.
saw
You
that-
can go run one, you know.
true.
Let's go get it
Yeah.
done in live. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I'll do that.
You can get it done. Well, there you go. So that is the tournament. It feels surreal that it's done at this point. We've been doing this for 3 weeks. We've seen a lot of dungeons run, a lot of very high keys push. It hasn't quite sunk in yet that the tournament is over at this point. What do you think the most memorable moment so far, or the most memorable moment of the event was for you, Zyronic?
I have to think about that, actually. You put me on the spot here.
Yeah, I try to mix it up.
I think my favorite moment was Ambition finally getting that junkyard done after spending so much time into it, even though it didn't impact the final results of, our winners. It was good to see them kind of break that mental wall that they had been struggling with for the past 2 days. Happy for the boys. I know all of them pretty well.
Yeah, it's cool to see. Dratnos, how about you?
Yeah, I think on the kind of the flip side of that, Monka able to just accelerate with that one shot in the 37 junkyard, and that's how they nearly took first place in this thing. We're able to challenge Echo all the way up into overtime. Really impressive clutch from them in that dungeon.
Right. Nagura, it falls to you. What was your most memorable moment?
I think for me it was just the 33 gambit that Echo clutched out at the very end. They didn't even need it, right? Considering that Monka wiped on Hillbrand, they didn't even need the 33 gambit, and they still just went in there and just did it at the very end, just showing how good they are. And yeah, incredible performance as always.
That's right. I mean, props to other two teams that didn't make it to the final day, of course, too. Donuts and Despair getting eliminated on day one, but still obviously an extremely strong team to make it this far. And team performance from China, the first team to put up a plus 37 on Junkyard. They got it done before everyone else, and still, at the end of the weekend, faster than everyone else, too. So the Junkyard Whisperers, apparently, over there on team performance, but not enough to get them to the final day, but still an impressive performance regardless. But, with that being the end of kind of big Shadowlands dungeon running competition, we're not done completely with the events coming up. We do have a couple to look forward to, which we'll show you. First, it's going to be Zyronic's charity cash, right? Oh, I'm sorry, Zymox's charity cash. Maybe next time.
Same clan. Same clan.
There
no,
you
it's
go.
okay. It happens all the time. People mix us up a little bit. But yeah, my
Happens,
friend
doesn't it?
over in the Zy clan, we have a great charity event between some of the players we saw today and Echo, as well as some of the players for Ambition. Team Liquid and Echo are going to be heading off against each other in all of our Fated rates soon. That's next weekend, right?
Yeah, September-
next weekend.
Keep in mind
Here.
that starts 1 hour later than we usually start things. It's going to be 11 a.m. instead of 10 a.m. Pacific time. But, Yeah, it's going to be fun. Dungeon bosses from Castle Nathria and Sepulchre of the First Ones. 2 faded affixes per boss, so it's gonna be spicy, and $100,000 in donations on the line for the charities of these 2 team choices, I believe. So it's gonna be gaming for a great cause. It's gonna be fun. It's always fun to see some of the best raiding guilds out there go at the bosses in a harder than usual setting. So. Reminds me of like the like, what was it? The special raids they used to have at like BlizzCon back in
Oh
the day,
yeah, the
something like
BlizzCon
that.
raid races.
Yeah, those are so
iconic,
much fun.
Yeah.
So that's
We
going to
haven't
be a
had
ton
one
of
of
fun to
those in,
watch next weekend.
Like 8 years or something.
Yeah.
I know, but see,
Siege
they,
of
I
Orgrimmar,
participated in
right?
one.
yeah,
Yeah.
At Gamescom, like a long time ago. I
Wow.
think it was on
I
Taurus
love
we
that
played.
stuff. Yeah,
And yeah, that was a while
No,
ago.
it wasn't on Taurus. It's Hellfire Citadel that we played.
Oh, geez, even longer.
well, there you go.
Jeez, that was yeah. It's been a while since Blizzard has done raid content, official raid content. So it's cool to see this, and of course, all for a good cause, like you mentioned. Both guilds selecting their charity, and the prize money will be split up amongst them towards the charities.
You can see how memorable these kinds of events are for us. So you definitely don't want to miss it. That's going to be fun to watch next week. And then later in September, we have the Solo Shuffle Showdown. That's right, popular arena game mode. Now coming officially to World of Warcraft esports. That's going to be fun. It's going to be some Arena World Cup finalists, some top-rated ladder players, some members of the PvP community. That's going to be an interesting one as well. I admit, I haven't PvP'd as much in the last couple of years in WoW as I did in the past. I used to do it a ton, not as much lately, but that's going to be a fun one to watch too.
Yeah, Solo Shuffle is really fun, and it's coming as a way you can queue ranked in Dragonflight, I believe. So
That's right.
Pretty cool place to get to see that, what it sort of looks like at a maybe slightly more competitive, obviously one-off weekend, but still should be very fun.
Yep, that's right. And so that's everything we got to look forward to on the competitive front. Obviously, on the other front, we got Dragonflight coming up at some point. We have Wrath of the Lich King Classic coming up later this month. A lot of World of Warcraft to look forward to. There's our final scores yet again, which means it's time to close out the show. And as usual, before we go, I'm going to give our casters, our analysts, a chance to talk about, first of all, our predictions, which, Dratnos, you and I, we called that one,
We
Stratos
tiebreaker.
Your third pick is wrong,
It's
bud.
1, 2,
Yeah.
3.
Oh, but I was only looking at the
say
first
it,
two.
though.
I was only looking at the first two. I didn't.
Okay.
I don't think the Dark Horse means Dark Horse doesn't
You're
mean
right,
third.
no.
That's a whole different category. Come on.
No, I disagree because if you look at my picks, all 3 of my picks are on the top 3. They just might be switched around. So
Oh, that doesn't. Now that
Doa,
counts
I think-
even less.
I think I might be ranked a little higher than you here, Doa.
I completely disagree. I think correct picks are worth more
I think-
than picks on the board in some sort of order.
I think we can all agree that Tettle's lost.
Oh yes.
Oh
Amen.
yeah, unquestionably, yeah. That's for sure.
So that's, yeah.
I want to know, Dratnos, how did you know? What's your trick?
Well, I keep picking Echo as my winning team, and for some reason, other people don't do this every time. I'm not sure
Seems
I
crazy to
understand
me.
it.
The real key is Dratnos gives each team progressively worse routes, and that's how he determines who gets first, second, and third. Yeah.
You know, that's funny because I did a key with Dorky last night, and I'm like, Dorky, what's your TGP route? And the first route he linked was Dratnos Expert route, Iron Docs.
There you
no.
I'm
go.
like, oh wait, that's not right.
Oh no.
Proven. All right.
Sabotage.
Well, final thoughts from everybody. Nagura, what do you have to say after 3 weeks of great push competition?
I just love TGP so much, and I'm so glad we had like an extended format where we managed to watch those amazing teams do those high key dungeons over 3 weekends. I'm just really excited. And I'm excited for more TGP, hopefully, in the future. Because, this is an amazing tournament.
Yeah, we're all definitely hoping that. Dratnos, how about you?
Yeah, these dungeons were sweet. It was so cool to get to go back to Karazhan again. But honestly, I was really impressed even in like Grimrail Depot, Iron Docks. I was kind of worried about those dungeons for this kind of competition. And boy, am I impressed by how fun they were to watch. So really just all around. Couldn't be more
Absolutely.
entertained.
Same. Ironic. What are your final words, final thoughts for the
this was
3
great.
weeks of play here?
Oh, this is great. No, I loved every weekend of this. Seeing the competition progress throughout the weekends and the teams build on the keys they've already done, the strats progressing, and also just the fact that we actually have 3 full weekends of competition to look at and gain experience from. The first couple TGPs, people were just happy because they were new one-off events and didn't really look too much into them. But now that we have a whole season of it to look forward to, and get feedback from players from, we can make the next ones even better now. It's going to be sick.
Yeah, it's been really cool seeing the Great Push progress from that, weekend event that we had the first time, just kind of trying things out, to now having this huge, big format event that we've enjoyed for the last month. Definitely looking forward to more of these in the future. We have to. Blizzard, you have to make it happen. I'm ordering you as much as I can. You can only do so much. But that's going to be it from us, and not just from us, from Makes and Tettles as well. Obviously, Tettles, he just told us in his Discord, he is in his car charging his phone because he doesn't have power because of a storm. So hope you get good old electricity back soon, Tettles. Good luck with that. And thanks to our production staff behind the scenes making everything work, even when technology wants to blow up or the weather wants to come in and make things annoying. They get it all done, and they make it entertaining. So thanks to them as well. And that's it. Thanks to you for watching. Now, go play some World of Warcraft. Once again, be good to each other, and we'll see you next time.
There's Tettles.
One more for the road.